The story began in the dark demon forest of Yonamguk, where various sounds of birds and creatures were heard. And in that forest there was one man who was terrified and in a great hurry to get somewhere. He was breathing heavily and pressing something closer to him, asking him not to cry because that was not possible right now. Jacob ignored his wounds. He ran as fast as he could with a crying child in his arms. Once he hid behind a tree while a strong wind was blowing in the forest, and one could only survive there if one was very quiet and inconspicuous. The man tried to carefully peek out from behind the tree to see if there was anyone in the distance. Jacob felt very sorry for the child because the baby had not eaten or slept well for a couple of days. He looked at him and said that the boy was doing very well because he was Mr. Clark's real son. Jace had already stopped crying and was looking at the man with his wide eyes. Having uttered his first word, "Dad," Jacob started laughing, asking the kid if he recognized him. Then he began to ask him to take revenge in the future for this injustice and tear a piece of fabric from his jacket. The kid was surprised when the man started putting the ball of Kana not near him and explained that these accusations were unfounded, but they had no other choice. Jace was scared. Tears welled up in his eyes again when the man covered his mouth with a cloth. Then he tied the baby to a tree and told him that he must survive. And he himself began to run in the opposite direction from the tree, leaving it alone. While Jacob was running, he looked back at the boy more than once, and sometimes he didn't jump out of the tree because he was so worried about him. The next day, an old man came to the forest with a bird that sang loudly and so pleased the owner. The man asked his friend where he heard these sounds because he assumed they could be demon traps. Suddenly he became more serious and something caught his attention. He looked up and saw a bird begin to flap its wings on the tree, attracting his attention and pointing to the tied scarf. He filmed the toddler crying loudly and being surprised at how he ended up in the demon forest. He was glad that he had appeared first because, if he had been there, irreparable things would have happened. So he decided to go to Gwimanshan first. So after that, the man took the baby and headed to that place. He was in a serious mood. When he looked at the baby, he was very surprised for some reason, and someone behind him touched his shoulder. A man lined up next to him, looking back to see if anyone was watching them. The man was glad that the old man had reached them safely, but the old man immediately asked him to be quieter, explaining that he had a child in his arms. They didn't know where this little kid got into the demon forest because people don't just end up there, and he didn't even look like he was 100 days old, but there was definitely a story that couldn't be told. A portal appeared in front of them and they wanted to introduce the family to a new family member, so they had to gather everyone. The man introduced the boy to the family and said that he would live with them, but they didn't understand what they were doing and where the child had come from. Evan was angry with the boy, realizing that he wanted to ask if it was his child. But he immediately realized the incorrectness of his question and asked if they would all raise him together. He explained that they would all do it together because he was no longer at the age where he could do it alone. Then the fair-haired young man asked if they wanted to raise him or still educate and teach him what his question surprised the men. Christian said that he was not going to raise and educate him because he did not need this child, so this child had nothing to do with him. But Brian was very annoyed by this. He called the guy heartless and that he only thought about himself because he was disabled. Evan asked him not to express himself like that because they all have injuries here. The man began to mock them for not revealing their identities and not asking questions in Gwimanshan, but asked the elder if he had any desire to do so. He mentioned Paul Winner, who conquered many women with his beauty, and was also knowledgeable in medicine and alchemy, just as Evan has knowledge in medicine and herbalism. He was amused by this because Brian had noticed it interestingly, because he was nicknamed the Judge of Life and Death. And while the elder was saying all this, everyone looked at him in amazement. He looked at them and wondered if they would continue to close since 4 out of the 5 already knew each other. The man apologized for not introducing himself first and gave his name as Simon Davis, nicknamed Benjamin. Next was Brian Smith, who was a thief nicknamed Jongman. Patrick Lewis turned out to be modest, just introducing himself and saying nothing more. But Brian didn't like such modesty, so he added that a man from the working elite named Ogim Yacha, who could make a wooden hoe. When all 4 men had introduced themselves, they looked at the boy with a questioning look on their faces. But he continued to stand calmly and did not say a word, looking the other way, turning away from them. Evan then asked if everyone understood why he had revealed his identity, and Simon replied that his intentions were clear enough. Then the man asked if he wanted to make the kid their student. The elder understood that although they were criminals, this child was not like that. He believed that he could be allowed to live in the demon forest. But before passing on their knowledge to the boy, they agreed with him. Brian leaned over to the kid. He thought it was a good idea, but first he wanted to check if he didn't have the power of the gods. Evan leaned closer to the kid and said that there was one secret way, because if the boy had the powers of the gods, he would definitely achieve great success before their death. Then he turned to the rest and suggested that they all teach him together and ask if anyone had any objections. The men stood in silence until the old man showed them the ring that was with the child and asked if they had ever seen it. One of them stretched his hand forward and said that it was clear from the look that this was not an ordinary thing and that we needed to look at it very carefully. Brian wondered if there would be any effect if he filled it with spiritual power, since the ring was made of an iron meteorite. Simon approached closer and saw that on the inside was engraved a phrase that meant that the altar on which the flame would be will collapse and will come peace. Everyone was curious about where to find this place because no one could imagine what it was. They only assumed that there had been a conflict between new and old forces. They stood in a circle and had a discussion and understood that they could not distinguish between good and evil. So what could they say about the child? Evan looked at the baby and said that now the most important thing was to give him a name. Brian decided not to interfere in this matter and said that he was the eldest, so let him decide what to call him. The boy slept peacefully in the old man's arms while he thought about his new name. Before he had 2 daughters, he had a son who was sick and wasn't around because he was carrying out orders. And when he returned, it was already too late and he could not save one of his children and did not understand the meaning of being the judge of life and death. Simon was very sad to hear this and hoped that this child would be reborn and become just as beautiful. The man wondered if it wasn't wonderful that he had saved many lives through medicine. But Evan asked him not to exaggerate, as others had healed many more people than he had. He lifted the baby up and named him Sebastian because that's my name. Has answer its ring, because it done from meteorite. The guys believe that they have no right to argue with his decision, so they agreed to this name. Everyone appreciated Evan's decision, except for the boy, who didn't care because he didn't consider himself his teacher. The man was very happy about this and said that he would teach him medicine and the elixir of immortality and pass on knowledge about various medicinal herbs and more. Brian was scared because he wanted to pass on the Qigong to Kanzong, which only Qi masters could master, an even better Qigong for developing spiritual power than that one. And Simon decided to pass on to him the knowledge and methods of detecting and taming the Yos, although he had to keep it a secret. He emphasized that he would transfer everything and everyone, including 3 rare species. He mocked Patrick for saying it would be difficult to teach him anything when they promised such unique abilities, but he decided to teach him how to make jewelry. This surprised him so much that at first he didn't even believe that the man really knew how to make and create jewelry. After that, he started waving his hands because he couldn't teach you anything else except to run away. But I tried to calm him down by calling his skills wonderful and enviable, which made Brian a little embarrassed. They bent over the baby who was sleeping soundly and did not yet suspect that he had 4 mentors. Brian looked at the guy who was standing aside and watching what was happening. Then, I took the baby in my arms and brought it to Christian and asked him to look at the baby too. And he wondered if it was a bad thing that he would live with them until he died, even though he wasn't a teacher, while the boy approached the child closely. Christian hugged him lightly while Brian asked him not to hate Sebastian, because neither he nor the boy died in that demon forest. 10 years passed, and voices came from the hut in Gwyn Mansion asking how one could be so stupid. Evan was a little angry and ordered him not to move until the boy had memorized all the names of medicinal herbs for today. And he turned around and went outside to calm down a bit and get himself back to normal. Brian appeared at the door and asked why he was sighing so loudly and told him to exhale. Sebastian was very happy to see his 4th mentor distracted from the board. They were sitting at the entrance to the hut, and the boy was sad because he thought he was not so smart because he could not remember the names of medicinal herbs. But Brian tried to cheer up the boy by assuring him that he was learning well from other masters, and that Mr. Evans should have expected this to happen. He explained that as people get older, it's normal for them to get more and more upset. So he asked the guy not to blame himself or be offended by his mentor. Sebastian hugged his knees and thought deeply about something and called out to his 4th master. He wondered in despair how long the 1st master would live, waiting for an answer from his mentor. Brian looked at the guy. This question surprised him a little. He even exhaled heavily. The master said that he had been an alchemist for years, and the time would come when he would have to stop. Besides, his wand was broken, and he was just an old man with time running out. The mentor hugged the boy and asked him what he thought about taking Mr. Winner's technique seriously, because it would definitely please him. The man was playing, and the boy understood and asked what the master had taught him, and he started shouting to be careful, to believe in himself and not to trust people. He took nectarines out of his pocket and offered them to the boy to eat. Sebastian was very happy that there were 3 of them and asked if the master had gone out into the outside world. And he said that he had just been lucky and had caught a goat. The boy happily returned to his mentor and said that he also wanted to go to the outside world, but he didn't have time to prove it when a negative answer followed. They both stretched, and the child remembered that the first master had said that he must break through the sky gate before leaving Gwyn Mansion. The master added that he had already learned the Qigong of Kanchon, so he would soon be able to receive divine birth. The joyful man was about to leave and said that he would still find nectarines, but that he should study well. It was already late, and the boy continued to study medicinal herbs by lighting a candle. The sharp sounds from the street really scared the boy, and he screamed in fear. Sebastian looked out the window and saw Christian feeding the goat grass. He went outside and approached the boy, asking for permission to help him. But Christian refused and asked him to just leave because he believed that someone like him could do at least something in such a situation. He didn't look at the boy but said that if you want to help, you can pet the goat. The boy was very happy about this and said he would do it and went towards the animal. He sat down next to her and started stroking her, while Christian sat down on a stump to rest a bit and watch them. While petting it, he said that he had brought that goat from the outside world and felt a little sad because there were so many interesting things there. And I started to worry a lot and wondered if the outside world was really as dangerous as they say. Christian explained that such a kid would quickly be in trouble, which is why the master wanted to teach him so much. The guy saw how sad and uncomfortable the child was, so he asked him to come over and sit next to him. Christian analyzed that the guy quickly mastered Qigong Kanchon, which proves that he is smart, but does not know how to memorize information. So he decided to tell him something that should be engraved deep in his heart and remembered 3 times before going to sleep and after waking up. Sebastian began to listen to him very carefully, and when he wanted to say even a word, the guy shut him down and asked him to just memorize it. He was concentrating on something and a flash of lightning flashed in front of the boy. He said he would repeat it until he remembered it, and so that he wouldn't think he was putting pressure on him. But the child thanked him for it. They sat by the fire and talked, and Christian asked them not to tell anyone about it, that it would be their secret, and the boy agreed. Another 5 years passed and Sebastian became older. He thought about how to create a fire pill, what ingredients were needed for it. The guy was very focused on what he was doing, and he had to grind the salty porridge and squeeze the juice out of it. He sat in the lotus position and recited the pill recipe, what to do and when, and what would happen when the temperature was lower or higher than normal. The old man lay nearby and praised his student for trying very hard and also for teaching him everything he knew. He looked at the student, said it was time to use the knowledge he had, and thanked him for visiting and cheering him up. Sebastian was not sorry to hear when the master said that he would not be around and that he would still have to listen and stubbornly train with other masters, and he said that he would keep that in mind. Everyone sat attentively and listened to the elder who wanted to tell something hidden deep in his chest. He said that once you step into the demon forest, you will never return unless you know one way. Brian and Simon were very surprised and wanted to hear what he was talking about, because they had never heard of this method before. Evan began the story by being one of the 3rd-generation alchemists in the blood fortress of the country of Yenim, and was a man who received wounds when leaving the demon forest. This person he couldn't appreciate because of the bandages was called Daniel, who got in cave with helpstone souls, and there lived Water Dragon, which he killed. And he explained that the place was filled with a spiritual aura and was near a pond and a volcano, so it wouldn't be easy for the boy, because he would have to find it when he wanted to leave the forest. He accepted that they were destined to die in the demon forest, but Sebastian had a different fate. The boy approached the master and asked him to continue. The master said that he must leave this place at any cost and must repay the debt to his masters. He was very serious and said that he would definitely give the mentors everything for their kindness, even if it cost him his life. The old man was glad to hear this and said that cast iron Kanchon was a wonderful skill, so he would have to study hard to be able to go out into the outside world. Brian was shocked and didn't understand what it all meant, and was also surprised because the master had forced him to learn a skill that was harmful. He explained that this ability has its drawbacks because the more you learn it, the harder it is to control. A strong psyche will help you break through the barrier, but if you lose control, you can feel severe pain and most likely lose everything you've learned forever. He said that he stole this skill from Master Qi because he wanted to live longer for the sake of his newborn daughters, because he thought he could come to the heavenly court, but in the end, he was banished to this place. Evan touched the boy's hand and said if he makes it to the outside world, let him learn the truth of Qigong Kanchon. Sebastian clasped the master's hands and said that he would definitely learn and practice true Qigong Kanchon, and also asked him to visit the blood fortress in the country of Yenim, and tell his wife and his daughters about him if they have problems to do everything in his power to help them. The student listened very carefully to everything his mentor told him and promised to do everything and not give him a lift. The master closed his eyes and said that the boy was amazing but had nothing more to say or teach him. He just wanted to heal himself and enjoy the wind with them, but he felt like he had no strength left. The master was moved to a board covered with flowers and a fire was lit. This was the ritual after death, and the boy watched all this. All the mentors looked very serious and watched the fire that takes everything with it and the sacred ritual. The second master taught the boy tactics for the deployment group, so they stood in the forest amidst various patches with runes. Unfortunately, the third master did not have the materials to make weapons, but that did not stop him from teaching the boy how to make fire. The masters told him about the habits and traps of magical beasts, as well as the materials that need to be extracted from them. The fourth master taught him how to properly use sunbow and pianbo and other face-changing skills and a great technique of trickery because he believed that they would come in handy just in case. He noticed that the boy was confused by something and said that he was constantly busy studying, so there was nothing to think about or worry about, and he was only thinking about the master's hair, the part that was gray. But Brian noticed that he was often sighing and pacing around, so he asked what exactly was bothering him. The boy explained that he felt the gates of heaven and that it was very difficult because, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cross them. This made the mentor happy, so he asked him to sit next to him. He explained that it was difficult for alchemists to take the next steps, but because he had already mastered this skill, he needed to practice more. Then the chances of everything working out would increase. But the boy wanted to know when, because he thought that until he took the medicine that increases stamina. But he didn't have time to say it when the master pulled his hair. He began to shout at the disciple why he had become different, because so many people who were born alchemists and lived for more years were unable to accept heavenly birth and died. And he asked if he was already used to the fact that skills could hide him from demons, because the forest has many medicinal herbs and creatures. Therefore, he needs to find the ingredients for the workout pill, which surprised the guy. Brian changed his mind and told him to go into the forest and return before dark, gather only the ingredients he needed, and return. The boy obeyed the master and went to the demon forest. He saw a flower with pink petals that he had never seen before, and could tell that it was Jinrin. He walked through the forest and looked at various medicinal herbs, trying to name each flower. Sebastian looked up and saw that the sun was almost setting, so he realized that he had to return home. He started running quickly and realized that before he couldn't use penbow in the narrow Gwyn mansion, even though it didn't require any training and used little energy. The guy was very happy to finally get outside and felt a great sense of relief. He stopped abruptly and realized that he had been so busy collecting medicinal herbs that he had completely forgotten to look for something for the other craftsmen. So he wanted to try to catch a chicken or a goat. Sebastian remembered all his masters who would be happy with his decision and would praise him. So he started going to the top because it was always better to see everything there. When he was on the tree, he started looking down. I understand that he needed to get back before the sun went down, so he had to do everything quickly. Something surprised him greatly and he felt a familiar sensation, so he looked down. Nearby, he saw a goat among the trees and all his attention was focused on it. The guy landed on the ground and decided to use the penbow technique and grab her. But suddenly he stopped. He felt that something was wrong, because the sensations were different when he had seen the goat before. Sebastian decided to hide behind a tree and started laughing a little because he almost put himself in danger because of something stupid, so next time he would try harder. But suddenly he heard a menacing growl and a large creature resembling some kind of beast appeared next to him, and the boy froze. The dangerous creature noticed the boy and began to growl at him. He was very scared. The guy realized that it was Cerberus, a lower demon, but he didn't have the abilities to defeat him, so he decided it was better to escape from there as quickly as possible. He was aware that if he used his skill, the creature would attack him as soon as he returned. But he was surprised by how calm it was. The beast came closer and closer to him and growled right in the boy's face. He decided to use one technique when Cerberus attacked him. He shouted Sunbow and moved behind the lower demon at great speed. Although this technique requires more energy, it allows you to move over shorter distances quickly, so quickly that the animal simply doesn't have time to orient itself. Sebastian watched him and planned to try to catch him. Cerberus tried to catch the boy with his teeth until he completed his preparations. He was serious because the only attack skill he possessed was taught to him by his first master. And when the beast wanted to attack him, the young man said some words and his hand began to glow brightly. Pointing it at the enemy, he struck a blow that sent the beast falling to the ground covered in blood. Sebastian was glad that it worked and thanked the master for it. The guy, with a smile on his face, remembered his masters who taught him and continued to teach him. Simon looked angry when the young man told him that he had a problem and that he had promised not to fight demons. Brian was shaking his head because he had only ordered his apprentice to gather medicinal herbs, and he not only delayed, but also everyone was surprised when they saw the boy apologizing for not listening, while a dead Cerberus lay next to him. Brian was angry at the guy for doing whatever he wanted, expecting to be praised for it, but he assured him that he was just lucky. Sebastian made a small bow and tried to explain everything that had happened. Simon was very serious and asked if this was the first time he had gone outside. The boy lowered his head and confirmed the master's words, so the master asked why he did that. He remembered. When could to go out, but he still not saw sign. When goal will open, therefore wanted to reduce time and make medicine that be him helped in aspirations. The second master heard him and asked how his sortie went. The young man explained that medicinal herbs were everywhere, and he had encountered a Cerberus, but it seemed safe to him. So when he used the penbow, his heart felt like it was being torn to pieces. Then the mentor turned to Patrick and asked if he could make a flag from the bones and skin of Cerberus. Simon came closer and said that now he would feel that the place was cramped, and therefore would be offended by the craftsman who would not let him out. He explained that this would be the norm because they also want to see him pass through the gates of heaven, and since it is dangerous, they want to help while they are alive. The boy was very happy with these words and asked if everything the master said was true, but the master never lied to him. When the third master makes the flag, he will be able to use Guigujinenjin with it, and then he will be allowed to leave. The young man ran up to his mentor and asked him to do it faster, because he would definitely be able to break through soon if he trained a lot. The boy blew on the fire and the master asked him to try to form a dagger while supporting the fire with chi. Fire control is the highest priority in crafted weapons, and with this dagger, you can hunt lower-class demons. Then the master told him to cool the weapon using the wind of determination. The guy was very focused on this and tried very hard, so he kept repeating in his head about the wind of determination. He showed the master the finished dagger and asked if it was a Dharma weapon. The mentor explained that this weapon did not reach that level, but even with stubborn training, it would take him 3 years to make a dagger of a lower Dharma level. The master cut the skin and said that the student could rest while he made 12 flags. The guy wanted to make medicine from the herbs he had collected, and Patrick suggested he make a couple more daggers so he could definitely protect himself. A couple of days passed and voices came from the hut. Someone was glad to finally finish. He was tired because it took him only 5 tries to get the medicine and he had used up all the herbs, but he hadn't expected it to be so difficult. He looked at the pill and hoped that it wouldn't harm him, because it flushes out all the toxins, and if he made even the slightest mistake, it wouldn't work. Sebastian decided to eat it and find out for himself, especially whether it would work. He wondered if he would break through the gates of heaven if he continued in the same spirit as he was working now. The master's voice came from outside, saying that there were few ingredients left, but the student did not want to talk to him because he believed that his words were separated from his actions. Brian realized that the guy was pouting, but he didn't even know how much effort he had put into convincing others, so he decided to ask something. Wanting to be allowed to go outside after mastering, the young man opened his eyes wide and was so surprised that he couldn't believe that the master had done it. Brian began to laugh at the boy's naivety because he simply couldn't convince him to leave Gwynmansion. He said that Patrick had finished making the flags and suggested that they go look at them. The tutors were looking somewhere and Simon suggested they go outside and check. The guy came out of the portal and was quite happy, so he asked if he had done everything correctly. The second master appreciated the flags and the formation technique and, since the young man had a weapon, allowed him to go outside freely. Sebastian was very happy because he had 2 daggers and 8 minions that were attached to his clothes. The young man was moving through the forest and felt that something unusual was happening. Because over the past 3 months, he has checked everything around Gwynmansion and has come across lesser demons, but right now he doesn't feel any trace of them. He remembered his mentor's words that it was time to create the Dharma weapon and therefore he had to collect the soul stones. He headed to a place where they could be, where there was a lot of spiritual energy, either in the mountains or underground. The guy was near the mountain and realized he needed to hurry up. He was amazed by the beauty. It seemed that the mountain was endless and there must be medicinal herbs or soul stones here. Sebastian started warming up because he wanted to climb to the top himself. The guy didn't feel tired, so he decided that the pill had paid off. And since grass was growing everywhere, he thought that there must be medicinal plants on the mountain. On one of the sections he noticed a red flower and thought it must be the flower of a broken heart. The boy was shocked when he raised his head higher and saw a large purple flower. Sebastian was very happy that he had managed to find such a rare plant. So he started to climb higher and knew that where there were herbs, there must be demons, so he turned around and became alert. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw a large bird, a lower class of demons. Sutra. The young man wanted to fight him off and used an energy impulse. But the bird was indifferent to the boy's attacks. It felt nothing of what the young man was offering. Sebastian was angry because he realized that thanks to the herbs he was taking, the bird was able to evolve into a transitional class. So he decided to concentrate on returning safe and sound, but he didn't understand why he wasn't attacking him. The boy assumed that the demon was afraid of harming the flower of light, so it would be his salvation. When he pulled out this plant, the Akash started screaming loudly, which meant that he was very angry. Sebastian found it difficult to hold on to the rock and watch the demon. He expected the bird to be very aggressive, but it still didn't attack him yet. He understood that it would be a waste now, but he had no choice but to distract him with the help of a flower, because it was too high and difficult to descend. The boy was angry with himself for not appreciating the demon forest and forgetting the master's warnings. So he let go of the flower and it flew downwards, followed by the lower demon. While Sutra was catching up with the plant, Sebastian had little time to quickly reach the mountain and hide there. He was glad that he had managed to get to the top and hide from him. The young man took out flags from his bag and spread them out around him. He was about to move, speaking the words for it, but the demon soared quickly upward behind him. The young man felt that he had a problem, because the bird did not look like someone who would quickly forget everything while holding a rare plant in its paws. An angry beast began to appear from the fire. It was very large and had a horn. It was a fire-breathing jade boar that was in a transitional form and stood opposite the boy. He opened his giant mouth, in which a fiery layer had already formed. And in the sky there was an angry bird with a bright magical sphere in its beak. He hovered over the boy. Magical waves were coming from his beak. He seemed to be shouting at the boar, and the young man did not understand what was happening. The two enraged beasts began to release their magical spheres from their mouths. There was a very strong confrontation between them when their forces met and began to oppose each other. The guy was very hot and heavy and realized that the demons of the transitional level were fighting among themselves. The light coming from them was very striking to his eyes, and the young man had not expected this. At some point, the bird rushed down at great speed and was confident in itself. Sebastian looked up and was puzzled that the demon was moving towards him. But the bird was heading not for the boy but for the jade boar. And when they collided, a light effect occurred. The boy was thrown into the air by the collision, and he screamed in fear in his flight. He landed further away from them somewhere in a crater and coughed hard from the ash and earth. The young man realized that if it weren't for the flower of light, he would probably have already died from the claws of Sutra. He was glad that the boar had appeared in time and watched as it lay motionless in the hole. Sebastian decided to go down because he had heard that transitional demons possessed Neden. He took fire from the beast's ribs and was amazed that the tribe was so strong. For such small stone, he wondered if it was possible to make a dharma weapon out of feathers. Demon Sutras. He was amazed when he saw a flower of light near the beast, which he used to distract the demon from himself. He was proud of himself for having managed to get so much, even though it was dangerous, so he had to quickly pack everything up and head back. News of the hunt spread throughout Genmashon as he returned to the craftsman, and the two of them began to create a bag of abundance. Such a bag is very important for an alchemist, because it holds a lot of things and does not increase in size and does not allow you to miss the chance to take something useful. When the young man received the bag of abundance, he went to get the necessary ingredients and the soul stone that same day. And at night he prepared a pill and made a dharma weapon that would be more useful against the gates of heaven. 3 months passed and Brian asked when the Dan pill he was working so hard on would be ready. Simon warned that it could be poisonous if not prepared correctly, because if you make a mistake with the extract, it will have consequences for the body. The master explained that they believe in his powers, but they stay close to protect him because they have been through it before, so they can help. The guy was skeptical about this because he felt like he was blaming them for everything. But he had put his whole heart and soul into it, believing that there was no mistake. Brian laughed that the student was being modest in front of the second teacher and ordered him to get that pill because he would eat it all himself. In the boy's hand lay a green pill, and he himself looked at his mentors with his kind eyes and with one swing of his hand threw it into his mouth. After that, he sat quietly and concentrated on something important. At once his head began to spin and sweat poured down his face. On one hand, he felt his body being penetrated by a boar, and with another icy wind until to bones. Simon said that he had to endure it and not open his mouth because half of the energy that had been stored could disappear. Something began to shine brightly above the boy's head and descend towards his face. His body was filled with spiritual energy. You could see everything flowing through it. After that, he slowly opened his eyes and looked quite serious. When he got up, he saw the drawing on the door and his aura itself was burning. Strong energy emanated from him, and his eyes shone in a new way. He opened the door, and the light from outside was very blinding and he stepped in. His mentor was already waiting for him when he came out to them, and Brian seemed to be waiting for this the most and was very happy to see him. Sebastian was surprised when he saw them, because he seemed to be expecting something else. Everyone was curious whether the student had managed to undergo heavenly birth, and the fourth master envied the boy for living to be 400 years old. Simon said that the young man had taken a step towards becoming a true alchemist, and now he would leave the human record and take the form of heaven. For alchemists, everything begins with the stage of development of Den, where a person forms and strengthens their Niden. The next is the heavenly birth, where a person sheds his human record and begins to take the form of Nia. Next comes the law of spiritual energy. This is the stage of purification, where barriers can be used. Spiritual energy. The breath of the sun is the next, when he will become under the fire of Sadmada himself, as well as fiery abilities. This is followed by the vital force of yin and yang, which attracts the three treasures. A person penetrates the root from which everything originates, and finally the heavenly throne, when one becomes an immortal deity. Simon explained that they all became ordinary when their Niden broke, but they want him to make an effort to reach the heavenly throne. The student heard them and promised to do everything for this, and thanked them for looking after him despite the situation with the gate. But Sebastian wondered how much time had passed since they had last seen each other. The third master said that a whole month had passed, which was amazing. Another month passed, and the boy moved quickly through the dark forest of demons. He ran to the mountain, and from there, he began to jump up the mountain and soar high into the sky. The guy was amazed because he had previously wanted to ascend here when he received heavenly birth, and he was finally able to do it. Sebastian looked from the mountain at the forest and how beautifully the sun was setting. He admired this view. He was able to feel peace and tranquility after so much time of painstaking work. The boy was proud of himself for having managed to climb such a mountain, and this feeling was unusual. He was shocked to see that this place was next to the cliff where the Sutra demon and the Jade Boar fought. Sebastian looked more closely at the spot and noticed something there, so he quickly headed there, hoping to find soul stones or medicinal herbs there. When he got close, he saw that it was a nest and assumed, due to its size, that it belonged to a demon. The young man did not want to neglect their power like last time, but now he could test his sword and shield of supplication. Sebastian climbed into the nest, where there were many remains of medicinal herbs, so he thought it was the nest of that sutra. He felt something behind him, so he turned around warily to look. And immediately he used his shield of supplication, closing himself off from the enemy. At first it was difficult and a little timid, but he decided to carefully peek out from behind it. And I saw that there was some kind of animal lying on the ground that was a little scared. The boy came closer and became curious about where the baby jade boar came from. He assumed that the adult boar had come that day because a demon had kidnapped his baby. The young man began to feed him and decided to keep an eye on him until he learned to breathe fire, because now he would only be busy creating the Dan pill. He returned home very happy and began to show them who he had brought. Everyone was very surprised and wondered where their student had gotten the newborn piglet. Sebastian explained that he found it in the nest of the demon Sutra and thought the animal might be useful. Simon agreed with him because all boars are tameable, even adult boars, so the baby would be easy to tame. While the boar slept sweetly, the masters praised Simon as the best expert on demons. The third master replied to the student that he would spend about 5 years learning to breathe fire on command. The boy was a little upset because he wanted the boar to be able to help them right away, but they reassured him that this time would pass quickly. Years passed. The young man stubbornly trained, but recently he had not seen any progress in his skills. He wanted very much to feel the gate of spiritual energy because he hoped it would benefit him. Suddenly, Brian jumped on him, calling him greedy, which surprised him a little. The fourth master explained that he had only recently received heavenly birth, for even a born genius could not achieve this at the age of 20. The guy exhaled heavily and explained that he was saying all this because the future was somewhat vague. The master thought about this because he understood that it was difficult to obtain the law of spiritual energy, and suggested that he try his strength in another sphere. It reminded him of eternal youth, but it had rare ingredients, but he didn't know if there was any point since the pill didn't change external age. Brian had previously shown the student the face-changing technique, and with it, people can be easily fooled. And even if they are caught using it, the one who ate eternal youth will definitely be confused by the youthful appearance. He gave a terrible example of this and explained that it gives a great advantage. In the demon forest, there was a beautiful waterfall with clear water and many herbs nearby. Sebastian dived there because Dan needed a lot of waterfall herbs for eternal youth, so he began to collect them. He felt like he was moving away from the settlement because the ingredients for this pill were very rare. And the guy decided to take a little rest because he didn't have that opportunity because of his training. He wanted to make more of these pills for the masters so they could look younger too. Something caught the boy's attention in the water just as he was about to get out of it. He sensed someone approaching, so he was already at the ready, taking out his flags. He scattered them in a circle and hid himself and heard someone's conversation, who noticed human tracks in the forest. They assumed that it might be an alchemist who had been expelled for crimes, and the young man tried to sit quietly and listen to the conversations. They were arguing about their own things, not noticing the guy they passed by. He was surprised because to him, they looked completely different from his masters. Sebastian was amazed because it was the first time he saw girls talking to each other and giving advice on how to have a better rest. He looked at them and was fascinated and thought they were very beautiful. While the young man was staring, he turned red. But the fourth master had already started shouting at him. He remembered that he had been told to stay away from anyone he met in the forest, so he tried to regain consciousness. He was ordered not to approach, let alone get close to, girls. Among the things, he noticed bags of abundance and assumed that they were also alchemists. The master's words about stealing the drachma flashed through his mind, but he thought it was a bad thing to do if people hadn't done anything wrong. He was very surprised when he saw a man behind him, looking out from behind a tree. He looked crazy as he ran over to the things and grabbed their bags. Some strange powder fell from them, which caused pain to the thief. The girls started coming out of the water calling Jordan stupid. They hovered over him as he writhed in pain on the ground and said that was the last time they would see him. Sebastian was serious. He was convinced of the master's words and decided to never trust women again. Melissa started yelling at him for taking her sister's life because she didn't marry him. So now she would never forgive him. Jordan's skin color began to change. He was confused and asked what she had done to him. She knew he would want to steal the bags, because going against him who had the 7th stage and they only had the 3rd and 4th would not be wise. Melissa explained that it contained black acid, which destroys spiritual energy, so now he will be no different from ordinary people. He realized that he was infatuated and that he suffered from it. The guy watched all this and realized that they had their own story, so he decided not to interfere. But I was very surprised when I saw that the man was hiding silver needles in his hand. With his last strength, Jordan waved his hand towards the girls, releasing them from his grasp. The girls were scared and surprised by this turn of events, although Beatrice managed to catch one needle. But they reacted quickly and stood in a fighting stance, fighting off the silver needles. Jordan was very angry with them because he couldn't hurt them like he had planned. He began to shout and ask who dared to disturb them and interfere in this matter. Beatrice noticed that the black acid powder did not separate it. He said that he immediately guessed about the trap when he saw the girl using it. Then he raised his 2 fingers to his head, which were glowing, and said that such poison was worthless. Because they were born and raised in the forest of demons, they would not have guessed that he had already suffered all the diseases on the outside and completed his healing. Jordan began threatening them with a 5-foot drop to make them bow to him. But he was worried about the guy who was there, but he didn't know which side he was on and why he hadn't shown up yet. Beatrice took the sword and began to beg their savior to help again, and they would thank him and reward him. The man began to mock them, saying that they were hoping for help from a passerby and for luck. And he immediately began to call out to the boy to join him and offered a better reward, promising not to blame him for breaking his trick. He offered all the things in the girls' abundance bags and any Dharma weapons of the lower class. Sebastian began to think about the man who was in the 7th stage, and he was only in the 4th, but wanted to unite with the girls. The boy began to emerge from his hiding place, passing through the portal. Everyone was very surprised. They did not expect that the young man was nearby the whole time. The man didn't like that he couldn't detect him and assumed that the guy might be of a higher level than he looked. So he decided to directly ask what level the guy was, because he looked like an ordinary person but at the same time like an alchemist. Sebastian was happy that the advanced technique was working, but decided not to reveal it yet and said that he was only forming his Neden. Jordan assumed that he had weak spiritual energy, but the disguise was amazing, and it was surprising that he was able to notice his silver needles. The guy explained that all this was with the help of Drachma's tools, which increased his chi technique and his vision. The man noticed another tool and suggested using it to defeat those girls. Jordan began to envy the young man for possessing such things at such an age, because he believed it was too early for him. He wanted to kill the guy and take all his tools after defeating the girls and asked if he would agree to help him. Sebastian took out his sword and shield and stood before him, promising to do everything possible. Beatrice was furious and grabbed her sword, starting to call names to the men. She began to attack them, waving her sword and threatening to deal with them. The guy put up a shield in time, which protected them from the impact, and only a light puff of smoke formed after the collision. His shield had returned to its normal shape, and the man stood content with that. Sebastian thought Jordan was testing him, so he needed to play along with him for a while to build trust. Then the man asked him to stand behind him and cover him from behind using the Dharma shield. Because he wanted to teach them a lesson himself and pulled something out of his hand, and his face was crazy. The girl was a little scared when she saw it, which was followed by a strong blow to the stomach area. Even though it was hard for her, she held on and said she could still fight. The man couldn't stop laughing at them and the skills they used to defeat him. He pointed a tool at them, from which dark energy emanated, and ordered them to behave well. Beatrice began to resist, swinging her sword. She formed a saber barrier. Melissa informed her sister that he wasn't giving it his all, and was only attacking to neutralize them. Then she decided that she would have to act now and was serious. With a wave of her fan, she sent a stream of energy towards her opponent, which greatly frightened him. He looked at the guy and thanked him for blocking the secret attack. Such actions by his rivals angered Jordan very much, because he believed that he had treated them condescendingly. He used the Dharma tool again and pointed it at them, saying that his patience was over. And he also ordered the young man to leave his shield and attack them with honey to distract them. The girls noticed that they were starting to advance, and Beatrice asked them to hide her sister behind her back. The man tried with all his might to strike the barrier that was holding back his attacks. Sebastian noticed how proudly he talked about his instrument, so he thought that this was his trump card up his sleeve. Therefore, he decided to act now, because there might not be another chance, and swung his sword. Jordan barely managed to bounce away from the sudden attack on him. He was angry that the young man was attacking so stealthily, but Sebastian was already beside him. The guy blew fire at him, ordering him to get out of here. Jordan started to burn all over and was furious, threatening his life. The guy added an energy boost to everything, and the man screamed in excruciating pain. Melissa and Beatrice were very surprised by this turn of events and how the young man dealt with that alchemist. Jordan fell to the ground, shaking all over, and in his chest was a strong, burning pain. But he still had the strength to insult his opponent. Sebastian guessed that he wanted to kill him and take all the tools after defeating the women. The guy made a final attack, explaining that because he was so greedy, it would have to be poison that would put an end to this. Sebastian was very surprised when the girls bowed to him and thanked him for killing Jordan. Beatrice said she was ashamed of cleaning him up because she couldn't even imagine that agreeing to work with him was just a fabrication. The guy explained that the only way he could defeat him was to divert attention from himself to them, and apologized for it. The girl said that he was their hero and introduced herself and also wanted to know his name. Sebastian bowed to them and introduced himself by giving his name. The boy and the girl divided among themselves the Dharma weapons and soul stones that were in Jordan's bag of abundance. Since the sisters lived in Masarim and were engaged in collecting and growing certain types of herbs, the boy had no problem obtaining most of the medicinal herbs he needed. They drank tea, and Beatrice explained that although they grew many herbs, they did not have any carefree bamboo as it was very rare. The guy thanked them very much for helping him so much, and the girl decided to ask him something. She wondered what he was going to do with them, as these plants were very valuable. He was a little surprised by the questions and explained that he was going to make a pill for Dan, but I noticed that it wasn't the ones they needed. Sebastian explained that he was going to make a pill to change his appearance, which surprised them greatly, and Beatrice noticed that it was a pill of eternal youth. She was a little jealous of the guy for being able to make such a complicated pill because they can't even make one to increase their potency, which is why they are humiliated by such horrible people. But she understood that such pills are needed by those who are very worried about their appearance and tried to create a stir around it, which made the guy laugh a little. He smiled and said that she was already very beautiful, which embarrassed the girls a little. Beatrice decided to make a deal with him and offered it to the guy. Sebastian ran quickly through the forest. He didn't think it was a good idea to make a deal. They wanted eternal youth pills in exchange for information on the location of the carefree bamboo. Although he promised to make a deal, the place was guarded by a large shell spider. He came to the settlement and told Simon about it, and he was surprised. But the young man explained that he would meet that spider when he went for bamboo. Sebastian explained that he needed the ingredients where he lived, which was not surprising, because the plant grows where there is full of spiritual energy. The master assured that it was still lucky, because it could have been a higher-level demon, monster, or devil, so it was an easy opponent for the sake of bamboo. Simon said he would teach him how to dissolve a spider's web because it was the most important thing to be careful of, and asked him not to forget that it was an advanced demon. Sebastian felt bad about not telling them about the people he met, but he thought about Brian and asked him for advice. They were sitting by the fire, and the fourth master asked what was troubling him. And he was surprised when the student told him that he had met people and that one of them had been killed. Brian cautiously asked if he was the one who killed that person. The guy lowered his head and admitted it, explaining that he was an evil person. He expected a different reaction, but the master praised him and assured him that evil people deserve to die. And he suggested that he could have killed him, so you can never give it back if such a turn of events occurs. The guy decided to add one more detail and told the master about the girls and that he had to make a contract with them. Brian thought he knew them, but alas, he didn't. And the young man wanted to know if he could trust them. And besides, they promised to kill a large spider with him. He began to mock the student, saying that he could already see them clearly because he had warned him to be careful when it came to women. But he asked Sebastian not to protect them at the cost of his own life, because he didn't know what would happen if they betrayed him in a dangerous situation. The master got up and assumed that they were good people, as the student said, but he still couldn't know for sure. And he reminded us that greed can lead people to evil, and that almost all such people are alchemists, and asked us not to lose our vigilance. They arrived in an area where carefree bamboo grows and is guarded by a large shell spider. Sebastian said he would monitor the area and asked to coat the weapon with some kind of mixture. He explained that thanks to this ointment, the cobwebs would not stick to the weapon, and they were surprised by the young man's serious preparation. They agreed to distract the spider while he set a magic trap for the carefree bamboo. Beatrice doubted that he could set a good trap for an advanced-level demon in such a short time. She was surprised by the ointment and the magic trap and didn't know how skilled the guy was. This area was great for hiding somewhere, and he felt that the spider was somewhere nearby, so he informed his allies. Among the bamboo trees, a golden one caught his attention, and the boy realized that this was what he was looking for. The guy understood that the spider was guarding the surrounding area and must be somewhere not far away, but he didn't see it, although he had definitely been seen last time. He was wary, remembering the words of the master, who said that if things were going very well, it could be a trap. Sebastian watched everything intently, but he couldn't see him either left or right. And raising his head up, he was scared when he saw a spider falling on him. He released his web at them, but the girls began to fight it off. Beatrice looked at him and shouted that they would distract him but that he should hurry up. Sebastian ran towards the carefree spider and asked them to take care of themselves. They were ready to fight the demon, their swords ready for battle. A large spider attacked them, releasing its sticky web, but Beatrice fought it off, even though it was difficult for her. Melissa waved her fan and released butterflies that flew at the spider and surrounded it. She was glad that everything was going the way it was, and suddenly there was an explosion in the spider's place. Melissa didn't know if the demon blocked the attack or not, so Beatrice said they would see how he behaved next. It was difficult for the spider to get out of the depression that formed after the attack. He was very angry with the enemy. The girls seemed to sense that the spider would continue to behave like this, so we were already preparing for another attack. Melissa waved her hand and the energy that formed some kind of creature hovered over the spider. He was a little confused by this, and then the thing broke. They didn't realize how strong he was because they hit him right in the forehead with a rainbow in the phoenix flash. When all the smoke cleared, it was visible as the spider prepared to attack and released a magical pillar of energy from its body. The girls were surprised at how strong and abundant the frosty chi was. They were even more shocked when they saw a boy jump out from behind them in the direction of the large spider. Sebastian said that he had already set the magic trap and praised them for their work, but now he wanted to deal with it to the end. He used the fast movement technique and ended up on the spider. He was a little scared when the flying stream of energy didn't touch him. He was surprised at how strong the advanced level spider was, because his sword of hesitation didn't even leave a scratch on it. This irritated him a bit, so he decided to try something different on the demon. The spider approached the carefree bamboo while some swords flew above it. Sebastian knew he would do anything to protect the bamboo, and the girls suggested using it as bait to lure it into a trap. They all gathered in front of the large spider, waiting for the command to begin the attack. They lured him into a circle of flags, and the guy said that he only had a little bit to wait. When the time came, the alchemist began to activate the flycatcher to fully capture it. The girl was shocked because she doubted that he would set such a strong trap, and the young man ordered to attack while he held it. And they immediately activated their forces and directed them towards the enemy. The spider didn't even feel anything, and they knew that its skin was very strong, because no attack was effective. Sebastian was in a fighting mood and thought he would have to deliver the finishing blow. He ran towards it and covered himself with a shield from the attacks of the spider and its web. It was difficult for him to move forward under the pressure of such powerful energy as that demon. He struck his shield of blessing directly into the face of his enemy, preparing his sword for the attack. The sisters watched their fight and at one point became very scared for the boy. It was as if he was already in the mouth of the beast and said that the time had come. The young man quickly got out and was angry. He tried to kill him. After swinging his sword, the demon fell to the ground, and his allies began to run towards him. He didn't feel anything on adrenaline and said he was fine, but in a moment the guy was already falling to the ground, which really alarmed the girls, who ran up to him and asked him to hold on. Beatrice felt his pulse. It was barely audible and his breathing was slow. The guy didn't want to deceive them, but he had to make sure they could be trusted. And besides, it was the fourth master's idea. Because if they want to kill him, he will unscrew their heads more carefully than a jade staff. And if they all want to take him and leave him, he will do it with them, or if they try to help, he will never treat them with suspicion. Melissa suggested studying the poison so they could find an antidote and help him. Beatrice suggested they gather more bamboo, because if he woke up, he might accuse them of stealing. She ordered her sister to go home with Sebastian, and she would take care of everything else and come get her. The girl was alarmed and asked the young man to hold on, and they would do everything in their power. The guy felt a little uneasy. He thought he had suspected them for nothing. When Beatrice returned, she said that first they needed to get some medicinal herbs that would neutralize the poison well. The girl looked closer and asked her sister what she was doing, and she started shouting something about paralysis and blood circulation. And in an instant she ran somewhere and said she was going to extract the poison from the cloves. They left together and argued that she couldn't do that, even though she really liked the guy. It was a bit difficult for him because his sisters trust him and try to help him, and he even felt ashamed for suspecting them. And he decided that getting up now was the best thing he could do. On the table he placed some books that had attracted his attention. It was a book on pill making, Dan, but he noticed that there were no useful makings. The book was in very poor condition, and the pages were burned. He thought that they were using it to practice making Dan extract. He heard some sounds from outside and quickly rushed back, taking cover as before. Melissa came to the boy, looked at him, and said that he could open his eyes. She apologized and said they knew he had woken up. He was very surprised and asked how they found out about it. She said she had given him a blanket that lay differently than when she had covered him, because if he had been paralyzed, this wouldn't have happened. The guy was nervous and said he was paralyzed, but quickly recovered. She didn't understand how this was possible, but he told her that he had eaten poisonous herbs. When was child and yes, hung immunity to such things. The girl was a little shy and took out the promised bamboo and said that her sister had brought a large spider. He was happy about this and thanked them, and now he hoped that he could give each of them the pill they wanted. Beatrice started looking for her sister because she didn't know where she had gone, but she assumed she was visiting the boy. The girl was very happy when she saw that he had woken up, and he thanked her for her concern in return. The girls looked at each other when the guy said that they were just talking about what to do with the spider's body. He was very surprised when Beatrice offered to take the body away from him, explaining that they wouldn't have been able to cope without him. She wanted to ask him something else, but she was worried it would be too abrupt. Sebastian looked at her and listened carefully, wondering what she wanted to ask. The girl asked him to make Dan pills from the medicinal herbs they had collected up to that point. The sister explained that they had only each other, but they weren't sure if they could trust him. So first, she decided to ask a couple of questions because they didn't know much about him. The first question surprised the guy a little because they asked how old he was and he replied that he would soon be 24. The sisters were shocked that he was at the same age as them, in the fourth stage of heavenly birth. He was in a good mood and asked what surprised them so much about it. They felt a little sad because it had taken them hundreds of years to reach this stage. Beatrice realized that he was born in this forest, and she became curious about who raised and trained him. Melissa turned to her sister and said that asking so many questions was too rude, and besides, it had nothing to do with the creation of the Dan pill. The guy explained that he could not reveal the identities of his masters, but said that one master was retired and died. The girl asked for understanding from the young man because of their life situation, and therefore asked him for a favor. Beatrice exhaled and also apologized, because their fate depended on it, and explained that for a moment she had forgotten that every alchemist in the forest had their own problems. She approached the table and pointed to the books that had a story about the medicinal herbs they were asking to make an extract from. She said that they were from the country of Yanam, thanks to which they were united. In and How, which were engaged in cultivation medical herbs. But one day, a group of dark demon mountain clans attacked and destroyed everything. Some managed to survive the burning city, but the Master Dan escaped and rolled into the demon forest. And she explained that all that was left was them and the burned books. The guy understood why she asked such questions because the legacy of the masters is Dan. They not only expected his help, but were willing to give another 30% of the pills they had created and wanted to know if he would help them. Sebastian agreed, but first wanted to see what they already had. Although he was prepared to see everything, because he knew that they had been collecting cultivated medicinal herbs for a long time, he did not expect to see anything like this. Brian was surprised that no one had stabbed his student in the back. The guy laughed and said he checked them out, and instead of stealing his gun, they were trying to save him. And when the master wondered if he had killed the spider, the student added that he had obtained carefree bamboo, and now they could begin creating the extract of eternal youth. The young man whispered in their ear how many medicinal herbs they had, and that they allowed them to be used, but they needed to create a couple of Dan pills. Brian said that now he could treat them however he wanted, because being too suspicious could also turn into poison. Simon and Patrick approached them and thought that he would go to make an extract now, so the masters would not see him for months. He sat by the piglet and fed it, asking for help because during creation the fire cannot go out even for a second. The third master assured me that it was okay to waste time on something valuable, so I didn't rush anywhere. Brian was serious and warned that he had to get out before he and the other masters died. The guy said he would do everything quickly and get back to them. There was a strong explosion in the forest near one of the houses, and some people were still standing there. The bald man suggested planting another bomb, because it turned out that the steel door was very strong. They wanted to open that door, so they used everything they had. The man explained that they couldn't spend their whole lives together. They wanted to avenge the girls for Jordan's death and force them to serve them, which is why they kept these bombs for such an important moment. The robber quickly planted bombs under the door and ran to his comrade. The bald man was happy about this and asked him to leave, holding a torch in his hand. He threw it there, and there was another massive explosion, and the men just watched. The guy went out into the woods when he finished creating the extracts of eternal youth, and he was wondering if everything was okay with them because they weren't getting in touch. Already year. He was sad that the masters were refusing the pill, saying they didn't need it. Sebastian walked and hoped that their lifespan was not being shortened and that it was all a lie. He heard some strange sounds, but he didn't know what they were, and some birds jumped out of their seats and flew away. He looked out and saw smoke coming from somewhere in the forest, which scared him a little. The guy quickly headed there because he realized that the explosion was near where the girls lived. He suspected something had happened, because it couldn't be a coincidence. Sebastian was very shocked when he saw a powerful fire that covered everything. The men were amazed at how good the steel door was, but they thought it would look better if it was broken, and they assumed that the bomb would have made a hole the size of a man in it. They wanted to lay another one while the guy was watching them, but didn't know why he was breaking into the girls' apartment. The door slid open and two stern girls appeared behind them, furious with the robbers. Beatrice started yelling at them to stop, because she had already said everything about Jordan and that he deserved to die. But only the man did not listen to her, because they did not know whether he deserved it or not, but only knew that they had basely killed him. The guy realized that they had come for Giordano without a reason, and the girls hadn't even told them about him while the man was shouting that they had to serve them. He didn't know what to do, because those guys looked like they had already been born in heaven. The master told him not to help others by risking his life. For you, I couldn't just leave everything like that because I promised to give the girls eternal youth pills, so I had to figure out how to join them. They were very hostile and ordered them not to talk nonsense. Because they did not want to go with them, they decided to forcefully convince them of this. He jumped into the sky on a huge sword, threatening the girls. They tried to repel enemy attacks and protect themselves from that fire. The girls were shocked, because now they were surrounded by those robbers. He laughed at them, saying that they had no means of transportation and would not be able to escape. Another believed that they were only capable of a dirty trick, so they politely suggested that they surrender. The man didn't see the boy because he said that with the help of the tool, they would quickly become obedient and beg for them to stop. Sebastian threw a pair of energy layers towards the enemy with a wave of his hand. He tried to hide and suspected it was Priest Jordan's jade staff. The man was angry, swung his whip and asked who he was. The whip grabbed the boy's hand and he tried to cut it, but he couldn't do it. The robber laughed at the boy, explaining that a sword like that couldn't cut a fast whip, but he would teach him how to do it now. The guy flew over him and was right next to him. The man tried to harm him with his iron claws. Something really surprised him. He noticed that he had a different style. Sebastian thanked him for closing the distance between them, and the man asked if his ribs were intact. He took a full lungful of air and blew fire at the man, who was stunned by it. He was running back and forth and screaming in pain, and the young man gave him an energy pulse and flashed past him with his sword with a finishing blow. With a sharp jerk, His body split into two parts, one of which was on fire. The bald man was shocked by this turn of events and began to shout at his friend. The girls were happy to see Sebastian, and he was happy because he wasn't late for them, and they prepared to attack the bald man. His sword was made from the shell of a large spider and was quite useful, and it also had a bomb similar to theirs. He believed that they had a chance to win since the robber was left alone. The man was very angry because his friend was killed and he understood how those girls could kill Jordan. He shouted loudly that he would appease the souls of the priests for whose deaths he was responsible. A large fire emerged from the girl's apartment and threw everyone back with its force. But he explained that if it weren't for the guy, he would have dealt with them a long time ago and suggested they cut his throat. Then he would treat them better. But no one listened to him, and everyone began to use their tools to attack. He felt nothing from these attacks, blocking them with one hand. The priest was in a furious state because they were using traps against his comrades. The guy realized that their attacks couldn't harm that barrier, and only that he and Iz saved. And so he decided to use the bomb he brought, hoping it would be useful. But he threw it at the enemy, who was shocked by the firebomb. Because he understood that if he blocked it with a barrier of fire, then she at once will explode. He dodged and started laughing, because it made no difference to him how much bluer a firebomb was than Dharma tools when thrown by crooked hands. The man didn't understand when the boy waved his hand in his direction. Turning back, I saw it flying straight at him, with very little time left before the explosion. Sebastian said he has an addiction to the fire barrier. What and there are its weakness. The bomb hit the man directly in the face, and there was a powerful explosion. The boy understood that it would be difficult for him to defeat the white spider without a sword and a web. Then he cheerfully turned to the girls and asked if they were all okay. The girls were still under the impression that she said this was the second time he had saved them. Melissa rushed to the boy, hugging him and thanking him for saving them, and her sister asked how they could repay him for it. The girl was worried because they hadn't heard from him for a whole year and thought he was already dead. The guy explained that he had come here on time and that he had kept his promise to both of them. The girls were surprised. They didn't understand what was going on. They began to praise him and say that he had really achieved success with the Dan extract. The guy handed them 2 boxes and explained how he had not promised to give them 1 pill each. The sisters could never have imagined that they would hold the pills of eternal youth in their hands. Since they helped him, he wants to try making an incomplete Dan seal that would help develop their spiritual energy. He was thinking of taking Dan out of the medicinal herbs they were collecting, as they had previously mentioned it, and asked if he could use it. They began to trust him a lot because he had saved them twice already. But he warned that if he were to take on this task of extracting Dan from so many ingredients, it could take about 5 years. 5 has passed. Years and boy was unsettled and someone him strongly was proud. Simon lay there and was proud that in just 5 years he reached such heights and regretted what in him was not yes many time on its training. He didn't know what he had been living for all this time, because he had cast spells on 1,000 demons and tried to tame the devil, but he had lost his energy and grown old. The guy was very worried, and the master asked him not to repeat his mistakes. Simon was glad to see his student in his last moments, even though it was very difficult for the boy. He believed that the boy would be able to enjoy immortality and smiled, closing his eyes. He also asked me to take care of the shadow orchid and reminded me to bring a torch for the night. Sebastian sat next to the master, holding his hands and obediently agreeing to everything. Brian and the young man came to the graves of the masters with flowers. Although very little time had passed, even Patrick passed away, and the 4th master knew him from life as not so cheerful. But it was a shame that he didn't even smile at the end, but simply died quietly. He raised his head and said that he also had a little time left to live, which angered the boy, and he asked him not to joke like that. Brian wanted to tell his story, since he already knew the stories of other masters, and began by saying that among alchemists, he was known as a thief. He explained that he was born without natural talent unlike others. And when he learned about the existence of alchemists, he decided to steal all kinds of elixirs to gain immortality. Thanks to this, at the age of 40, he acquired a natural talent and became an alchemist. He understood that if he hadn't done that, he would have been an ordinary person, and somehow he would have been nicknamed the Goblin Bandit. The boy was very grateful to him for taking him in and raising him, and that the piano pill had nothing to do with it. But the master interrupted and reminded him of what he had taught him. He asked if he would have been taught so attentively and thoroughly if his or other master's naden had not been broken. He was not pleased to hear that alchemists were people who would do anything to become the owner of their destiny, and reminded him that he had been warned about this. None of the masters would teach him this. Maybe Patrick or Simon did it, but not him, and it was very sad to hear. Brian decided to distract the guy and explained that he had changed and no longer thought like that. He was happy that a boy appeared in them because in the end everyone became normal and was able to return their recognition. Brian thanked Sebastian for this and was pleased to hear it. He looked at Christian with a dissatisfied expression on his face and became somewhat curious. The guy turned to him and asked what exactly he wanted to ask. He was curious about who Christian really was, because so much time had passed and he still hadn't told anyone. And he didn't want to because they were all going to die soon anyway. Brian couldn't have closed his eyes without learning about it and tried to get him to talk because he had helped him many times. The guy looked at him and said that this was his dying wish and introduced himself as Paul Moore. "This is my name." Some strongly alarmingly fourth master that started to shout. The mentor asked if he was really the monarch of the evil sword, the warlike gatekeeper. Paul lowered his head and admitted that it was him, and Brian didn't even think that such a person would be locked up in the demon forest. He thought that only Evan was so majestic among them, but it turned out that he was not the only one in this humble settlement. Therefore, I asked to tell the monarch about the secret of achieving the vital force of yin and yang, relying on my 300 years of age. He said there was nothing to know and the master agreed with him because he would have nothing to do with this information. But at the same time, he asked him to reveal the secret to their student Sebastian. And he laughed that even if he took the position of first master, Evan wouldn't mind. But the man turned around and left, saying that there was no need for that. In response, Brian said that the consequence of him being here must be a terrible conspiracy. But he carefully asked Paul if he wanted revenge for this, and the man stopped. And he assured that the boy would be able to leave this place and would thank those who would avenge him thanks to his teachings. But Christian decided to pretend he hadn't heard anything and continued along the path. 2 more years passed, and Brian and his apprentice sat near the adult boar and told him how he had to escape, and so he told those who had captured him where the stolen treasures were. But he said that he had hidden from them the location of the most strange and unknown treasure, and he would tell him where he had hidden the key to 1,000 choices. And he asked him to find out the purpose of this treasure because it would definitely help him, because it could be his last help. He said that the boys would have to enter the heavenly realm even if they did not pass on knowledge to him, but he should become better and enjoy immortality. Brian looked at the boy and said that he would definitely protect him in the next life. Sebastian knelt in front of Christian and said that it had been a week since Brian died and asked what he had decided. He asked if the boy had come here to ask him to teach him, and he confirmed those words. The master remembered that 21 years ago he had told something and asked if he remembered it. The young man remembered how they had sat by the fire and remembered that evening very well. Paul started by saying that what he taught him then was just the tip of the iceberg and that his brain would develop, and he would be able to keep a clear mind in any situation. He explained that he did this only of his own free will, so there was no question of debt. He looked at him and said that if he wanted to serve him as a master and take possession of his knowledge, then that was a different conversation. Sebastian was serious and asked what he could do for him. He loomed over the boy and said he had only 2 conditions. The first was, as Brian said then, that the guy should avenge him. He said that unknown people attacked him, broke his naden, and threw him here, cutting off both his hands. So he asked the young man to find out who did it and take revenge on them for what they had done. Sebastian bowed to him and said that he would definitely from here will choose and will take revenge by him. The second was that he would impart to him the art of the sword of destruction, string technique, songs of the black folk, and others for all to master, and asked him to kill him later with the art of the sword of destruction. This information surprised the guy very much and he decided to ask again. Christian repeated once again that he must be killed because it was his last wish. 7 years of stubborn study passed, and the master asked the student if he was ready now. The guy stood behind him. He folded his hands and agreed with the master. He smiled slightly and said that now he was giving it to him. The young man heard his mentor and slowly reached for his sword behind his back. He asked all the masters to supervise their students every step until the end. The guy started running with a sword in his hand, and there were words in his head that in the world of alchemists, good-natured people like him would always be used. Later, he would need to create a standard for acceptance and loss of human relationships, and he jumped up using the sting of a bee. Christian finally understood what Brian was constantly muttering about, but believed that a kind soul would make him stronger. It was difficult for him, as a man of destruction, to choose successors, and he hopes that one day he will understand what the master felt. The guy was very concentrated, all his energy was bubbling. He jumped up, leaving a lot of smoke on the ground from his jump. Christian looked up, a warm smile on his face, and he thanked Sebastian. And he also thanked the other 4 masters who have already left this world. He was grateful that Having lost all hope for the future, he had found the meaning of life again. He was tired of waiting for the guy and started yelling at him to hurry up and do it. Swinging his sword, he struck an energy blow at the flying swallow. He was fascinated by what he saw because he wanted to see it again. He had been waiting for it for a long time. The boy stood in the cemetery where all 5 of his parents were buried. Masters. He lowered his head and said that he would now leave Gwynmention and go to the outside world and live by the principles they had taught him. It is better to communicate with good people than with a Buddhist god, and to point the blade at the evil ones as if they were demons. He decided to become a nightmare for his master's enemies because he promised to avenge them. He flew in the sky with us or with his false boar over the forest of demons. He landed near the girl's apartment and asked if they were still there. Melissa appeared at the door and said that 9 years, 7 months, and 12 days it very long not see his. He smiled at her and said that he had a lot to do at that time. She noticed that he was going somewhere again, even though it had been a long time since their last meeting. She wondered where he was going, because there weren't many options in the demon forest. The boy told the girl that he was going to leave this forest forever. She was very surprised and said that everyone who lives here has thought about it, and she said that they would also leave this place if they could. He himself didn't know the whole story, but there was a clue to the solution and he had to try it because there was no other way out but to use it. Melissa became sad. She hoped that he was not wasting his time flying in the clouds. He explained that everything can seem like an impossible dream until it's achieved, and he said that the results would speak for themselves. The girl had already turned around and was very sorry about it. She turned and smiled and said that she sincerely hoped that he would achieve all his goals. He bowed to her and thanked her for everything, but the girl interrupted him. She touched his hand and said that no matter where the road took him, he should know that he could always come back here. That Beatrice and she would always be happy to see him anytime. The guy felt a little embarrassed. He hid his eyes and understood her. The next night, he spent the night in the mountains and built a fire so as not to freeze at night. The girls knew 4 places where the ancient dragon might live and had to tell him their locations. The guy was depressed because it was 4th place, but there was nothing here. He had a strong inspiration when he left, but he still couldn't find evidence, which was the most important thing. The jade boar climbed up and approached the mountain, making a hole in it, and Sebastian wondered what happened. He understood that his animals were also tired of this search, and he hoped to break down this wall. As he got closer, he noticed a crack that surprised him. He felt a strong air current and suspected that something was there. So he swung his sword a few times and the wall crumbled. The boy saw that another cave was hidden behind it when the dust settled. He suggested that if it had simply collapsed, everything inside would have been buried. Through the smoke, he saw that there was something inside because he could see a silhouette in the distance. It looked like it was a person and she was screaming for help, which immediately caught the guy's attention. It was a girl who was chained and asked the boy to help her. She looked very weak and begged him to save her. The guy came closer and started asking her who she was and how she got here. The girl explained that she refused to be a concubine and was thrown here in this place. Sebastian was angry that she was being bullied by strangers and said that he would free her, even though the girl already looked sinister. Once she became a very nice girl and thanked him, saying that she would do anything he asked. He was surprised that they used chains with such strong spiritual energy to bind a woman. So he immediately looked at her with suspicion and asked if she knew why they did it. But she said she didn't know anything about it and just wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. Then he asked if she knew where she was, but the girl had no idea and said that she had been forced here. He knew that the demon forest was a dangerous place filled with strange, fantastic demons and heard that you could transform people and bewitch them. She pretended not to understand him and complained that it was very difficult for her to get him to hurry up and save her. Ask if she knows about that new orchid because this plant gives off a smell that devils can't stand. And he showed me a bottle with a concentrated essence of the scent of this plant. This scared her a little, but he said that he had never seen your eyes work, and he wouldn't say anything about it. And I wondered if it was true that they had discovered the smell of this plant on the other side. The girl's eyes changed color, turned red, and she began to get very irritated, showing her teeth. She turned into a terrible monster and ordered him to take it away from her, calling him crazy. Sebastian held the bottle of this scent closer to the girl and she started screaming and begging him to take it away from her. She asked him not to go anywhere and said that if he summoned her, then definitely don't touch her and do whatever he wants. He had his sword in his hands and seriously wondered if she would do everything right. She promised to do everything in her power because she has been imprisoned in this for 200 years, and in these chains she cannot even move normally. He tried to convince the boy that he wouldn't hurt him or do any harm. He moved closer and decided to see if they could come to an agreement, so she asked what he wanted. He asked if she knew where the ancient dragon lived, If she didn't deceive him, he would come and save her. She understood that he was looking for a dragon, but his abilities were definitely not enough to defeat him, and she wondered what his true goal was. Sebastian knew he couldn't stand up to him, but he needed to know where he was. The devil said that because she had lived here so long, she knew where he was. But she understood that the guy could have cheated on her and not come back for her later. He was bored. And besides, no one promised that after liberation she wouldn't kill him. She started bargaining with him and wouldn't say anything until he released her. And I was very surprised when the guy got up and was about to leave because he didn't want to put himself in danger. But I wished him luck. And let's wait another 100 years for naive people to come here. But he added that entering the cave would return him to the original state in which he found it. The girl started yelling at him to stop and didn't understand how he could fall so low. He only offered to provide information, and when he could verify it, only then would he come and break those chains. Because the girl was not in a position to cry over injustice. The boy's self-confidence really angered her, and what's more, she was carefree. Although she didn't know what the boy was thinking, she asked him not to enter the cave so that he wouldn't die, because then he wouldn't free her. Even though the dragon was a low-level demon like her, at that time, the devil could easily deal with such alchemists, and I decided to ask the guy what his name was, regardless of the circumstances. He introduced himself by the master's name and asked what class she belonged to. She was a kitsune, and never forgets her ill-wishers and will do anything to get revenge if he deceives her. And she said that he had two options. Either she would reward him for his freedom, or she would turn his life into hell for his deception. The guy was serious and heard her make a gesture with her hands to accept this agreement. She liked it and decided to tell the guy where he could find it. When he left the cave, he breathed a sigh of relief that he had met the devil. But luckily, she was in prison. He flew over the city and realized that next time he would have to be more careful. A ceremony was held to express gratitude to the dragon god. They were very grateful that he protected them and cared for ordinary people. There were 3 girls standing there. They were sad because they had been brought to be given to serve the dragon. And they asked him to continue to worry about the people from the village by the river in the future. Then the man turned to the girls and said that they had no right to leave the altar until the dragon god descended. He ordered Violetta to keep an eye on the girls and replied that he could count on her. And he added that they must not allow the dragon's spirit to be wounded, because then the settlement would experience its wrath, so he ordered them to serve it well. Sebastian watched them and realized that there were too many of them, and they were also sacrificing human lives. He assumed it was the ancient dragon they worshipped, because it looked like that place. The guy believed that the dragon had settled in that cave because people were sacrificing themselves nearby. He spread his teleportation flags behind him. He needed to find out more information, so he jumped off the cliff there. On the altar lay 3 girls covered with a red ceremonial sheet. The guy picked Violetta up from the floor, which greatly surprised the girl. The girl thought he was a dragon god, but he was different from what she had heard. He turned back to the rock and entered the barrier, which there would hid. She was surprised by how carefully he landed her on the ground and how he treated her. The girl stared into Sebastian's face and was fascinated because she still didn't know if he was really God. Then the boy explained that he was not the dragon god she was talking about. She was frightened after these words and asked what it all meant. He knelt down and explained that he was just an alchemist who wanted to ask something, so he took it from there without permission. Violetta became stricter because the boy behaved rudely towards her. The guy wanted to confirm some things by looking at the altar and then return it there intact. When I saw the jade boar, I realized that he was not a simple alchemist, but that he wanted to ask a few questions. Seeing the flags, she assumed that he was strong enough because he brought her here, so she couldn't be rude to him. Then she agreed to answer and asked what he was interested in. The first thing he was most interested in was whether the dragon god they were talking about was an ancient dragon. But the girl was a little confused because she didn't understand what it was. This is a devil whose body is covered with scales like a snake and like a dragon with 2 horns. He lowered his head and explained that he had a red chest, a blue back, and white patterns on his neck, so he was easy to recognize. She was upset because she had never seen a dragon god in human form before. The guy realized that this was not the first time someone had been offered to him, and no one had seen him before. And she said that their leader had met him. She said that the dragons supposedly protected their settlement and didn't allow demons to harm people, so they do everything to make him happy. But he didn't think it was right to sacrifice his people, and the girl argued that it was right because they could save many lives. Sebastian watched as the girl returned, and every 5 years leader brought him sacrifice. Then it turned out what dragon was yet active. He remembered how the master said he had been killed in a similar place, so he hoped he had guessed right. And to see everything with his own eyes, he needed to stock up on energy. He was delighted when the woman told him that if he didn't get stronger, he would be smeared. The boy meditated and had already reached the 11th stage of heavenly birth and began to feel the gates of spiritual energy. During this process, Sebastian felt that it was raining there now, and it was a great and strong feeling. It was difficult for him. His master said that to break through the gate he would need not only spiritual energy but also character. He wondered what that meant, but his thoughts were interrupted by someone approaching. A tall man in black and gold clothes emerged from the cave. The girls who were lying on the altar got up and were alarmed by this. They knelt before him and bowed in greeting. The man really liked everything and was thinking about his next steps. He felt the boy's presence and didn't know if he would come out to him too. Sebastian was very shocked that from such a distance he was able to notice his technique. So he took his jade boar and pulled it back, explaining that it was dangerous. The boy started flying away from there because he didn't think he would be so strong, even too strong for a young alchemist. He saw the dragon start to catch up with him, ahead of him by some distance. The man said he ordered him to get out, not run away, and hovered in the air in front of him. This frightened the alchemist, and jars began to fly out of his bag of goodies. Using his magic, the dragon god began to smash them, but something surprised him. He smelled a pungent smell that he didn't like, so he tried to cover his nose. This made him very angry, and he ordered an attack. And behind him the shadow of a dragon was visible. The man turned into a large and evil dragon and flew around the boy. Sebastian was initially scared and tried to hide from the attacks, but his friend the jade boar came to his aid. But the dragon's blow severely injured his beast, which angered him even more. The dragon climbed to the top, and a boy stood below, ordering him to come down. He flew off his sword and began to fall downward, with the devil flying next to him. The man landed and was glad that the unpleasant smell had dissipated. He prevented it from crashing and held it in the air with his magic, and he started pulling out a couple more bottles from his bag. He became curious about what they were, and he started to abruptly break them, not understanding why it was even necessary. As he approached Sebastian, the dragon thought that the boy was very interesting. They returned to the courtyard where the dragon god ruled, and at the entrance stood female guards. Robert told the man about the amazing witchcraft, and he thought about it, because he couldn't even imagine that you could fill a bottle with a shadow orchid. He understood why the dragon brought the man here and bound him. Her, because in him were on it reasons. Sebastian was angry and didn't understand where he was, and wondered why he had lost consciousness. Robert noticed that the young man was awake, and said that he was too smart for a human to make such things. He was guarded by two girls, and he replied that it was just a small skill. He asked him not to be so nervous because he found it fun, and assured him that he wouldn't be killed. Then Sebastian looked at him and offered to show him the method of extracting scents if he was interested. Robert noticed that he was smart and thought he had many other useful skills, so he asked if he was as good with poisonous herbs. The guy decided to admit that he could make Dan's pill from a concoction of herbs and poison from poisonous plants. The dragon started laughing and said that he would give him a job and then test his skills. But he immediately warned him, so that he knew that if he deceived him and just decided to brag, he would tear him to pieces. Sebastian understood everything and tried to bow to him as a sign of this. The old man wondered why the great dragon trusted a creature to poison a human. It was supposed to be the poison of a lesser devil, but since he has more important work to do like creating the Dan pill, he has to entrust it to someone else. But he explained that Dan's pill was made with the help of his uncle, Needon. The old man was very scared because he thought he had killed him, but Robert objected because his skills would not match his chi, and he was killed 50 times. Years because the guy was very surprised that the ancient dragon was dead, and he couldn't find his killer, so Robert took over his residence. He pieced together the puzzle of what the first master had told him, and that the mystical alchemist had killed the dragon 50 years because, at that time, they were burning something very badly, and the dragon hit the table asking if there was any point in this, although he was assured that it was. He realized that he and the centipede Oliver had decided to claim his uncle's throne, and it would be a fight to the death. This was very surprising because the day was also full of shocking stories. Robert explained that he had come to ask him for help and was curious about how the elder could help. He needed herbs to create a pill that had been growing for about 300 years, so he wanted to ask him for the bitto he possessed. He explained that if he used it to fill the eyelid, the life force would disappear and it would die, and he had barely gotten it and was very protective of it. Robert was extremely serious because without this pill he would not win, and he said that if he won, he would give it to Oliver's nephew. This greatly motivated the elder because it was the greatest treasure of all, and he gladly decided to help him. Sebastian realized that this would be his chance when the dragon fought, and until then he had to survive no matter what. The dragon god was very happy that he had everything he needed. He threw a bag of abundance at the boy and ordered him to swallow it. And he said that it was a forbidden pill, and if he didn't give the antidote within 6 months, he would die, and the guard stuffed it into his mouth. In a week, his hair will start to fall out, he won't be able to move at all, and then his organs will completely fail. Robert laughed at him and told him not to even think about running away. Next, he gave him a document on the creation of the poison of the lesser devil and ordered him to study it well and do everything possible. Then he ordered him to be taken to the doctor's room and carefully observed, and the boy was already feeling unwell from this poison. The girl turned to him to get up and quickly carry out the order, and the alchemist thought it was the 5th poison judging on described symptoms. His mood changed because he decided to make an antidote for himself while creating the poison for the dragon, and then he would catch him by surprise. They walked through the castle corridors and Sebastian decided to ask if she was from the settlement by the river. And he glanced at her briefly and asked how long she had been here. But the girl didn't see the point in discussing anything because she believed that he would die anyway. He was a little saddened by the realization that if he did everything, he would not be released. She looked at him sternly and said that he would find the answer himself if he wasn't stupid. He understood everything and they walked further and came to a room that surprised him. The medicine room was huge and had many medicinal herbs, plants, and other things. He was glad that this should be enough to create both the lesser devil's poison and an antidote for him. The girl explained that she would watch his every step and conveyed the master's words so that he wouldn't do anything stupid. The guy looked at her and said that he would take her words into account. The document said that it would take 2 months to create the poison, but it had been a month and a half, so he knew he would soon be visited. The girl looked at the alchemist and said that her master was looking for him. They arrived at his place and Sebastian was on his knees, while the dragon asked if everything was going well. The guy said that he finished making the lesser devil's poison last night. The dragon was somehow bored. He was not surprised by the news he heard from his subordinate, because even if the instructions were followed carefully, it would have taken 2 months. But the young man explained that he had a talent for it. A black pot was taken out of the bag and placed in front of the dragon, and it was said that he was able to follow that method well. Robert became curious and had to check if this was his talent, and if he was not being deceived. The boy was very scared when he started to take it in his hands. He smiled sinisterly, throwing away the piece, and spoke of the properly prepared poison of a lesser devil. He threw one of the spheres towards the boy and it passed him, hitting one of the guards in the face. The girl began to scream loudly in pain and clutch her face. The dragon saw that the body was paralyzed, but she was still breathing, and said that it seemed like his prey was fine. He rose from his throne and was not satisfied that the poison was not deadly, because it was troublesome to make. After stepping on her head, he was satisfied and said that he was satisfied with the result. He looked at the boy with a smile and asked what he wanted as a reward. The boy didn't know if he could really ask for a reward, but the dragon said that all interest would disappear. Robert ordered not to test his patience and to say what he wanted. He clenched his fists and explained that he would like to have his bag of abundance back, because it contained all the tools for creating pills. He was surprised that he could do it faster with the bag, so he ordered the guard to give it to him. The dragon was glad that Dan's pill would soon be out of his uncle's hands and that next year he would need to accumulate energy, while the young man would have to make poison. Then he saw a new girl standing nearby and asked her name, and he told her to work on making poison with the guy and to immediately learn it from him and prove her worth. Sebastian was glad that he had been so unexpectedly given another year of freedom. He understood that he would not have such a chance again and had to find a way out somehow. Taking out all the items that were in the bag of abundance, I saw that they had not been touched and that they were not valuable to the water monster. The guy was angry with himself because he was too weak and couldn't do anything. While he was pondering all this, Violetta turned to him. She unexpectedly asked if he was going to run away from here, which surprised him. She explained that she was looking after the girl who was ordered to do this for him, and she told him how he hid the ingredients and made something else. The guy explained that he was just trying to resist the fate that was being imposed on him. Because once Virgo learns to make poison without his help, he will become useless, because she herself has seen what they do to those who lose their value. And besides, he only had a woman under his command, so he left the young man only to take care of her training. Sebastian explained that he had made a pill for Dan that would help him break through the gate and reach the later stage of spiritual birth. And he also made a wonderful neutralizer for the poison he used to poison him. The girl was shocked by what the guy managed to do against the poison. At the entrance to the courtyard stood guards and young ladies, bowing to the most influential of them. One complimented him that he had an amazing talent. He felt a little uncomfortable appearing in front of her in this way. He explained that because she wanted to meet him secretly, he had to accept this arrangement. She said that she knew about his antidote, and the young man explained that he couldn't just wait for death because they definitely wouldn't give it to him. Sebastian wanted to know the reason why she didn't say anything, even though she knew he was stealing the ingredients. The girl said that at the end of the cave stands a powerful defense, the dragon whirlwind, which has been passed down through generations. She didn't see the point in telling him the reason, so she asked him to just concentrate and see if he could leave this place. The guy agreed not to ask any more questions and asked if she knew a way to get around him. The guard explained that only 8 know about this. They are alchemists of the law of spiritual energy, but the dragon raised them himself, and there was a very small percentage that they would betray him and help him. But because he had found an antidote, he might be able to find a way out. Selena arranges a meeting for them, and Sebastian thanks her for her help and says he will definitely repay her. She didn't ask for anything in return, but if he succeeded, he would help her escape the fate of the girl who died. Sebastian entered the room where the girls were already waiting for him. Celine told the older woman about the boy and introduced him, explaining that it was him she was talking about. Then the girl introduced the guy to Sylvia, who was interested in her words and said that she had heard about neutralizing poison. Sebastian bowed and called it a fifth. Poison in him, lucky. What he knew way creation against poisons. She looked angry and asked how she could believe his words. Because I had to have guarantees before paying for the antidote. Because if something went wrong, everyone's lives would be in danger. He explained that his later poisons were profound because he was able to improve the lesser devil's poison formula. She was not in a good mood and said that the gentleman was very pleased that the time to create the poison had decreased significantly, but this did not confirm that the antidote was perfect. Sebastian smiled and asked permission to ask a question in return. He leaned over to her and asked if all his subordinates believed that the dragon would win in that fight. Because if he loses, they will all die without receiving the antidote to the poison. She started laughing out loud because he was right and said that was why he was so carefree. Since he understood the situation, she asked what he wanted from her, assuming that he needed to get out of the cave. The boy explained that this was not true because if he escaped in the dragon's absence, his wrath would fall on the servants. And he was interested in the opposite, which confused Sylvia because she didn't expect to hear it. And he started laughing because he couldn't leave this place alive, and the guy understood that perfectly well. Therefore, he confidently said that they would have to kill him for the plan to work. The guards standing behind the door were shocked when they saw the door begin to crack from magical energy. A bright light blinded them and a dragon appeared from there, an aura raging around it. He was pleased with the effect, which surprised him with the power with which he swallowed Oliver. Then he asked one of his servants if anything had happened during his solitary training. He didn't fully believe that the person had died and asked how it happened and whether she had given him any antidote. She said that as soon as Violetta, who was assigned to him, improved her abilities, he became afraid that she would lose her value and tried to leave the cave. And he fell into the dragon's whirlwind and survived. Then the dragon looked at the body and asked what was wrong with the task entrusted to him. She said that he had done a good job and had made 10 nuts with the poison of the lesser devil and had taught the maiden how to do it. Robert began to suspect something and asked when he died. The guard reported that they discovered the body yesterday near the Dragon Vortex seal, and she ordered him to throw his body outside the cave for food, because now it would be easier for him not to have to kill him. In a cold voice, the girl said that she would obediently carry out his order. The boy's body was lying in some clearing where some beast was already approaching him. When he started sniffing, he was very scared when he saw that the hand was moving. He stood up with difficulty, and the animal that had been circling around him ran away. Sebastian was glad that the dragon didn't notice the breathing-holding technique, and he was finally able to leave that terrible place. And although I wanted to note this, I didn't have time because the confrontation was supposed to take place in 6 months. He jumped on his sword and needed to find the cave where Oliver had settled. The guy reached the mountain and saw how the fire was burning from below and everything around was black. Then he decided to go down and see everything with his own eyes. The entrance was built into an active volcano that was still boiling with lava. The young man was almost sure that this was the place his mentor had spoken of. Then he suggested that there must also be a dragon vortex in front of the entrance. Sebastian walked confidently because he saw no point in hesitating since he knew how to get around it. As he took a step, the ground began to fill with colors and glow, radiating energy. Fiery whirlwinds appeared, and it was difficult for the boy to resist them. He covered his face because it was too hot and powerful. He didn't expect them to be so strong, and he suggested that he should have passed the 7 hotspots while the vortexes were raging. But he thought it was a bad idea, even though he knew how to destroy this technique. He saw one way out, to run in the most dangerous direction between them. When that moment came, the boy jumped up and ran towards the door. Sebastian sat on the ground. Somehow he managed to do it but knew it would be difficult to get back. He understood that Robert would have a great chance of winning after absorbing his uncle. So before the dragon came here to kill him, the boy had to find a way to stir and circle. He moved quietly around the castle, looking at everything and grasping at details. 2 days later, the young man sat depressed because he still couldn't find the circle and thought it might not even be here. And there was also the option that the alchemist whom the first master met simply lied about it. He was angry because he almost died to get here and didn't know if what he was looking for was here. Out of anger, he threw a stone with great force and it fell into the boiling lava. He saw the fiery lava with his own eyes, and from the heat that was coming, but something didn't add up from the sound. Then he took something out of his bag and threw it at the bench as if measuring something. And he got the impression that it wasn't lava, but that he had submerged the thing in some kind of lake. The guy wanted to know how far to the bottom because he still got it and kept lowering it further. And what was also surprising was that his dagger didn't straighten out, but simply got wet, and he concluded that it was an ordinary lake, even though it looked like lava. Then Sebastian dared to dip his hand in there and try it himself. He was convinced of his guesses, but he wondered why they had created the illusion, or if it was hiding something secret. The guy sat on the shore and realized that the only way to check everything was to dive in himself. He jumped into the water and began to swim somewhere, holding his breath. He thought something was hidden in the depths, and when he saw something at the bottom, he was convinced of this. Sebastian came closer and was amazed that his master was right, and the moving circle was indeed real. The number of soul stones depends on the distance traveled, but unfortunately, I couldn't estimate roughly to know if there would be enough. He only had 30 intermediate level and 80 low, and it would be a shame if he used the best, although it was better than not enough. His main goal was to get out of this forest of demons. Some stones faded, and I thought that the transitional stones had lost their power. He was curious how far the connection had been established, because they too quickly lose strength, because he abandoned there all what in him left. He saw no other way but to activate the teleportation circle, even if it meant using his own spiritual power. The boy felt how quickly his spiritual strength was leaving him, and this confused him. Sebastian felt severe pain, and due to lack of energy, he lost consciousness and fell on the circle. He lay there with no signs of life, the last breath he was holding coming out of him. The ring around his neck began to activate and become wrapped in magic. A bright light began to shine from the transport circle as if it was reacting to something. Sebastian ended up in the country of Jiangxi County and was sleeping in some room. He didn't understand where he was, because he remembered as lost consciousness on the road after that, as came out from moving circle. He looked at his hands and began to concentrate. It seemed to him that the gates of heaven had closed. He assumed that there was not enough spiritual energy and the circle reached the hidden one, because he felt that his level was now no higher than the 5th stage's day. He remembered that Evan had said that over time it could have been worse, but the experience of the breakthrough and the knowledge gained from it made him believe that everything would catch up. The guy didn't remember, as got there to this places, and its attention attracted man in the door. His face was happy when he saw that Sebastian was awake. The boy looked at the man in confusion and asked what he had said. He approached him and asked what country the language was from, because it was the first time he had heard it, and asked if he had come from a foreign country. The man thought about it, because he had heard many languages, but he did not understand a word of this one, and the boy realized that this language was not like the language of the Yenim country. Then the savior ran to get the residence's interpreter, because he was sure that he would understand him. 5 has passed. Months Henry visited to Boy and asked or that already collected equipment. Sebastian was already ready and announced that Brother Hardin had come in and warned them that they would be leaving soon. Henry was still amazed at how the boy had managed to drive so quickly in their language, and he was grateful to them for their moral and material help. The boy was surprised by the elder's large entourage and decided to ask why he was there and where he was going. He explained that the elder had not been feeling well lately, and so the younger master decided to go to the market on Mount Wenshu to get some healing herbs. This information puzzled him a little, and he wondered why it couldn't be done in the market closer. Henry whispered in his ear that the Celestials themselves opened the market there, but that's what people say. The guy thought about it. He was especially interested in the Celestials. The road was difficult, and the younger man asked how long they had to go, and he said that the journey would take about 2 days. She wondered if they would really meet the Celestials there because she didn't want to be upset because the road was long. The man assured me that low-level Celestials had gathered there and that anyone could talk to them. And although he had only been looking around, he had had the chance to visit there several times. He was convinced that there would be healing herbs there that would cure the elder. The young lady asked Henry if he had forgotten anything and convinced him that this was more important than his life, and he could not be careless. And she asked him to carefully examine the herbs and look for what would be useful, because he knew them best. Sebastian was not surprised that ordinary people did not know about those herbs, because they were spiritual. The man didn't know what to do, but the young lady couldn't return empty-handed because her condition was getting worse every day. The girl approached one of the Celestials and asked him what it was and what effect it had. Henry explained that the matter was serious because the lady was personally involved, and he was curious if they would come to an agreement. The Celestial said, judging by their appearance, that they were laymen. But she did not understand him. He explained this by saying that they are not Celestials, but ordinary people of the mortal world. And people who cannot set foot on the path of immortality are called that. The girl became angry and asked if she could conclude an agreement if she was a laywoman. Smiling, he said that since it was her first time here today, he would patiently answer her questions. The old man asked what a market was because it was a place where people exchanged things, and asked what she was looking for. The girl enthusiastically replied that she needed good healing herbs that would cure her father's ailments because he was getting worse. The Celestial offered bitter ginseng, which is good for maintaining health but will not increase spiritual strength. She was very happy because these herbs did not compare to the healing herbs of the lady. He liked her sincerity, so he decided to give her just one low-level spirit stone. The young lady was shocked. She didn't know what it was. And the boy watched as the old man calmly explained everything. Henry hoped that the younger lady would not make a fuss, and she asked him to bring the box. They tried to negotiate with these gold bars in exchange for the spirit stone, and she was willing to pay even more in gold and jewels. The Celestial looked at her and repeated that he had already named his price. He explained again that he only needed a low-level spirit stone, not gold. Because I already said that a deal is when they exchange things they need. He looked surprised and said that she wouldn't buy anything here if she offered things she didn't need. She was shocked that he had ignored the basic agreement and wondered if he was right. Everyone returned from the market to the cart and no one said anything. Everyone remained silent. The girl was disappointed that so many days had passed since the auction, and she had not been able to get anything. Henry was sad that the young lady had tried to please the Celestials for 3 days, but had never been able to get a blade of grass. Sebastian managed to get some spirit grass and scout out the prices, and thought about repaying the kindness to the country of Zhengyin. Henry was in despair because the elder was getting worse every day, and he was afraid that something bad would happen to him. The boy tried to encourage the man, saying that the older man should get back on his feet because he had done many good things. Henry agreed with him. They smiled at each other, and the young man assured him that it would be so. Some people were watching the cart. They couldn't make any noise while they were in the market because they might be attacked by other alchemists. That's why they specifically waited for them to be where they weren't, because they wanted to take all the treasures from them. Everyone was surprised when someone attacked them, and fire broke out on the ground. The guard took up a circular defense and were on guard against attack. 2 men rose into the air, asking who they had made a noise against, and the guard considered them to be Celestials. They laughed at them sinisterly and told them not to strain themselves so much, but they said that they were planning to kill them all anyway, instilling fear in people. The guards were scared, they didn't understand what was happening and why it was happening to them. A girl got out of the carriage and asked them to wait with their plans. She introduced herself as Sophia, the daughter of the elder of the Linz County head, and offered to give away all the treasures if they needed them. They began to mock the girl and remarked that she was beautiful, and she explained that they were there to buy medicine and offered a deal that they would cure her father, and she would give them more treasures. The men were very amused by Sophia's proposal and the way she chose her words. But one replied that they had no desire to get involved in such difficulties, because they wanted to kill everyone and take the treasures, but they would make an exception for her and spare her life. But she must become a concubine. She was surprised, but her husband already had a torch burning and said that they would burn everything except her and the treasures. People began to take cover from the fire, and suddenly Sebastian jumped out with his sword. The men were very surprised by the guy's appearance because they didn't expect anyone to disturb them. A young man appeared before the robber, and before he could say anything, the boy attacked. He began to wave his sword at his shocked opponent. He was scared because the alchemist was several times better than him and had some skill that paralyzed him. The man got down on the ground and knelt down, clenching his fists, and he began to beg Sebastian to have mercy on him and promised that he would never see him again. The guy was angry and said that this shouldn't happen because he doesn't show pity. The rest of the lay people recovered a little and were surprised that the boy had saved them. After that, they arrived in the county and went to the girl's apartment. Sebastian thanked them for such a warm welcome, even though he thought he hadn't done anything special. Sophia asked him to stop, because after all, he had saved her life and the lives of her servants, and he was a true benefactor to the family. He remembered how he was a stranger in this country who had passed out on the road, but they had picked him up and were leaving. Then, he smiled and explained that he was not one of those who forgets about kindness and that they could ask him for anything. The girl was very happy about this news because she already knew what she wanted. They came to the room where her father lay and stopped next to him. She explained that he was having difficulty breathing and was in pain even in his sleep. And although all the doctors in the district had examined him, no one knew the cause of his illness. Sebastian crouched down and decided to feel the pulse using his skills. He saw spiritual energy moving throughout the elder's body. The guy saw that he had a poisonous insect in his stomach, goo, which usually parasitizes demonic beasts, but he didn't understand how it managed to get there. The girl was very worried and asked if her father's condition was very deplorable, but he said that goo was easy to deal with. But Sebastian suspected that the alchemist had a hand in this. Sophia asked him to rest and not overexert himself, but he had already finished his treatment. The girl was seriously amazed that he had already finished barely touching his hand, and he said that in 2 weeks her father would fully recover by just looking at her. He explained that there was a demonic beetle in his body that was sucking out the necessary beneficial elements, and his vital energy was decreasing. And he recommended giving him a herbal decoction filled with solar energy and restorative food so this process would be faster. Sophia was very grateful to him and bowed, saying that she was forever in his debt. Sebastian said that it was not worth doing this because any other alchemist could easily cure him. She hoped he didn't mean those robbers because he had saved her and her father, and therefore she wouldn't have to settle accounts with him for the rest of her life. He believed that an alchemist should not hinder those who want to thank him, and this would make it possible to gather information and restore the level. He agreed with her words, which made the girl very happy, and she got up. Henry was worried about the boy and was waiting for him to come out, because it had been a year since he had locked himself in his room. He was already tired of waiting for him, even though Sebastian had warned him that it wouldn't be possible for some time, but it was already too much for him. The man was surprised when he heard a familiar voice saying that he was complaining about sweeping the floor again. Henry was very happy that he had finally come out, and the boy asked if anything had happened during his absence. But he was indignant that this was not the first time a gentleman and a lady had come to him and demanded to be brought to the celebration while he was in seclusion. He asked what was happening for the new year, and that he could forget about training for a bit and take part in the celebration. Because the elder was healed, there will be a big celebration and he will see everything with his own eyes. Henry said that the festival would be large-scale and would organize a festival and gather people. And the young man did not want to miss this. The celebration was county-wide, noisy and fun, and they even launched fireworks. Sebastian was sitting with the head and his daughter when someone caught their attention. They saw a man walking towards them, with his servant apparently following behind. The guy analyzed his life energy, and it turned out he was an alchemist of the initial level of Dan development. Looking at the guy, he was convinced that he definitely didn't come just to watch the fireworks. He became wary and wondered what the alchemist's purpose was in coming to this apartment. The man said that, thanks to him, he could enjoy the New Year festival and hoped for reciprocity. The elder was surprised when Sebastian jumped up and tried to stop him. The elder was distracted by a man who came to him and said he was glad to see him healthy again. He started laughing and said that he had prepared some nice ginseng for him, hoping that it would help him. The head said it was Master Gary and invited him inside. Then he thanked him for his care and said that he was feeling better, and the master decided to introduce him to a doctor's apprentice with outstanding knowledge. The elder laughed and said it would be an honor to extend his hand to listen to the pulse, for he had heard of David's fame. The guy was surprised and said that he was completely healthy, that it was impossible to even say that he had been sick for so long. The young man asked them to excuse him from watching the fireworks, as the man is completely healthy. Sebastian stood at the entrance and watched the two men because they had aroused his suspicion. The celebration in the city was in full swing. People were having fun and relaxing. Father asked to look after everything, and he would not overwork himself for now but would go and rest. He lay down, and it seemed to him that it was all a dream, because it passed as if in a fog. The man felt some strange sounds in someone's presence, so he reached for his sword. He quickly stood up and pointed his sword at the boy, but the boy told him to be quiet. His eyes opened wide when he saw Dr. David's student in front of him. Fire burned in his hand and warned that if he did anything stupid, he would destroy everyone in this city, including him. The elder threw the sword out of his hand and asked what the alchemist needed it for. The guy noticed that he wasn't surprised that he was an alchemist and asked if he had ever met anyone besides him. Looking at him angrily, he replied that fate had brought him together with a friend. The boy smiled that the person was skilled enough to cure him and destroy goo and asked what happened to him. He said that according to the rules, he invited them to the apartment and warned them that he would leave them alone if they harmed him. He started laughing at this because no alchemist could stop him, and he killed its yes that not keep none traces. A voice came from somewhere, and a sword began to appear next to the man. Knocking the torch out of his hands, Sebastian put his sword to his throat, which scared the boy a little. In disbelief, Michael asked if he was an alchemist and scoffed at that. And Sebastian, on the other hand, was extremely serious, holding the sword in front of him and saying that it was he who cured the elder. He apologized and explained that they seemed suspicious to him, which is why he set up an ambush in his room. The guy gave him a choice and asked him why he wanted to kill the elder, and if he answered, he would have mercy on him. He explained that his master was a descendant of the official Nanyang and a great man who was able to become an alchemist, and ordered him to carry out a couple of assignments. The guy didn't take his eyes off him, said it was an interesting story and told him to continue. Michael reported that the master had decided to kill the elder and take his place, even though it was a small matter, but he had no choice but to do it. Sebastian asked me such big human, but he overturned it on boy that first it did. The guy introduced himself and said he didn't have a clan, so the guy called him a tramp and gave his name. And Master Theodora. Michael began to boast that the alchemist should have known the glory of his clan and tried to remove the sword from his throat. On one condition the boy could agree to this, that he promised not to kill the elder. Michael began to get angry that they were trying to stop him, knowing that this was an order from the master. Without emotion, he replied that there was definitely a way to help him without shedding blood. He agreed, because he did not want to become an opponent of a talented alchemist because of some layman. And as soon as the boy said nothing, I saw the sword begin to fall from his hilt. Michael's face turned evil, and he pulled out a piece of paper with runes on it, calling him naive. But he released it, calling it a fiery talisman, and energy came out of it. He was surprised by what he saw, because his talisman did not have the effect he expected. The boy used his shield to protect himself from the enemy's attack and said that he couldn't be trusted. Michael seemed to go crazy seeing that he had managed to repel the talisman and that his shield was a valuable ritual object. Sebastian looked out and reported that his actions had resulted in a flawless movement. Such boldness angered him even more, and he began to shower him with attacks. The shield easily dealt with his attacks while the boy summoned his sword and was already aiming it at the enemy. He was serious and summoned the Sword of Wishes and headed behind the opponent while he was only paying attention to his attacks. And he wanted to use the Evil Slayer sword technique that he had been taught before. That wall formation that connects sky and the earth? So sword flew with big speed. When Michael noticed him, it was too late and he was already hanging over him. He quickly began rummaging through his bag of abundance, looking for something. But he took out the spirit bear and ordered it to repel the enemy's attack. He was interested in his pouch that could hold a demonic beast because he didn't have enough materials to make one. The sword flew into the bear, making a hole in it, and this shocked the owner because he had hoped for it. The animal fell dead to the floor, and the owner had questions about it. He tried again to quickly get another ticket. Sebastian found himself behind his opponent and noted that his technique was good, but he did not have enough experience. Such words greatly angered him because he believed that he had no right to speak to him like that. And with one hand he delivered a powerful blow to Michael, knocking him off his feet. When he defeated everyone, he asked the elder if everything was okay with him. But he asked to call the servants he trusted to clean everything up, because the news of the alchemist's death could cause a lot of negativity. Since the person who came with him was not of this type, he thought that he could simply communicate with him. The elder trusted the alchemist and wanted to follow his clear instructions. Sebastian was about to leave, but asked to convey his greetings to Mrs. Sophia because he had to leave. The boy was still surprised that there were so many alchemists in this market. He was asked if he could see a guy who introduced himself as Victor and his sister Gabriella once a year. He was very happy to see them again because it had been a long time. When Sebastian was at the market on Mount Wenshu a year ago, he understood that the alchemist was not interested in the things of laymen, and the maiden would not be able to make a deal. But he needed information and materials to strengthen the sword of supplication created after the death of the masters. Therefore, I decided to sell some artifacts to get more spiritual stones. And to do this, I would hide my equipment so that I wouldn't be mistaken for a layman. Everyone was surprised by the low-level artifacts and the guy who was selling them, because he had reached a high level in his young years. Then a man approached him and wanted to buy both artifacts, so he asked to take a closer look at them. He was with a girl and promised to pay generously for them, which surprised Sebastian. The guy remembered them and said he was glad to meet them again while in some institution. Victor explained that with his help, he had obtained amazing artifacts and asked if he had come to sell something again. Gabriella was happy that he had something for sale and asked if he could show them first. Sebastian smiled and agreed to fulfill their request, because they were already bound by past agreement. But he laid the instrument on the table, explaining that it was a flower flute made of jasper. Victor felt that there was great energy hidden in the flute and wanted to take it, but it disappeared. The girl grabbed the flute. He said that he always picks it up first if he sees something good, and he was embarrassed. His sister said that he didn't have the ear for it. Gabriella looked happy and asked if she should release the demonic beast. Because he is tame, and as long as he is not ordered, he will have no problems getting his bag of wealth. Sebastian nodded slightly, and the girl began to release the demon from the bag. A black panther appeared next to the table and behaved calmly. The boy looked alarmed, for it was a transitional beast, an angry black panther. The girl began to play the flute, and the melody reached the beast's ears. This calmed the panther, and she came to the table and laid her head down to enjoy the melody. He didn't know that the flower flute could tame beasts, and combined with the Virgo's talent, it would become very useful. The girl hid her animal back and asked if he was really going to sell it. She roughly rated the flute at 5. Stone's transitional equal and wanted bidirect now, and brother said, "What will be able to dates in 7?" Sebastian agreed to this advantageous offer and was happy about it. He explained that he hadn't been here long and didn't know anything, so he asked them to tell him about the clans that were in the country. Jiangyin is located in Yangzhou and has 3 large official clans and 3 occult ones that help maintain balance. The official ones were the clan of the Great Immortals, the School, and the Clear Consciousness. And the occult ones were the Union of the Morning Star, the School, and the Clan of Blacksmiths. Sebastian said he had heard about the last clan and that their elder, after all the hardships, was able to raise his status. Victor noticed that he was able to break through the law of spiritual energy, so he couldn't be called ordinary. He killed and stole bags to build up his strength. He was worried that if they found out about the student's death, they might unleash their wrath on the family. Elders, therefore, him need was to return your strength. Victor reluctantly warned him that if he wanted to join the blacksmith clan, they would become enemies. Sebastian explained that he was just curious about what clans existed and that he was just a wandering alchemist and had no intention of joining anyone. Victor liked his honesty, and his sister asked him to confess something and ask him for help. He didn't understand a bit but asked her to explain. The brother and sister looked at each other as if approving of each other's actions. Gabriella asked him to help them catch the demonic beast. They arrived in the mountains, and the girl said that there lived a high-level demonic beast, the Lord Cat, who chases smells. She explained that it would be difficult to catch and tame him, but if it were possible, he would help in finding spiritual herbs due to his high level of smell. It was the first time the boy had heard of such a beast, but he could understand it because his masters were originally from Yanam. He decided to ask what he needed to do, and Gabriella admitted that they already had a plan. He will need to draw attention to himself if the animal wants to attack. Victor jumped down from his stove to the ground and announced that they had already arrived. He said that Vladika the cat loves to play, and if they go up, I can find him in the treetops. The brother released a bunch of flags from his hand which were scattered on the ground, and he asked his sister if she had forgotten to take something, and he had already set the trap. She was holding a small piece of paper and said that she had chosen high quality. Victor hoped that he wouldn't be scared by their smell, but the girl was sure that the smell of the 3 alchemists wouldn't bother her. Sebastian became wary because he felt that the cat lord was already nearby. The girl immediately released a spellbound ticket from her hands. It began to glow brightly in the air, and they stood on the ground and waited. The light hit the flags, and the ticket formed an energy cell with its rays. Something snow-white was moving towards them at high speed, and the cage was able to hold the creature back, preventing the alchemist from attacking. The cat looked at them with its angry eyes and continued to be in that net. Victor ordered his sister to catch him when she had already prepared other coupons. The cat was angry, he was aggressive towards them and hissed. Gabriella released the coupons and they made a powerful explosion of light. Sebastian watched them and understood that they were already doing well and that his help was not really needed. They looked at the animal but didn't know if they had managed to catch it. He was angry and stuck out his claws, trying to get rid of the barrier. The outer shell began to crack, sending fragments flying off it. Victor was very surprised that they had used so many talismans, and the beast had dealt with them so easily. His sister did not despair but prepared a rope and reminded him that they had assumed that it was possible. The cat jumped and broke the trap that had been prepared for him with his head. During that time, a magical sphere formed in his mouth which grew larger. They were shocked by the beast's inner energy and began calling out to Sebastian that now it was his turn. A strong and powerful energy went from that sphere towards the alchemists. The boy stood in front of them and covered them with his shield, not surprised, because he had expected this and was convinced that his eyes had not deceived him. Victor released a couple of layers in his direction and pulled out a delicate jade staff. Melissa also did not hesitate and began to attack the beast while their friend was distracting them. The demonic beast was surprised when he saw various elements above him. An instant they tied its inconsequence, this shot down its with legs, and he lay down on land, tied up at all, and intently observed by a girl. They opened the bag of abundance and pulled it inside. Gabriella was very happy that they had managed to capture such a demonic animal. The girl was in a big hurry and said that at the next meeting she would definitely him will thank. And brother asked understanding because very difficult to tame. Sebastian wasn't worried about it because he understood, but he wondered what taming meant. Victor explained that if this beast is not tamed in a couple of days, it will die. He said that they had a couple of options, but they didn't seem effective, so they only decided to do it with the advent of the flower flute. Sebastian realized that the girl would have more work to do, and his brother handed him a bag with the reward he had promised. Victor apologized and said that he also had to hurry up and take part in this process. And he suggested that he visit their apartment when he had time and said that luck would smile on him too. When he rose into the air, he waved and hoped that he would look over to them if he wanted to discuss something. Sebastian picked up a ball from the ground and thought that it was worth looking for healing herbs since he was here. The guy was very tired because in 2 days he had not been able to find anything. And it seemed to him that he envied those who had received the demonic beast, or that the beast itself had destroyed all the grass around. He immediately saw a cave and it interested him. But it was strange that the fog was gathering there. He crouched down and it seemed like there was a lot more space inside, and he didn't know if it was worth checking. Sebastian made a torch and began to climb through the narrow passages of the cave. He saw a small cat that began to growl at him angrily. This cat reminded him of his jade boar, who had died a brutal death at the hands of a water dragon. He admired it and said that he was very wary, but he didn't know if he would behave like that in front of the fruit while holding it out. The guy gave it a slight toss and it rolled towards the surprised kid. He climbed onto it and began to tear the fruit with his claws. He was amused by how the little one, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't tempt the skin. And especially for him, he split the fruit in half and asked him to enjoy it. The baby immediately began to enjoy the new treat, placing his head between 2 slices. He remembered how the second master had said that when taming a beast, it was necessary to energize it with the spiritual energy of the same attribute. He was surprised when the baby jumped up and started hissing at him again. Sebastian realized that the cat wouldn't give up so easily, and decided to use a different method. I decided to smear myself with his feces so he wouldn't worry so much, and he lay down, continuing to look at him. He wanted to see who would win in this. They lay and looked at each other. The baby was already calm. 8 days passed as Sebastian flew over that forest. He laughed because he already understood that the baby did not want to climb into his bag of abundance. Looking at him, he said that he would have to climb in there anyway and heard a meow in response. It was already night and Sophia was sitting on the steps at the entrance to the apartment reading, and she was happy when she saw that Sebastian had returned, and he asked if anything had happened in his absence. She said that when the master saw the dead alchemist, he pretended that nothing had happened and left in silence. She was happy and said that she had been worried about him while he was gone. He said that he had warned the elder that he would be back soon, but he had some business to attend to and therefore was delayed. She said she would prepare a uniform for him so he could change into it, and he thanked her for it. The guy suggested his new friend try something and handed him a piece of weed. But the cat lord was proud and turned away, showing his displeasure. He was tired. The cat didn't even look at the low-grade healing herb. It was even easier to make a Dan pill than to tame it. He thought it was punishment for not saving the jade boar, and the cat started to get angry. The guy tried to calm him down because he realized that he wouldn't just obey. Although he was able to make a pill, he had only risen to the 6th level, and it would be difficult to build strength from low-level herbs. Sebastian glared at the cat and warned him of the consequences if he touched it. He leaned over to him and decided to name him Wan Wan, because he likes to poke fun at everyone. Then he suggested visiting Suchin to buy his favorite fruits and search for high-level grass. They flew into the yard and the boy descended to the ground. He bowed slightly and introduced himself, saying that he had come to see the young gentleman. Victor was glad that the guy visited them, because he had been waiting for this to happen. But first he decided to ask how Vladika the cat was, and thought that his sister was already bragging about him. His brother explained that everything was not that simple. This alarmed the boy, and he wondered what had happened to the beast in such a case. He explained that Sebastian already knew that the beast would prefer death if they were not tamed and thought it best for them to back off from it. The guy thought that Gabriella was very upset, and Victor suggested continuing the conversation at home. Sebastian thought it was better to hide Wan Wan so as not to arouse feelings of jealousy since his mother had died. He reminded Victor that he wanted to discuss something, but the man interrupted him by saying that he wanted to offer something. This information surprised the guy, and he found the table quite interesting. And he wondered if he had ever heard of the great land of the fertile spirit. And he asked if he was for the one that was famous for its strong demonic beasts, and was very dangerous compared to the demon forest, and said that there are 9 in Yangzhou places where are located big lands, and them belongs to Earth Lonely Spirit. Of them belong to them, and Victor added that they owned it together with several large families. And what a family looking for alchemist, because Earth Lonely Spirit opens time in 10 years, and this moment soon will come. And you need someone who knows how to move artifacts to move large areas of land, and is superior to other alchemists. Victor thought Sebastian was the best fit for these conditions and asked if he would like to go there with them. Many alchemists gathered to discover the land of the Lonely Spirit. There were a few entry-level alchemists, but most were at the celestial birth stage and thought they would be able to obtain a lot of materials. The elder came out to them and informed them of the rules that were known, and that in a month the lands would be sealed. But he added that anyone who stays on those lands will not be able to leave them until they reopen. He warned that anyone who returned after 10 years would have all their belongings confiscated, and the young man thought about how to quickly overtake and find what he wanted. Victor warned the young gentleman that everyone would go somewhere, and in the center would be a strong demonic beast. When everyone understood everything, they decided to remove the seal and open the gate. All the alchemists were waiting for this to happen, and when the gates opened, everyone rushed forward. Sebastian noticed that everyone was scattered in other places, and therefore he shouldn't have any problems. He was very happy when his pet crawled out from under his cape, and he asked to smell all the herbs, which herbs he would collect to remember scent, and if we'll find healing, then I will receive fruits. They carefully examined the ground, and the boy realized that there must be healing herbs nearby based on Van Wan's reaction. The guy landed on the ground. It seemed to him that there must be something there because there was dense spiritual energy, so a lot of grass was visible. He regretted that in the demon forest he passed by healing herbs, but here there are many alchemists, and he will be able to exchange souls for stones. Sebastian was looking for an alluring and trembling herb that was supposed to grow in swamps, sucking out useful elements from the dead. He heard some sounds and was very worried about what it could be. Nearby was a frightened alchemist who was trying to do something about the evil insects. He tried to drive them away with fire from the sack he had with him. Sebastian observed demonic insects, and because of the spiritual energy, there are many rare beasts here. He noticed some attractive grass nearby and thought that the insects had attacked when the man tried to pick it. The guy thought about taking the grass away before he saw it, because all the grass was nobody's business until someone else got their hands on it. Some guy wanted to pick a flower and apologized for it, explaining that not everyone's abilities were his own, so that people wouldn't hate him so much. The man did not like such impudence and caused a swamp monster to appear and grab the alchemist. Without any effort, the demon ate young boy completely. Sebastian was surprised that it was a high-level demonic beast, a swamp crocodile. He thought that the alchemist who came here first felt something. The monster saw the frightened alchemist lying on the ground and began to roar at him. The man was angry because he had heard that he would run into trouble, but he hadn't counted on a high-level beast. Therefore, he quickly gathered himself and fled, and the boy realized that the alchemist was not talented enough to deal with such a demonic beast. But he was completely different and knew about the weaknesses of the amazing swamp crocodile. Sebastian was preparing himself for battle and was focused on the monster. The demon, seeing him, started running towards him, trying to grab him with his hand. The boy used Sunbow to move quickly and avoid the monster's attack. He knew that the swamp crocodile became slower when it left the swamp waters. Watching him, he noticed that his movements were the same, and the main thing was that he would not be thrown back by inertia. He used the technique of the sword and the destruction of evil by piercing the throat of a crocodile with his sword. Some liquid began to squirt out of his large mouth, causing him to fall. The guy was satisfied with his work and didn't think it would be so easy. He plucked the necessary grass from its head and saw that its skin was a good material, but took a long time to process. He understood that he could not stay in one place for so long, because he had already met 2 alchemists. He got scared when he saw that Van wanted to jump onto the grass and tried to stop him. Sebastian managed to grab him and asked him to calm down. He asked if he was going to eat himself grass, which owner extracted then and with blood, and started to doubt, and intended for not helped with search. The cat was very scared when the young man said it was time for him to get into the bag. When he stuffed it, he really missed his jade pig, who was affectionate and obedient. 10 days passed and they were still on the big land. From above, he noticed a tree and thought it was fertile. He jumped off it and was happy and thought that his animal must be hungry. After picking the fruit, he wondered if he should share the grass with Wanwan, because after eating it, healing grass, they become stronger. He suddenly felt someone's spiritual energy and heard that at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, it can be released to explore the area. Therefore, at first he decided to quickly leave this place and jump on the sword. He was a little confused by the fact that he saw someone in the distance chasing him. Seeing it was a man, he shouted for the boy to stop. He remembered that he met this man at the entrance. He was at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. They stopped opposite each other, and the boy could tell that there were no good intentions here. Sebastian introduced himself and explained that he was here as a guest of the family. Victor it's asked, or in him to him, there are some right. The man didn't look good, and said if he wasn't there, he wouldn't have called without a reason, and asked if he was a wandering alchemist if he came as a guest. The guy was serious and asked if there were any problems with his status. The elder started laughing and said that there were so many problems that it was difficult to list them all. He explained that the problem for the 6 families was allowing guests like him in, because now for the first time he would harvest less. And he began to laugh sinisterly, because he wanted to reduce the number of wandering alchemists in these lands. The guy expected this turn of events and didn't even think about anything else. He quickly placed his shield in front of him and took out his sword, seeing no point in conserving strength because the opponent was at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. The alchemist was a little surprised that he could control a couple of artifacts at once, and said that this was an amazing ability for a celestial being. He unleashed his magic attack as he believed that this skill was a pull towards the middle level of celestial birth. The boy had a hard time blocking the enemy's blow with his shield. The man lifted his head up and was shocked at how quickly he had moved. He started laughing at him and said he was talented for a boy of heavenly birth. And he noticed that his attacks and tricks against the spiritual barrier not will work. Sebastian watched his every move and didn't stop and used a smoke bomb. He didn't think that the spiritual barrier such alchemist on such stages so strong. So he quickly used a smoke bomb, but felt that his spiritual energy was running out. The man was mocking the boy, who was probably hoping that the smoke from the bomb would be able to place him with his sense of chi. But he admitted that Sebastian is very talented for his stage, and if someone like him harbors malice, it could become a big problem in the future. Therefore, it was better for him to kill the boy to feel calmer. But he began waving his staff, ordering the boy to show himself. Sebastian explained that he was waiting for him to get closer and lose his guard, and rushed into the attack using his evil destroying sword technique. The alchemist was angry that the boy didn't understand that his tricks wouldn't work. The sword hung over the barrier, and ordered apply 10,000 fragments, and man nothing not I understand. The alchemist was frightened when he saw thousands of shards flying into his barrier, and destroyed his. After that, a powerful explosion occurred in his place, and he felt sorry for letting the Sword of Desires go. But it was the best decision. He looked up at the alchemist for a while. He wouldn't be able to counterattack for a while, so he had to quickly escape during that time. The man was covered in smoke and very angry with the wandering alchemist. He noticed how the boy wanted to run away and said he would crush him to powder. Therefore, with great anger, he swung his staff at the young man, who was a little scared. The guy was already preparing to strike but didn't understand what had happened. He was stopped by an alchemist who asked if he was still torturing innocent younger people. He was shocked and asked how Kevin ended up in this place. He started to get angry and asked what he was still doing here, because he should have gotten out of here by now. His ears hurt from it, and he asked if he had just taken a pill for a loud voice, and the young man stood there in confusion. He asked with a smile why he had no right to be here. Derek wondered if he had been here the whole time he set foot on this earth 40 years ago. But the man didn't see a problem in this and didn't think anyone cared about his well-being. Before that, he should have stopped mistreating the younger man and disappeared. He was convincing and counted to 3. And if not, he would consider switching sides, which he liked better. Derek was angry because 40 years ago he was in the middle of the law of the spirit. If he were at his level, maybe he would have dared. So he said he was going back because he didn't have time for them. Kevin felt sorry because he wanted to stretch. Though time and fight, and Sebastian noticed that he's somewhere on middle law spiritual energy. The guy did not want to lose his vigilance and thanked the alchemist for his help, promising to repay him in the future. But he asked me to stop because it wasn't a difficult task for him. But he started laughing, asking what about a wish that could be fulfilled right now? He was serious and felt that everything couldn't go so smoothly, so he asked what he could do. He pointed a finger at him, but explained that he didn't need his help, and the scent-stalking cat he hides under his clothes, which really started to piss him off. Then he wondered if he was his target since he knew he was hiding in it. Kevin was a little alarmed and explained that his collar was covered in fur, and asked not to consider him a bandit but to just help once. But he explained that he was happy to help when he found out he was Victor's guest, and Van Von decided to show up. This surprised the young man, and he asked if he had also arrived as their guest. He smiled and confirmed his words by pointing to himself, and wondered if he had stayed to catch a giant ancient turtle near the spiritual center of the earth. Since there is spiritual energy everywhere here, there are enough materials, and it helps a lot in training. This was alarming because he knew that whoever left these lands would take what had been collected. But Kevin didn't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Because you could make a pill, swallow it, and get out of here afterwards. And Sebastian realized that he had a completely different approach to this. They came to a certain place, and the alchemist said that they had come, and this was the place. But he said that this is where the giant turtle's territory begins, and it would be great if the cat could find it by smell. He was joyful and pointed to the peak from which he wanted to start his search. Sebastian explained that their peculiarity is that most of them make their nests in underground waters, and suggested a cave. He was so surprised that at first he didn't even believe the guy. Because I kept wondering why she wasn't showing herself, and the turtle hid underground like a coward and started pounding the ground with its fists. He smiled and said he would order Van Van to follow her scent. The kid climbed to the ground and began sniffing, showing the way to the alchemists. The boy thought that the shelter of a giant ancient turtle was beneath them, and Kevin felt sorry because he had not even guessed about this place. Sebastian released a wind of determination from his hand, which impressed the elder. He said that he was quite talented and capable, but the young man did not see anything unusual in this. The man said that modesty is not worth it here because he was taught by a good master, and he was also convinced that this was the place because his cat was not leading thoughtlessly. Kevin said it was time for him to jump, and Sebastian was confused because he didn't understand what to do next. He explained that he had completed his task and could only follow him at his own peril and risk. The boy agreed with him because the man did whatever he wanted. The boy turned to the animal and explained that dangers awaited them and that it was better for him to climb into the bag. But he jumped down and, landing, did not regret it. He called out to his mentor. He asked them to be quiet because he thought they had disturbed her and woken her up. A truly giant evil turtle with a conical shell was staring at them. Kevin was fascinated by her because she was of a higher level and was glad that they finally met her. But she didn't reciprocate and swung her giant paw at them. The impact caused the ground to crack, and the alchemists were thrown back. He was convinced of the words when they said that she was still that thorn, taking out her stick. But he attacked the turtle with his abilities, trying to capture it. He was amazed that only the cook's moontooth had it and realized how strong it was. Kevin laughed at what a higher-level beast meant, so he decided to use artifacts that were also higher level. And he took out a black treasure from his bag, saying that he had tried it, its vaunted shell, and released a stream of energy from it towards the head of the giant turtle. Sebastian was amazed by such powerful energy, and that robber was no match for him and could not believe that this stage was so strong. And he exhaled and boasted that he had made a giant turtle with one blow. But I noticed that she opened her eyes and started growling, so it wasn't the end yet. The turtle's shell began to glow and energy rings appeared around it. The whole situation amused the mentor. He said it was weak spiritual energy. He thought she had decided to run away and closed her eyes, sensing danger. But the boy thought differently. Kevin was very surprised when he saw that the spiritual barrier started to melt. Sebastian noticed that his mentor had amazing abilities, but he could not master the art of wind. So I started to apply it, because in this case it would be useful, and created a wind of determination. Kevin drew the boy's attention to the smoke that was preventing him from concentrating his spiritual power, but ordered him not to interfere because there would be life left. But he didn't stop and continued to work on that wind technique. He was surprised by the boy, because an alchemist who had barely reached the middle level of celestial birth possessed such an art of wind. When he finished, he placed the energy he had created in a jar. The giant turtle was angry and started roaring very loudly. Kevin liked the young man's work because he was able to clear the smoke and now he could finish it off. Sebastian had a hard time containing the turtle's energy attack, and then, turning around, it threw them from their place with powerful energy. The guy crashed hard into the wall, feeling a sharp pain piercing his entire body. He rolled to the ground and bowed his head. Kevin asked if he was alive. Kevin realized that he was a greater danger to him than he was. The man began to get very angry that the turtle decided to ignore him. He charged and jumped over her, while the turtle watched his actions. Sebastian lay unconscious and bandaged. A stream of water poured over him. Kevin smiled and looked at the boy, asking if he would live. He suddenly stood up and shouted, which was a good sign, because if he had the energy to shout, then everything was fine. The guy was surprised when he saw that his torso was bandaged, but the mentor asked him not to say that he owed his life to him, because without him it would have been difficult for him to cope with it without getting rid of the smoke. He spoke of the cursed turtle and they looked at it and its severed head. Sebastian still thanked him for saving him a second time because he would have died without batting an eye. He explained that they helped each other, so no one owed anyone anything. The guy stood up abruptly and asked how much time had passed, hoping it wasn't 2 weeks. Kevin reassured him that it had only been 2 days and that he was very lucky, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, the armor and shield were unusable, but they served their purpose and saved his life. The mentor praised him and said that he had an extraordinary talent because the art of the wind was an artifact that he possessed himself. And most importantly, his character was amazing because I didn't expect him to come and help me. He explained that if Kevin hadn't killed the turtle, he could have stayed alive, so it was self-evident. The mentor started laughing and hugged the boy, calling him amazing. But he asked him not to worry about the wound because it wasn't that deep and he would give him a couple of pills to make it feel better. The day of the Earth's closure came, and it was not known whether most of the alchemist's guests had returned or not. It was assumed that because they were new, they had failed to survive in the land of the lonely spirit or that someone had defeated them. Victor said that the guests were very late, even though there were 11 of them, including Sebastian. Only 5 came out. In hoped what with him nothing not happened, but in time girl saw someone in sky. The boy was surprised and noticed that someone was calling him on the ground. Gabriela started jumping and waving her arms so he could see them and welcome them back. Victor also congratulated him on his return and asked if he was okay. He was very happy that they too had returned safe and sound and asked if the gathering had been successful. The guy thanked them because, thanks to them, he had obtained a lot of useful materials and was invited to join next time. While they were chatting and discussing the next time, Derek flew past them, who was very angry with him. He got angry and told him to think he was lucky this time. Sebastian also noticed him and looked at him sternly, calling him a bandit. But Derek shut his men up and ordered them to leave, and they agreed. The guy knew that in the next meeting he wouldn't let him just defeat him. He remembered how he had fought a water dragon in the demon forest, how he fought with Derek on the Great Lands and how difficult it was for him then. The next memory was of a giant turtle that almost killed him. Sebastian looked sad. All these memories were spinning in his head and the thought that he was just lucky. He was in the Changzhou residence and was in despair and said something that it was not about ability. The boy realized that he had miraculously managed to survive, and if it weren't for Kevin, he would have died at the hands of Derek or from the attacks of a giant turtle. But without strength, nothing can be subordinated to one's will, and he understood that he could not continue like this. He opened the box and there were 4 killer pills made from ingredients stolen from the dragon, and with that he was supposed to break through to the next level. Sebastian remembered all those thieves who could have defeated him, and didn't want it to happen again. Therefore, this time he needs to break through the gate of spiritual energy. The guy told Sophia that he would return when he was ready to attack the master of the deceased student, and she apologized for getting him involved. He smiled and said that she was the one who got involved in matters that only concerned alchemists, and asked to consider this as the price for salvation. Sebastian said he wouldn't be far away, and if anything happened, he would come quickly. So she wished him luck and to take care of himself. She watched as the boy soared into the sky and was convinced that he was a very sensitive person. Sophia hoped that everything she had planned would come true as she watched him walk away. The boy arrived in the mountains and descended onto one of the rocks where the cave was located. He glanced briefly at the city and thought that was enough, because at such a distance he will be able to take countermeasures if the alchemist attacks them. He thought about the shield that had been destroyed, but he needed to improve the sword as well, so he decided to make new artifacts. The guy received enough materials thanks to Kevin and can now make artifacts more powerful. He needed a Needin who could instill the energy of the earth, and he could do whatever he wanted with the turtle's corpse. So he wasted no time and immediately set to work painstakingly on the artifacts. Next came the hardening with spiritual power, and that takes time, so I left it to finish on its own. He closed his eyes and all that was left were his 4 killer pills, and he set about improving himself as he had done in the past. He felt that 1 pill contained an impressive amount of energy, and he had to absorb everything. Sebastian was able to completely complete the possession of heavenly birth, and now he has restored his level that he had in the demon forest. Moreover, he had almost not used up the energy of the killing pill and had a lot of spiritual energy in reserve. Because, as the mentor said, once you lose it, it's easier to get it back, and he decided to swallow the remaining pills one at a time. And I began to concentrate on breaking through the gates of spiritual energy. Behind him, many of his clones appeared, radiating spiritual energy. He waved his hand forward and many clones ran in the direction he pointed. And many clones tried to open the gate by working their hands and whole bodies forward. He felt sorry for them because they hadn't moved forward even a millimeter. Sebastian remembered that the masters had told him what to do to break through the gates of spiritual energy. And it was as if someone started pulling his hair and telling him that his bright head couldn't remember this. Brian said that to make a breakthrough, you need to think not only about the quantity of spiritual energy, but also about the degree of quality. And Evan appeared next to him, saying that it wasn't that, but that their student was in a really big hurry. All the masters explained that first the alchemist must find peace of mind. To prevent great trouble, one must start with one's own soul. They sincerely believed in him, and in his strength, that he would be able to overcome everything. He smiled because that's exactly how the masters would have reprimanded him. Even though his mind had brightened thanks to the icy breakthrough, he had completely forgotten about this important thing. The guy opened his eyes and decided to use the pill to improve its quality. He slowly added the sharpness of chi and gold, and his clone began to change and become stronger. Next, he had to cool his spiritual power with water, and this was a bit difficult for him. And to strengthen it, he decided to turn to the chi of the tree, then ignite the fire and create a subtle connection, using chi land. And since the gate of spiritual energy is large and flat, it concentrates on the sharpness of the chi of gold and the density of the chi of water. He imbued his clones with strong energy, making them more resilient and powerful. But I tried to open the gates of spiritual energy with the help of all this. The guy remained calm even when the gate opened and continued on. Sebastian looked tired and said he finally got it. He sat opposite the wide-open doors of heaven and finally broke through them. The man sat and tapped his fingers, asking if anyone really knew where Michael was now. The subordinate confirmed and said that he seemed to have disappeared unnoticed from Nanyang, and it was more likely that he was dead. The elder of the blacksmith clan asked what he had been instructed to do. At the request of his descendant, the boy set out to kill Elder Liji, and according to his companion, they entered the residence together. David heard that an important guest had visited the apartment and it seemed to be an alchemist. And the old man asked if he had killed him, because the guess was not without meaning. The sixth disciple explained that in order to kill Michael, one must have at least an average level of heavenly birth. He wanted to figure it out, but the master objected because if the boy was really dead, they couldn't grant him the alchemist's abilities. Because he died for matters concerning his family, he has to sort everything out himself. And he ordered him to lead, because he would personally destroy anyone who stood in his way. Sebastian was happy to have new ammunition because before that, he didn't have any artifacts that matched his power. Since he had risen to a level above the law of spiritual energy, there were 500 years left before he could meet the teachers. Years and need by that time to break through to Breath Sun, because you can't deviate from the training of the celestial qigong transmitted by Evan, the frosty air qigong of Paul, and the sword technique. The guy left the room and stood at the counter, asking what brought him here. He was disappointed that Michael fell from the hands of the alchemist, who had barely reached the middle of the heavenly level, and it was clear that he was also lazy. Sebastian looked at him, and if his guess was correct, he was the elder of the blacksmith clan. He realized that Michael had told him everything, if he had foreseen his appearance and decided to end it by taking his life. And he gave him the chance to strike first and get the artifact as a sign that the guy was younger than him. Various types of artifacts appeared next to Sebastian, which he improved. He noticed that these were unusual things and that his abilities were inferior to his students, and said that he would find a purpose for the artifacts after his death. David saw how the teacher would not relax with the opponent of heavenly birth, and that the spiritual barrier not to skip none attacks. The guy boldly asked if he would yield to a blow on which his life might depend, and that his generosity knew no bounds. The elder laughed at that because his little tricks were no more than dust in the eyes. He realized that the guy wanted to distract him from the real attack. A little smoke appeared in front of the barrier, and not understood as fell its student from such alchemist. Sebastian laughed and said that his words would come back to haunt him. The man did not understand anything about his barrier. Started to melt and to collapse. The elder felt that not only the barrier disappeared, and spiritual energy dissipated and asked what by trick he used. The boy was nearby, and now he understood, looking at the fallen master, why he was so weak. But he made the final blow with his sword, piercing him through and through. This made the elder very angry, and he swung his sword at the boy. But it disappeared. leaving him confused and calling out behind him. The effect of the giant turtle's spiritual energy amazed him, because even his mentor Kevin couldn't handle it. But he said he wouldn't let him even move until the very end. The man was in a lot of pain. He was screaming at the top of his lungs and energy was building around him. David was amazed that his master had failed and assumed that the alchemist had broken through to another stage, and that he is not just at the stage of the law of spiritual energy, but also skilled because he was able to immobilize his teacher with a couple of blows. The boy looked at him angrily, assuming he was a student, and asked if he wanted to share in his share. But David fell to the ground and worshipped him, calling him his mentor. He sincerely begged him to have mercy because he had done nothing of the sort, and offered to do whatever they told him if he would let him live. And if he needs information about the clan, then he has no equal in this, and he also knows how to make talismans, and the young man thought about it. Sebastian agreed to spare him in exchange for him doing something for him. He decided to leave him one life so that the boy wouldn't understand him. He barely raised his head because he was very afraid when the mentor returned to this topic. But he handed him a pill that emitted dark energy and asked him to swallow it. He asked with fear what it was because he was very worried. Sebastian explained that this was a medicine that would prevent him from doing anything stupid, because only he could make an antidote to the poison, and that he would have to return every 6 months. He gives him a chance to live because he said he would do anything, or it would be better to just leave life. But David agreed to the pill, but he hoped it wasn't poison, because he thought that with his abilities, it would be better for him to kill him than to poison him. At that moment, he immediately remembered the time when he had spent it in the dragon's cave, although this poison was not as deadly as the fifth. He felt pain and an unpleasant sensation, and his spiritual energy dissipated. David didn't understand what that demon had given him, and Sebastian had heard that his master had killed many alchemists and taken their artifacts, and he became interested in something that looked like a bottle and wanted to open it. Some liquid splashed right in his face before David had time to say anything. He laughed at that because it was a vessel of salvation, but if it is not opened properly, it releases deadly poison. The guy got up and said that he had no self-preservation because he opened it on his own without knowing what it was. But he realized that he had just taken the poison and did not understand what would happen to his antidote. He clutched his head and began to be very afraid, because the alchemist was not supposed to die. Sebastian stood up as if nothing had happened and said that this vessel of salvation was so-so. But he explained that because of his scream and such impressive loyalty, he could not allow himself to die. But he ordered me to gather all my things and follow him, and at the same time tell me how to open them correctly, which made him very angry. Henry was sad because when he brought another weirdo here, nothing was heard from the boy for a whole year. Sebastian looked at the coupon and began to think to himself, but I asked David's opinion because now he can make lower-level talismans. He warmed up a bit and said that he could go to the blacksmith class when all his artifacts were strengthened. But David replied that it was the clan that should have become suspicious when the elder disappeared. Sebastian remembered what he had said about the need to possess the 7th stage of development in order not to arouse suspicion and to effectively cope with assignments. He used some tricks and asked his subordinate if this was similar to the 7th stage of Dan's development. He didn't understand how this was possible and what kind of monster he was because he didn't feel the power of a greater 7th stage, and in that case, he wasn't surprised that the teacher lost. And he said that they were sending it now because he wanted to see how many treasures the man had managed to collect. The clan was recruiting, and the elder appointed Naomi as the elder responsible for training the newcomers. And he explained that their presence meant that their abilities had been recognized and Sebastian was among them. But he started shouting that they should forget about fun and relaxation, because from that moment on they would occupy the lowest place among the students, and that there is no one below them, and therefore they must carry out small errands and take care of everyone, and they will be given soul stones. And he ordered them to put a lot of effort into improving their abilities because everything depends on them. And he added that in this case, the assignments would be distributed one by one, and the elders would disperse. A man approached him and said that his older brother had vouched for him and asked what his wishes were in terms of work. Since he wanted to grow grass, he could have been allocated a field. But there was a harsh landlord who had already kicked many out, and the man agreed to give it to the cultivator and asked to put in a word for him because he had helped a little. He became interested because growing grass at a great distance was only to visually increase the yield. And Sebastian understood that for a big harvest it was necessary to accumulate the energy of the earth. But everywhere he felt only one person, and it was to his advantage. He carefully opened the door and asked if anyone was in the room. There sat Old Man Charlie, who was the owner of the fields, and asked what he needed. The guy introduced himself and said he would work for him. But the owner didn't react at all. He asked a little timidly what he should do because he was a new worker here. Charlie wasn't interested in talking to him and told him to do something, no matter what. But he abruptly stopped him, and the boy was afraid that he would reveal it, because judging by his chi level, he was somewhere at the 12th stage of heavenly birth. The man stared at him intently and seemed to know him, or to have sensed the smell of grass. The guy was very worried that the old man would really notice and get rid of him. Then his whole plan would fall apart. But the owner of the field said that Sebastian was handsome and even better than the chief. In response, he thanked him. Looking at his face, the old man thought that they had been without any smart people for a long time and asked if he could find a bride sometime. But he warned that he would be useless if he didn't do the work and handed out notebooks to study for 3 days. And he would give the assignment in 4 days, because if he didn't study, he wouldn't be able to work, and he could live in an empty room. And he asked to show respect for the 2 elders. And the old man himself lay down and said that he would see me in 3 days, and that he wanted to rest because he was tired and didn't want to do anything. This was new to him, although Evan had taught him how to collect and create the immortality pill, but definitely not how to grow it. He was glad that he had learned everything in the book and could now proceed to the main actions. The guy looked out the window and noticed that there was no one nearby. So I quickly jumped out of the window and jumped up, putting on my raincoat. He turned into the head of the clan and David was surprised that he had come. The guy owed it to him because detailed information about the clan would help him easily impersonate him. Sebastian remembered that he had spoken of a secret vault where only masters could enter, as well as hidden artifacts and soulstones. The guy said they had a problem and the mentor asked what it was. Since he returned, the elder had to return as well, so the head summoned him personally. They arrived at the palace and informed the head that the elder was requesting an audience. A man appeared at the entrance and greeted me, asking if the president was in good health. He smiled wickedly and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and that Harvey was the head of the blacksmith clan. But he offered him some prepared liquor so that he could wet his throat. The man admitted that he was very worried because he left and didn't say anything. So he hoped for a quick return and didn't expect it to take so long. The elder understood what had caused him discomfort and explained that the student had returned sooner and should have reported everything. But he saw something interesting. It couldn't have been otherwise because he disappeared before an important event. And if David doesn't know about it, then they talked about it privately. The head admitted that now it makes no sense to accuse him of anything since he has returned. He drank the liquor for returning just in time for the event. But he said that in his absence the preparations had been slow and asked if he had yet seen the students they had recruited. He said that he wasn't interested in the newcomers, and he didn't understand if they were recruited specifically for training. The head laughed because he had once come as a stand for a sword, so this had happened before. But he hoped that among them there would be those who could be raised, just like when it happened to him and how he predicted that there would be talk about that great event. He angrily said that war was expected, and the guy himself had the same expression. The leader said that this war would be different from the last one, and said that most of the authorities had taken their side. Because they saw what happened to the head of the family from Suchini and the elder who fell into the trap and died, they understood what was going on. The man noticed that this was to their advantage because they planned to take over the soulstone mines of those families from official clans, and the young man understood why families. Victor, not enough people for collection on big land. The head said that he had concerns when he stopped appearing. The elder began to apologize for the inconvenience caused, explaining that everything was possible in preparation for war. He got up and said he had to go because he planned to look into the treasury of glory to make the final preparations. The head said that now he was calm and waiting impatiently, and the man had already left and promised that soon Yangzhou would be covered by a bloody storm. He understood that all the ruling clans and families will meet one with one, and family Virgo belongs to earthly world. Ago they apparently not will be drawn in there in war, but it didn't concern him at all, so he decided to let it go its own way, and he had to hide his things and disappear. The man came to the treasury of glory, and it was accessible only to those at the level of elder and above. He looked carefully there, and there was serious security around the entire perimeter. The students who were standing guard greeted the elder and bowed. He ordered them to open the treasury because he wanted to take something from there, and they obediently agreed. 4 men in white clothes stood there and said they were opening the treasury. They directed the magic towards the magic lock on the door, because to open it, you need 4 alchemist-level spiritual energy law. Such security surprised him very much, and he was very curious about what kind of amazing things were being guarded there. One of the alchemists approached him and asked him to follow him and only step where he did. They entered, and the alchemist's footprints glowed on the ground, so they could better see where to step. We've already passed 2 pavilions and realized that you shouldn't look down on them because they built such a large interior space. He said he would wait for him here because he already knew how to open this gate. Sebastian started to worry because he didn't know how to open this door, and Michael didn't mention that he had to open the doors separately. The man looked at him suspiciously and asked if he had any problems. He didn't know that there was a special way to open it like a vessel of salvation. And if he opened his face, he would have to face the entire clan. He had the idea of a vessel of salvation and knew how to open the door in that case. He sent energy towards the door and was very happy when it opened. When the elder was leaving the treasury, his disciples wished him well. But with its help, he covered his tracks in this world. He was mocking. He would be interested to see the expression on the boss's face if he saw it. Sebastian was in the clan fields, and it was so peaceful there that he couldn't even believe that war was imminent. He was lying under a tree and was glad that his owner liked him and could train right here. I would rest the 6th formation of sword technique and master the method of cultivating healing herbs. He felt that someone was there, but ordinary students couldn't be here, so he thought of the other 2 students. A guy approached him and started shouting, asking what right he had to lie there and do nothing. Sebastian was surprised because he didn't know who he was, and explained that he had already completed all his business. Jake was angry that he was not recognized as he was a great disciple of the clan and ordered the boy to introduce himself. Sebastian bowed and apologized for not recognizing his older brother and was not scolded for it because he was working in the fields. He smiled and said he would remember. It's words but yet had question to him. I asked Jake what brought him here since ordinary students are not allowed to enter the fields. He was irritated by such impudence because he had the right to be everywhere. But the young man thought that he wanted to pick some healing herbs because he was the son of the chief. Jake decided not to order him because he didn't know and asked where Morgan's sister was. Sebastian didn't know this because in 6 months of working here, he hadn't met his mentor yet. He made fun of him because he was just digging in the ground, and at first he thought he was lucky to get a place in the fields. Although the boy liked the life of a cultivator, his elder brother did not understand how anyone could care about a piece of grass. And he said that when he sees his sister, he might be 1,000 times happier. Jake started laughing so hard at the question of whether the teacher was beautiful because he realized that he had really been here recently. He didn't even understand how the owner of the fields could have such a beautiful daughter, and she was assigned to the fields, so she came to sneak here secretly. He was confused when he was reminded of the words that he could go wherever he wanted. Then he ordered to keep it a secret, and if he kept it, he would be beaten. For him, better place. Someone called out to them, and Jake looked happy to see Sister Morgana. The girl was angry that he had secretly entered the fields again, because she had already told him off more than once. But she started shouting loudly that she would go now and tell everything to the chief. Jake started to imagine that the new guy got lost and he brought him here on purpose. She lowered her head slightly and looked up, asking if he was the student Sebastian. He looked at her in surprise and greeted her for the first time in all his time there. She explained that the entire mountain belonged to the clan and asked not to inconvenience the elders, but Jake would be happy to lead him back if he got lost. Jake was confused when he was thanked for bringing the student back and told to go back. He was fascinated by her beauty and felt a little uncomfortable, so he didn't answer. Sebastian looked at the older one and realized that he was deeply in love. Morgana asked if the funny older man was the only one who was causing inconvenience to him, but he denied this fact. She knew that her father was supposed to give him books and ordered him to come to her tomorrow to learn how to work in the fields. The girl looked serious, unlike her father, and the young man was happy to learn how to grow grass. And he also thought that Jake was no match for him. He was about to return home but was suddenly stopped. She looked at him suspiciously and asked who he really was. This puzzled him greatly. He didn't understand how she knew this. She looked angry and asked why he was hiding his abilities. He couldn't believe that she had discerned the concealment technique and thought that her stage was higher than his, but tried not to show anything. She started screaming and said that he wasn't very smart. She asked why the alchemist of the law of spiritual energy would pretend to be at a lower stage and infiltrate the fields. Sebastian was serious and said that he was here to learn how to grow healing herbs because he wanted to advance in his training in such a quiet place. Morgana was furious, as she could have separated their clan and not knew as believe its words and asked, or maybe to name reason that it's not to kill. He asked if this was such a terrible sin that a person should be killed for it, and besides, she also uses it. She screamed that she was different and was hiding it just to avoid complicating things. Sebastian also raised his voice and said that he meant the same thing to himself, but she ordered him to prepare a room next to hers because she would personally supervise him. And she warned that if she saw anything suspicious, she would immediately tear his body apart and give it to him to eat. To animals. Sebastian bowed and accepted her conditions. He was pleased and analyzed that she was a good person and did not want to harm valuable people. The guy was in the apartment and looking at the books. He was amazed that there was nothing there. And I wondered how many alchemists had to be killed to collect so many soul stones. Although the manuscripts were not signed, each one contained someone's secret teachings and most likely left behind those that could be useful. He was interested in one of the interesting arts and was thinking about trying it at least once. He began to meditate and he, or rather his other half, appeared opposite him. But I was surprised that with just a little bit of soul power, I could create a copy of myself. And even at the sun-breathing stage, I wouldn't be able to tell which was the double. But I didn't understand why the elder didn't do it. And one of the downsides was the control of consciousness when there were cases of freezing in place, which easily gave away. And I decided to do it like in the technique of destroying evil, using an icy blast to divide consciousness. But it suited those who possessed this icy breakthrough perfectly. And since he didn't know the name of the technique, he decided that it would be a manifestation of a double. He felt that Sister Morgan was tracking his chi again because he had recently advanced in the stage and wanted to train another part of the formation that had been unavailable all this time. Then Sebastian thought about it because he wouldn't be able to do anything because of her tracking him, so he had to try some trick. He came to her house and knocked, asking if she was home. Morgana opened the door and calmly asked what was the matter. The guy was amazed because she was completely different from that image of someone completely enveloped in a thirst for murder. And he understood why Jake was pursuing her. Sebastian explained that he wanted to practice and the girl didn't mind, but didn't understand why he needed her. She didn't care how he honed his spiritual power, as long as he didn't steal the healing herb, and he explained that he wanted to use a sword technique that could cause inconvenience. When Morgana heard about the sword technique, she was interested, so she asked what technique it was. He said that this was a technique of the Poison Clan, and therefore could not reveal the details and decided to warn her because she was kind to him. She couldn't do anything like this training, but she had a condition. Morgana wanted to watch because he might do something and she couldn't let him swing his sword freely. He was confused because, if he objected, she wouldn't give permission, and decided to provoke him by saying he couldn't even do it. And she asked if he was afraid that she would look and master such a great technique and be able to destroy something that he didn't really like. Sebastian didn't want to show the Poison Master's clan's sword technique, but it still couldn't be repeated without an ice breakthrough. But still, he agreed to let her watch, but decided to warn her. But he explained that the power of the equipment was very great and that she should be careful and not overdo it. Sebastian stood with his swords and tried to concentrate, while the girl stood behind him and watched. She was interested in watching him and seeing what he was capable of. The first formation of the evil exterminating sword technique was the Flying Swallow Energy Strike. The dredge formation backfired across the creek and looked serious while doing so. Then the entire impact went to the tree and caused damage to it. Then there was a wall that was supposed to connect sky and land between by yourself. Sebastian watched as his two swords sank into the ground. The girl was amazed because no technique from the blacksmith clan could keep up with this sword technique. Fifth formation was flash lightning in darkness and its hand started to shine. As a result, two swords broke out of the ground and flew into the sky. And finally, there was a mid-level 7 formation that reflected a touch of colored mist. And the energy of the two swords enveloped the tree, completely enveloping it, which ultimately broke it into pieces. Sebastian was happy because he had used up his energy in moderation, but the effect amazed him. She was fascinated because the younger one had unsurpassed technique, and although she had a lot of energy, she was selfless and wanted to master such skill too. He bowed and apologized for blinding his sister with his worthless abilities, but she disagreed because she said she was amazing. Morgana smiled because she understood why he was so eager to train. He thanked her but said that he wasn't worthy of her because he hadn't managed to master it halfway yet and needed to practice to master it properly. She didn't understand what he was doing for a whole month, just locking himself in his room every night, and that was it. Morgana was sad because she had been trying to repeat the apprentice's sword technique, but there was no progress, and it was annoying her. She heard some sounds and quickly ran outside, asking the student if he was going to practice sword techniques. Sebastian laughed and said that this time something was different that confused her. She didn't know what it was and thought she would watch him again, and he was happy because he had another request for her. This interested her and she asked the guy what he meant. They appeared together as a double and an original and asked to guess which of them was the real one. This surprised him greatly and he asked how she had found out so quickly. Morgana said it was easy and suggested making more clones and she would still guess where he was. The guy did so, but every time the girl managed to guess where the real him was, he was in despair and asked how she guessed, and Morgana explained that the technique was very crude and that he should concentrate better on sword technique. Sebastian was convinced that this technique was very useful and therefore he had to master it, so he would practice until he could deceive her. She smiled slightly when the guy finished speaking and asked if that was possible. It was already night outside and he warned his mentor that this time it would be harder. And he showed that he created two clones and they stood up identically in everything, both in stance and facial expression. She didn't believe him and laughed, saying that he hadn't had a chance to taste life yet, adding that even if he created 100, it would be useless. Then, one of the clones said that now they would check if she was telling the truth. But she interrupted him. And the girl decided to make a deal that confused him a little. If Morgana betrays the real him, then she wins. This behavior was intriguing, and he was curious about what would happen if he won. She was serious and said she would like to master sword techniques. He immediately began to deny it and say that it was impossible. She agreed to even one formation. That would be enough for her. Sebastian asked to move away from the topic of training, because this technique is not effective with one formation, because it can only be used after mastering another technique. Morgana asked him to teach her an attack technique that would be effective but not create duplicates. The guy had already thought about this, and if he won, she would fulfill any request he made. The girl was willing to do anything as long as he taught her something during the attack. He understood that he could not voluntarily transfer the techniques of his masters, but the fact that she had exposed his hidden technique interested him. Sebastian smiled because he realized that the girl was not one to lie. Morgana noticed that he was the kind of person who didn't waste words and was confident that he would teach her useful techniques. All three boys in the form of Sebastian agreed with this statement. The girl was serious and said that if she made even one mistake out of 10, then the victory would be his. The middle one pointed at them and told her to try her first attempt. The girl said that in the middle, which surprised him greatly, he couldn't understand how it was. It was very simple for her that she didn't even believe that he was trying, while the guy was disappointed. He looked at her and said that the girl had won, which didn't surprise her at all because she was convinced of it. As promised earlier, the guy gave Morgana a book with one technique to study and she thanked him. But he did not back down from finding out how she managed to find the real him and asked to investigate the nature by creating 4 clones. She decided to take pity and give him 30 tries, but he still shared the vortex bomb technique that twists spiritual power and places it in a layer. Because in practice you can use up to 5 elements ago in her big power and it looked not bad. He didn't want to back down from his idea and said that he definitely would. We'll throw her challenge later. She was very interested in this dispute, so to increase her motivation she gave him a chance to win and then she would fulfill 2 wishes. Sebastian was disappointed because 2 months had passed and his sister continued to guess where he really was. He didn't want to do it, but he gave her a new technique, the binding seal. The guy was convinced that Morgan had a secret that would help him find it, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It had been 6 months since they had worked in the field, and the girl suggested he take the risk again that night. He was very irritated and didn't want to try it because, at this rate, he would be left with nothing. One of the students ran to them because he finally found them and asked him what was wrong. The boy bowed and said that he had a summons for Sebastian's student. The girl didn't understand why the summons came to someone who does his job perfectly. He explained that all of Yangzhou is now in a battle for power and that the conflict is becoming more serious and that they are close to victory. And he said that she had nothing to worry about because she and her older brother were exempt from the war. But Morgana stood up for him, explaining that he was only in the development stage and would be of little use. The student said that he had no reason to worry because he would not be sent to the battlefield. He explained that he would be in the group surrounding and capturing the rest of the family from Tsuchini. And even if he meets the enemy, they have already defeated all the masters and are well exhausted, so there is nothing to fear. He understood that he had a debt to that family. To that grateful by chance to get caught on lands alone, Spirit Ago agreed leave on an assignment. The student was happy because a student of the clan should possess such qualities, and Sebastian said that he would go and prepare now. Morgana ordered him to return safe and sound. The boys smiled and agreed. Victor and Melissa were tired and angry. It was hard for them to fight anymore. The sister was convinced that they were moving in the wrong direction. Their only hope was the land, which had been prepared in case of attack, and to climb the mountain they had to break away from surveillance. The guy was exhausted. He had no more strength and wanted to rest, but Victor understood that he couldn't stop. Melissa also asked to rest because they had been running non-stop for half a day and said that the forest was dense and if they were quiet, everything would be fine. They still decided to rest. And just one morning, Most of the descendants of the famous family died a terrible death. Victor was furious that they had been betrayed, seeing their relatives die at the hands of the Baum and Mu families. Derek hovered over them and laughed a little. He treated them badly. The guy bowed slightly angrily and gestured with his hands. He was angry because it was Derek Bohm himself and asked if they had been waiting for him. Victor began by hoping that he remained a master whom they respected and that he would take pity on them. But he only laughed at them and ordered them to stop talking, because he was unfamiliar with such a thing as pity, especially for them. The brother promised to reward him generously if he pretended not to have seen them. He explained that most of their family had been wiped out and the stones they were collecting for restoration were no longer needed, so they could give them away. He couldn't believe it was that simple, and it would have been better for him to kill them and completely get rid of the dirty blood of their family. Victor was very angry and furious and ordered his sister and brother not to interfere in this fight. To Derek, it was boring and seemed like a small thing, waving a sword that created fire. There was a powerful explosion, and Victor was lying on the ground. He felt severe pain, and not far from the wave, his loved ones were also thrown away. The guy tried to fight and asked permission if he could propose before he died. Derek was surprised by such persistence and resilience, but was not interested in any offers and ordered him to die. He begged to take his life and say that the whole family exterminated, but to leave in alive Melissa and Charlie, and will say where are located spiritual stones. The man stopped and said that he would fulfill one last request and ordered to name this place. Victor asked them to come closer because they didn't know about that place, and if they heard, he would kill them. But he didn't understand what the guy was thinking, because he could just convey a thought. But he explained that he had spent all his spiritual strength and was unable to do so, and threw away the bag of abundance, torn clothes, and therefore had nothing to hide. Derek approached him cautiously, and the boy began to speak. But suddenly something came out of his mouth, something so dark and incomprehensible. The master was very angry, but he didn't understand what the boy had done to him. He could not turn back. His body was paralyzed and his spiritual energy was dissipated. But I looked down as the girl and the boy started running away from there as fast as they could. He took out something and said that he wouldn't let them go and would catch them, even with help. People saw the Baum family's signal in the sky, but didn't think it was worth going there because it was far away. The students decided to first think about where to set up camp, and everyone agreed to it. Sebastian wanted to hurry, so he decided to leave a double in his place. And he himself headed towards the signal. He really wanted Victor to stay alive. Melissa dragged her brother on top of her. It was very difficult for her, but she couldn't get him down. Derek started flying after them, but somehow he was able to recover and started catching up. He looked crazy and told them not to rush, because it was all over the place, and said that if they left Victor behind, they would have a better chance. They stopped abruptly because there was not much further ahead. A large mountain stood before them. The girl carefully placed her brother on the ground and said it was for the best. Victor's body was paralyzed from that pillow, and he could have died without suffering. She was sorry that everything had happened this way, but he could have avoided seeing her and Charlie's death. Melissa stood up and was angry, and even though she would die, she would curse him. He didn't care even if there were 100 curses and threw his staff at them. It was indifferent, because he believed that he would join the saints and receive eternal life. The girl was serious, and he was happy if she became a ghost because it would be fun to watch. But his staff was broken, and an elder from the blacksmith clan appeared before him. The man was angry because it was the first time he had seen an alchemist at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. But he couldn't figure out where he came from, and the elder turned around. Derek said he didn't know where he came from, but said it only applies to the Baum, Mu, and So families. And he said that outsiders could not interfere and wanted the man to leave them. But he saw that no one was listening to him. He handed them pills that would restore their spiritual strength and asked them to apply ointment to their wounds. The girl was surprised and didn't know who it was, so she thought it was her brother's acquaintance. She sat down next to Victor and realized that now was not the time to deal with this. Derek noticed that the alchemist knew Victor and asked if he was a member of the So family. But the elder did not agree with him and said that he was a man from the clan of blacksmiths. This surprised me, but I didn't understand what the point was in helping people from his family. South. But he explained that he was here not to help, but to destroy the plans of someone like him. When Derek saw what artifacts he pulled out, he was very scared and asked what he had said. But I noticed that the elder can manage 5 at once artifacts. Therefore, I decided to immediately focus on the spiritual barrier, and he decided to ask for help from there because he might not be able to cope on his own. A hard time holding back the attacks and saw how his spiritual barrier started to crack. Derek was angry that his barrier destroyed and not could, yes, simply it keep a go. sent your staff." He was furious that it was unclear where this man came from and that he was planning to interfere with him. And his two swords felled the old man, and he lay on the ground, piercing the ground. The elder said that now he would not be able to demand a healing herb from the younger ones. The man couldn't believe what he heard and that it could be that guy from the lands. He remembered how they fought then, and he was lucky because he protected Kevin from complete defeat. He exhaled heavily because this time he used the artifacts and techniques of the evil Slayer's sword, and therefore had to spend a lot of spiritual power. The girl turned around and realized that he definitely belonged to the clan of blacksmiths, the main opponent of the official clans, and that he could get rid of them at any moment, but he didn't understand why he gave them ointment and pills. The elder turned and smiled and announced that they were now safe. The disguise was broken and Sebastian appeared, saying it was him. Melissa was shocked. She didn't understand how he ended up here. He explained that some business had arisen and he had infiltrated the blacksmith clan, and that's why he ended up here. But there was no time and said that they would discuss it on the way. They moved on swords and headed somewhere. Melissa understood that the effect of the pill was wonderful because she was immediately able to jump on the sword, and her brother's condition stabilized, and with his help, they had a chance to escape. She looked at him and didn't understand how he managed to rise to the stage of the law of spiritual energy if she remembered. What he was only on initial stages, and she assumed that he was hiding his abilities, and immediately the alchemist asked him to stop. He tensed up because he felt 5 o'clock approaching. Alchemists it's you equal, and maybe be yet more for only now recognized their energy. The girl was very embarrassed that they were getting close to such a level, and she added, if 2 families unite, then there will come out more 10 people, and what majority now on this mountain? She smiled, saying that they were already indebted to him and wouldn't judge him if he left them now, and left. And she added that if he agreed to help them to the end and lead them to the mountain, they would repay him even at the cost of their own death. And although those words were burdensome for him, he agreed to do everything in his power. The elder added that if his life were threatened, he would leave this body. He thought about it because they were with his family. Not so related that sacrifice for them own life. They stopped and everyone was scared because it turned out they were surrounded. The man asked the unknown people how long they would be watching and ordered them to show up. Then strong alchemists appeared from all sides and surrounded them. One of them said that the body of a great alchemist was found on the road, and noticed that his flying sword was being used by Melissa from the So family. But he looked at the man, because even if all 3 of them unite, then them not to cope with Big Alchemist. The man's next question was whether he had decided to come to their family's aid. The elder said that all this was true, but they also had their own accounts. Then he thought that he had been greedy and had made many enemies, but none of them had deep hatred and would not blame him for his actions in the past. The man said that the family's damaged reputation needed to be restored. Because they can't help but avenge the death of the elder, that wouldn't be right. And they all prepared for the fight by taking out their artifacts from hiding. He understood that nothing good would come of it if the battle dragged on because his spiritual strength had not yet fully recovered. He couldn't die like that, even though he feels guilty towards his family. So, the main thing, avoid alchemist on average stages law spiritual energy. So I decided to concentrate on defense and then run in the opposite direction. And the group of 5 alchemists pounced on one husband and started its to attack. Sebastian was glad that he had made the wise decision to exhibit the shell of a giant ancient turtle. The other alchemists were a little surprised that he was repelling all attacks. The elder was a little uneasy that the alchemist was not taking any action, and the old man was also bothering him because he wouldn't let him have any way with that Tarike. And to prevent that prickly thing from catching up with you, you need to quickly tie him up and run away. He threw his balls at them, and they started to blind their eyes, so they had to hide from them. And next he threw an earth bomb, and it exploded, creating a lot of thick smoke. He was making his way through the smoke, and one of the alchemists suddenly appeared on his path, and it seemed as if some kind of water energy knocked him down and the man flew down. When the man opened his eyes, he saw sharp points near his throat. An older alchemist stood above him, holding a trident in his hands, and the elder wondered how he managed to find the real him. The alchemist said that he simply put himself in his place and thought, because if he were him, he would have attacked the one among the Tauric who posed the greatest danger first, and he wouldn't have been able to just leave knowing what was behind him. The elder said that he was right, and more importantly, that he was too safe because he hoped he could escape. His trident began to overflow with energy, and he wanted to be done with it. But he felt that something was approaching them very quickly, something that looked like a dragon. The alchemist was irritated and did not understand who dared to repel the enemy's attack. He was surprised and asked how he ended up here and why, and saw that it was Kevin. Then the man said that he was taking the children from the So family and the guy who was covering for them, but asked if he would try to stop him from doing so. The alchemist was annoyed because Kevin had become incredibly stronger while they hadn't seen each other. He started laughing and explained that he had spent 40 years on Earth as a lonely spirit, and he suggested that they isolate themselves on the big Earth for 100 years and concentrate on training. The elder was already standing behind him, and it seemed to Kevin that he and Charlie would definitely be able to handle them. Looking at the children, he asked if they would risk their lives for their ruined family. The senior alchemist stood on the ground and didn't know what to answer him. But after a couple of minutes, he agreed to his conditions and allowed them to be picked up. And he added that they could not give up the defeated alchemist at the stage of the law of spiritual energy because he killed the elder of their family. And Kevin started laughing out loud at that, and his bird started laughing with him. He had a sudden change of heart because he liked this guy. And if they couldn't come to a compromise, they would have to sort it out using brute force. The alchemist silently watched Kevin's actions and even scoffed a little. So I immediately gave it to him, and Kevin said that he knew he would assess the situation well and make the right decision. And 5 alchemists abandoned their having flown in opposite direction. Kevin got a little angry and asked if he was going to walk around here with this fake face even in front of him. Sebastian quickly dispelled the technique and laughed slightly, saying hello because it had been a while since we last saw each other. The mentor said that he continues to rush into battle recklessly. He thought the boy was still at the stage of heavenly birth and didn't expect that he had already reached the law of spiritual energy. And the young man said that he was just lucky. Kevin explained that luck and ability are not compatible, and it was all just because he tried hard. He considered him an amazing guy because he risked his life for the other alchemists, because everyone would have noticed that the forces were not equal. The alchemist really liked the boy with his character and abilities. Sebastian decided to ask how he knew it was him if he hid his face, because he couldn't help but recognize his shield, and besides, almost no one would rush to save other people's lives. But he said that thanks to the nadan of a giant ancient turtle, he reached the final stage of spiritual energy and was able to leave the earth. But he looked at Melissa because after that he wanted to look into their family. But what he saw was simply indescribable. They flew over the forest and I thought that I had changed a lot, but I realized that the world had changed even more during that time. Victor was already in good condition and reported that they had already arrived, and it was already dark outside. They were met by an old woman who came out of the apartment and the children from the family. So headed to her. They bowed to her, and the woman said that they had come a long way. And she noticed that Victor was deeply wounded, so she decided not to waste time talking but to let him rest and heal his wounds first. And along with them, she invited 2 more alchemists into the middle of the apartment. Kevin laughed and asked permission to disturb him, and Sebastian noticed that this man was also in the early stage of the law of spiritual energy. Victor explained that special measures were installed in a secret room under the hut in case the family was destroyed. And since there are no strangers to the family here, he will open the passage without secrets. He made a couple of hand gestures using his strength, and the steps down appeared. The guy was surprised, and the owner told them to get down. Sebastian was the last to enter and saw something very familiar on the floor. He understood that their measure was the moving circle. Although it could not be compared to the circle in the demon forest, it was larger than the one in the blacksmith clan. He was curious where they would move it to, but that was probably their secret. But you could move a normal distance. They were handed 2 bags of something and asked to accept them. But they said that compared to the grace they had given them, it was just a handful of spiritual stones, and that surprised them. Victor sincerely apologized, saying that this was the only way he could repay them for it. Kevin was annoyed because he should have known that he wouldn't accept this, but he offered it anyway. He couldn't accept it because they were meant to rebuild their family, but the guy said it was a small part of what they were saving. Kevin explained that they let him into the land of the lonely spirit, and thanks to this he rose to the final stage of the law of spiritual energy and was saved only to repay the debt. At first, Sebastian wasn't going to take anything from them, but now, after Kevin's words, he won't be able to accept it even more. Victor was shocked when he heard that the guy wouldn't take anything from him either. Sebastian explained that they didn't do it to get paid, and that these spirit stones would be more useful to them. Kevin started laughing at him for being such a person, because you rarely meet people like that, even though he had predicted it would happen. Victor finally understood what a cruel and heartless world he was in after such a tragedy where he lived in protection and respect. And while there are people like Kevin and Sebastian Smith, they are not yet completely immersed in darkness. He fell onto the moving circle and bowed to them, which drew their attention to him. Victor cried and promised that he, Melissa, and Charlie would revive their family. Then they all bowed to them, and promised that they would do everything so that every member of the family knew their names. Kevin was already uncomfortable and told them to stop and get up. And he said that he was more interested in where the circle was leading and how it would help revive the family. South. Victor said that this circle is connected from country Thiyun, and Kevin asked, or they want on completely to leave Zhangyin. This country is inhabited by alchemists of the highest level, and it will not be easy there, but they will have chance to know latitude world and speed up your development. And when they raise their level, they will prepare the foundation for the revival of the So family. Kevin had heard before that they only glorify strength and don't value life, so there would be many dangers. Brother said that the revival of the So family is not expected to be easy, so it is not scary. Melissa, Charlie, and Victor were determined to do it and weren't worried about the dangers. The mentor looked at them and said that they had grown into worthy alchemists. The guy was a little surprised when they asked if there would be any space there, and explained that it was designed for 7 people, so there were 3 more places. Kevin decided to use this place too, which really shocked the guy. He explained that he saw a country populated by occult clans, and since he had already reached that level, he had nothing to do here. And he said that the old woman would definitely go with them, but he could also help and asked what they thought about it. Victor bowed to him and said that if he went with them, they would never have dreamed of such help. Kevin looked at the boy with emotion and asked if he was with them too. Sebastian thought about the people who were here and how well they treated him and cared for him. He explained that he was really interested in this, but now was not the time. Kevin exhaled heavily because many people say it's better to break up. To that, as she will become strong and who know what really need alchemist. 4 days passed and Victor still hoped that he would change his mind, but it turns out that they will have to go without him. Brother was very worried and asked if he remembered as open secret pass and or saved spiritual stones for activation. They all smiled and hoped that they would meet again if fate so desired. Then he wished them happiness, and before they parted it seemed to him that the connection not strong, but, yes, sadly was him there to let go. Sebastian realized that he had done everything right by coming to help, and now he had to return to the mountain. When he returned, he had to apologize for getting lost in the forest, but by then the search had been completed and it was decided that there were no survivors. The girl was sad, even though her student had impressive abilities, but she was still worried about him. Sebastian flew over the mountain on his flying sword and approached the fields. Morgana couldn't believe her eyes that she was seeing him and thought it wasn't possible. The guy landed and said he was back and she was infinitely happy. The girl didn't understand why he came back so quickly, and he assumed she wasn't happy to see him and said it was to get things done quickly. Morgana said she was very happy for his return and told him that she had learned how to make a vortex bomb during his absence. This was great news and Sebastian was happy about it and smiled. She suddenly turned evil and said that he had to test her and tell her which one was more powerful, and he was better on the battlefield. A year had already passed and Sebastian was fighting someone, holding back an attack. Morgana held some kind of sphere in her hand and stood opposite the student, preparing to attack him. The guy bowed and said that she had a frightening ability because he was barely able to repel the attack. The girl also bowed to him for such kind words and for the fact that he flattered her so easily. He explained her vortex bomb amazingly, but couldn't prove anything about the seal that connected it. Because he was interrupted by one of the students who ran straight at him and shouted something about a curse. Then he stopped and tried to catch his breath and the guy asked what was wrong. The guy explained that they were attacked by the Morning Star community and are now killing all the students indiscriminately. This news surprised them very much, and the student added that they now urgently need to escape from here. The girl did not understand because the community of the Morning Dawn was of the same occult plan that they wondered why they attacked them and what it meant. Michael couldn't explain anything because he didn't understand himself, and while he was running here, he had already counted 6 masters of the law of spiritual energy, and therefore they needed to urgently disperse and run away from there. Sebastian thought about it and thought that it didn't seem like a lie to break the contract, but he didn't understand why the community of the Morning Dawn would need it. Then the guy threw him a poison pill and Michael was very happy. He said that he knew the mountain terrain very well and suggested that he go with him, but the mentor refused, and then he decided to go alone and not waste time. Sebastian turned to the teacher and saw her running to get her father. She said that the student's words did not sound like a trifle. He looked at her sternly and agreed because he was also worried about the owner. The master was lying on his table when his daughter and student quickly ran up to him and he asked what was the matter. The girl explained that although this was inaccurate information, they were told that the community had been attacked at dawn. But somehow my father wasn't very surprised or confused by this and asked if she had mixed anything up. And analyzing her expression, he understood that she was not talking nonsense. They went out into the yard and followed the owner, who said that first they needed to find Herman. A guy was lying on the sidewalk covered in blood and no one could believe it. The father sat down next to his body and decided to take care of his body when he had time, but for now it was best for them to hide somewhere. And judging by the ruthless massacre, they were most likely watching them and occupying the moving circle. The owner of the fields said that they would descend through a magical forest. A terrified Jake ran up to them and began to quickly and loudly tell them that they and their sister needed to run away immediately. She was very alarmed and started asking what had happened because she already knew that the community had attacked them. He was furious and said that they had been betrayed and their plan was not to run an occult business but a community of the morning dawn. Jake said that their reason for the official clans and neutrals joining the community was because an alchemist at the sun-breath stage had appeared among them. The girl was shocked when she heard about the alchemist at the sun-breathing stage. This alchemist appeared about years ago, and now the clan expects destruction if they don't overcome the breath of the sun, and they all started running and generally thought they were building up power. One of them said that they probably decided to get rid of them as soon as the war with the official clans ended. Jack said that we should worry and spit them out because there would be few of them, but the guy suggested that the alchemist at a high stage had already arrived. Then, the oldest student stopped and bowed his head because it seemed that Sebastian was right. He said that his father and several older people were discussing it at the time when they were suddenly attacked, and in a split second many people died, and he missed his father in a panic. The guy was alarmed and angry because if the alchemist of the sun's breath had appeared, then he definitely couldn't stay here because he could no longer afford to interfere in matters that were beyond his control. They all ran non-stop, and fortunately the level of all three was far from low, so they had to leave this mountain, and the old man said that they would go down and use their mixing artifact. Something really surprised Sebastian when they approached the entrance to the magical forest. The guy noticed that it was a trap, and that the enemy had discovered them. But there were not even one or two of them. Although they were flying fast, the speed of pursuit was very high, and perhaps he could really handle it alone, but they would definitely be caught if they continued like this in 4. The boy counted 5. Pursuers and of sisters not knew but was assured what Mentor and Jay here not were assistants. A picture appeared in his head of everyone dead and him running away, and that it would be easier for him that way. But he looked back slightly, and something else worried him greatly. But he looked at his sister Morgana, who was also a little scared. He felt very sorry because he had spent so much time with his mentor that he had become accustomed to her. Although her strength was sufficient, she lacked worthy artifacts and sufficient skill. He was upset because he knew there was no way they could defeat the alchemist at the sunbreath stage. A strong wind with dust blew towards them, and they had to take cover from it. But the old man could not stand against him and was knocked down, causing him to fall. Sebastian didn't understand at first where his sister had gone, but she followed her father. The girl tried to attack the man, but he just laughed. But then I saw how her lair began to destroy his barrier. He not could believe your eyes, because I thought Morgana was at the stage of celestial development, but she was already preparing for the next attacks. The man started screaming to kill her first because she was dangerous to them. The old man was angry and told them all to leave, even though there was fear. Jake was scared when he saw the swords near him, and the girl became alarmed. Sebastian raised his hand and a large shaft of energy appeared. The guy was serious and pointed his swords towards the enemy. The alchemist was confused because 2 people were hiding their powers, and as it turned out, they were not simple. And he started shouting that there were 6 of them, and that they should kill them anyway. He ordered 4 of his men to deal with the boy and girl, and the rest to attack the celestial-born alchemists. Jake was afraid because he understood that they wouldn't be able to handle the 6 alchemists if their sister Morgana and brother Sebastian weren't strong. He looked at them and wanted to run away, but he had a reason why he hadn't done it yet. Sebastian went on the attack and aimed his swords at the spiritual barrier. Alchemist. He was scared because his barrier dispersed its broke swords a guy. Then he moved to his friend and suggested they attack together because they turned out to be stronger than they thought. Sebastian was angry because he didn't have enough time to kill that alchemist. The father was sad because he thought he was bad because he couldn't protect his daughter and could barely stand up to one opponent. And he looked at the 2 of them, who had twice as many opponents, which was unfair. For the girl, her father was everything, but now she could do nothing to help or save him. Morgana hated herself for it and saw how the sword was stuck in her body and blood spurted out of it. When she realized what she had seen, she had mixed feelings of anger and shock. One of the alchemists began to be occupied by a strange energy, and he did not understand what was happening. This energy was suffocating and killing him. The alchemist felt severe pain. Another man who was nearby was shocked and asked what was going on. He was also badly injured and Morgana was furious over her father's death, and nothing would stop her. They pointed a sword at the elder, but he asked them to stop and not do this. He saw what his daughter had become and said that it was very difficult to hide it from everyone. Everyone was very surprised when they found out that the girl was from Cheonan. As soon as Sebastian heard this, he wondered if she was really a Chonin. And I understood where she got so much spiritual strength from, since she is the child of a human and a spiritual creature, and her Needin is arranged differently. And this is an advantage for alchemists. And rumors have it that if you take the Needin, you can use it for your own purposes. Or you can also receive spiritual power that enriches the blood, and therefore the sister lived peacefully in the fields. The alchemist and even Jake began to fear the evil sister and her magic. Jake was splashed with blood opponent. He was shocked and frozen looking on there a picture. The other alchemists began to flee from there, saying that they must tell their mentor about all this. The girl had calmed down a bit and started to brush off the difficult battle. Jake ran up to her and asked how she was feeling, and Sebastian went up to her father. He analyzed his condition, and the wound was through and did not damage internal organs, so with proper treatment, he will recover. The guy explained that they now know about their sister, and therefore they need to leave here immediately because there will be persecution. Jake agreed with the younger one and had to leave this magical forest. The man was irritated when he heard that the girl was from Cheonan. The alchemist said that her eyes were white and patterns appeared on her veins, which proved without a doubt that this was the Chonin they had heard so much about. Therefore, the man quickly jumped up and flew away because he didn't want to miss such a chance to catch her. Because in any case, he understood in which direction they were headed. He intended to catch up and take the girl, and he caught up with them. The man stopped right in front of them and asked them to just give him the child. And the girl herself lay unconscious in the arms of her friend. Jake was scared of this man and thought it was the son's breath. He was surprised to see that his sister had regained consciousness and called out to him. She asked with a sad expression if the situation had worsened. He smiled and said it was okay because he couldn't tell her everything, and he just wanted to tell her not to worry when an energy beam pierced his head. The girl stood up and was in shock, while Jake began to fall to the bottom. And then the alchemist warned them that if they did not give him the Chonin, he would take it by force. She began to be captured by black energy and Morgana began to call the boy for help. The father was very alarmed and understood that the man had to be stopped. Morgana was his beloved daughter, and he took out the energy ball because he didn't care if it exploded or destroyed the Needin. But he squeezed it in his hand, hoping that it would help save his daughter. Sebastian was shocked when he saw that the owner of the fields began to rise to the top. He put a small ball in his mouth and before swallowing, asked to take care of Morgana. The old man turned into the state that his daughter had before and became very angry. The alchemist laughed a little and asked if he really thought he could stop him with a heavenly birth. It seemed futile to him, because even fate itself was beyond his control. Swords swung at him, but he easily parried their attack by releasing his daggers. But they extended their arms towards the enemy, breaking his protective shield. And this provoked the old man to rush straight ahead, even though the tree branches tried to grab him. Then the alchemist used the fire of samadhi and lit the staff. But the owner had no way to extinguish it, so he had to throw it away. He threw it away and headed towards the girl, but she screamed at the top of her lungs for him to stop and not do it. Sebastian was shocked when he saw that something had pierced his mentor's head. The girl was in a stupor from this scene. Only her thoughts were of her father, who had tried so hard to protect him. And if night was the time for demonic beasts, then dawn was the time for spiritual ones. And then Morgana began to change her calculations again. She had a big power, and branches trees started break, and man not understood as it is happening. Her eyes were completely white, and her face seemed to be covered in scars, and the eyes of the soul were in unity with the spirits. The alchemist set up a barrier for felt what from this one energy fan's danger. Thoughts swirled in his head that he was better than William, that it was all because of him and only this name was reason. And William lost touch with reality, and Morgana started fall to bottom. Sebastian managed to catch her and held her tightly in his arms after asking if she was okay. The boy became alarmed because he realized that the older woman had done something to him. He grabbed her and decided to use this moment to escape from there. 3 days later, they arrived in Liji County at the Zhu family's residence. Although the boy didn't hope for anything, he saw that for the past 2 years no one had been allowed in here, to his good fortune. Sebastian laid down his mentor and decided to first find out and check her condition. He was very surprised to see that her spiritual energy was completely fine. First, he wanted to make a decoction that calms the spiritual power and then give the healing pill, and because of that, he didn't notice Henry watching him. He felt very sorry because he wanted to say hello after so long, but the guy looked busy, although when he noticed him, His mood changed. He was very surprised and didn't think he would disappear for so long, but the young man didn't think it would turn out like this and asked if anything had happened. Henry told me that the first young gentleman had passed the state examinations and become a master of science, and that there had been a great feast in his honor. And Sebastian was surprised that the younger lady was upsetting their master, because she refuses many people's matchmaking, even though she is old enough, and she doesn't think about marriage. And Henry quickly ran to the exit to tell the girl that he was finally back. The guy gave Morgana medicine to drink, but her body is still susceptible to residual effects. But it wasn't surprising since she had eliminated 2 alchemists of the law of spiritual energy and was still fighting the breath of the sun. Sebastian was very happy when he saw Sophia at the entrance to the room. They looked at each other and the guy was the first to ask if she was doing well. She didn't know what to answer because it was both yes and no, and she said that her family raised status but in her all without changes. The guy wanted to know the reason why she refused the marriage by majority vote. Sophia lowered her head and explained that such a question torments the young girl very much and therefore she cannot answer it. He was surprised and asked if he could stay here for a while. The girl laughed because she had been keeping this room empty all this time. But he decided to confess to the girl that he was currently on the run and the alchemists were searching all of Yangzhou for him. And besides, his elder sister was wounded. Sophia thought about it and understood everything, but she doubted that they would get to the lay people's residence. The boy was sad when they asked him if his mentor was seriously injured. Sebastian said that the eldest had lost her father and the person who valued her most. But he added that the body received deep wounds, but the soul also suffered significant damage. Sophia entered the room and looked at the sleeping Morgana. She felt sorry for her. The girl said that she was very beautiful and that she could stay as long as she needed. Although he was grateful, he understood that he would not be able to stay for long because the Morning Dawn community would continue the persecution and it might affect them. He looked at them and thought it would be good to get well soon and leave, and not put the lady in danger. One day Morgana finally woke up and lay staring at the ceiling. When Sebastian and Sophia entered the room, they were surprised to see her with her eyes wide open. At first, the guy was very happy about this, but then his mood changed dramatically and he became upset. They walked to her bed, and he didn't know what to say to her or where to start the conversation. Sophia sat down next to her and said that she had finally opened her eyes and said that she had been watching her for the 4th day. He looked surprised when the girl began to tell about the wonderful day and how the servant's son broke the clay pot. She said that her brother had promised to send her to trade, and she didn't know when he would come to his senses. But Morgana didn't say anything and didn't react in any way. The girl asked if she liked sweets because they were brought yesterday, and although she wanted to add something else, she decided to finish for today. After that, Sophia came to the teacher every day and told her something, and it was like that for more than a week since Morgana opened her eyes. Sebastian was glad that on the 8th day the girl nodded in response and agreed. And after that, she quickly made amends by sometimes starting the conversation herself. The guy thought about another 4 days, and although his face was still gloomy, he was glad that it had almost returned to its previous state, and that meant it was time to move forward. But before that, he checked everyone in the family, adults, children, and loved ones, but none of them were in perfect condition. And the last person he had to check was Sophia, so he felt her pulse. He felt very sorry because she was also not in ideal health. Because if she had an ideal condition, I would teach her Qigong and give her some pills. Sophia also looked sad and suggested that if she had been an alchemist, her life would have been the same as it is now. Because family for her too, rode so that all to throw and disappear and definitely she be not worried about your development. The guy was serious and told her that she had to find her own way. She turned around and asked to confirm her opinion that he had checked everyone because he was leaving and would never come back. The guy was lying on the ground and Henry was screaming, "He should have done this a few years ago." Sophia understood that she could not convince him otherwise, but she could not stop feeling sad about it. The guy smiled slightly and reciprocated, as he also felt sorry. She was happy and brought him to the vault, which surprised Sebastian. She asked if it was true that alchemists had a bag in which they could store everything and didn't need such storage facilities. The girl asked him to put all the dresses that were there in her bag. Sophia laughed a little because she thought that saints live peacefully and fly through the sky, but he keeps falling somewhere and tearing his clothes. And as he folded his new clothes from storage, he remembered something. But he handed the girl a bag of pills that he had specially prepared for her, and they would be able to increase their lifespan and get rid of illnesses. But he recommended that she swallow one and give 2 to her loved ones, while she could decide on the rest herself, but it was somehow uncomfortable for her to take them. Sebastian explained that they had no effect on the alchemist, and therefore he had no one else to give it to. Sophia was grateful to him and asked him to take care of himself. Henry was very upset that the boy was leaving them, although he was grateful for the valuables, and wondered if he was going to distant lands. Sebastian reminded him that not long ago he was very happy to receive the treasure, but he only explained that this was inherent in man. And since he was sad, the guy couldn't help but notice that the man's tears came out again. Sebastian explained that this alcohol is the alchemist's nectar and that it is not harmful to health, and vice versa enriches its energy. And then Henry suggested they have a drink before he left and forget about all the disagreements between them. The teacher was waiting for him in the yard and asked they were going faster. Morgana asked if he had any other matters left to deal with, but he had already decided everything. Even though he put an end to everything that bound him with Hereby County but home was feeling longing. He looked at the city and realized that he felt a little sorry. But he and his mentor had to flee Yangzhou for their own safety and the safety of others. And so they headed for the country of Toon. They arrived in this country in the city of Voryan, where it was very beautiful. And to start, we decided to go where the people were. Sebastian explained that first we need to find out how the people of this country are different from them. The girl and the boy flew on their swords to the city where there was a large crowd of people at the gate. The young man wondered why the large gates were for alchemists and the small ones for lay people, something he had never seen in Zhangyin. He looked at her and thought it would be better to pretend to be a layperson by using a concealment technique since the girl was not yet fully healthy. They were confused when they were stopped by the guard at the gate and did not understand what was going on. The man explained that they had to pay 10 low-level spirit stones for entry, but I was distracted by the girl, seeing all her beauty on her face. But he turned away to regain his composure and explained that since there were 2 of them, they had to pay 20 spirit stones. They had one low-level artifact that cost 40 spirit stones, and although it was a price to pay for entry, they had no other way out. The guard gave them the tablets and asked them to take care of them, because if they lost or damaged them, it would be considered trespassing and they would be forced to pay 10 medium-level stones. The boy heard and understood them, and they passed through the gates into the city. They were shocked to see how many alchemists there were, and most of them were flying around the city. The country of Tiong differed from Zhangyin in that it was strong in martial arts and Taoism. In them, lay people are well acquainted with the nature of alchemists, and wealthy parents check whether their children have a suitable physique. And those who did not have an ideal body are improving it by mastering martial arts and dreaming of becoming saints. The girl noticed that the atmosphere was different, and Sebastian explained that alchemists and lay people coexisted here, and it became interesting if they also had their own emperor. Morgana said that she had heard that they had a mayor, but there was no emperor, and that he manipulated earthly officials as he pleased. They sat down at the table and learned the rest of the information from the alchemists, which was a great idea. The guy noticed a waiter in the hall and asked him to come over to them for a moment. He was very friendly and polite and asked what they wanted. Sebastian sensed that the boy's development was a sign of something special and handed him the spirit stone, asking where they had the biggest market here. And he immediately told me about 2 markets where very valuable things were located and where there was a lot of goods, and they were located on the main streets. And he added that among them the famous Mars company had a motto that there were no products that did not exist, so the guy was interested in continuing. But he told me that there was a secret company where you could buy very rare goods. Then we'll whisper to them that they're by invitation only. Sebastian drank a little and thanked him for the useful information about trading firms. The waiter left satisfied, and the guy was already planning to visit Mansu's trading firm and asked if the girl was with him. Morgana replied that she hadn't fully understood the abundance on foot, so she wanted to stay in the room and finish this matter. He understood that this could not have happened without her taking apart the 2 bags and assumed that the emotional wound from losing her father had not yet healed. He smiled and agreed with her, telling her not to rush things and promising himself that he would do his best to cure her. Sebastian thought he had come to some earthly royal court and, since the deal would be big, decided to hide his level and appearance. A man approached him and asked if he was looking for something, so the alchemist replied that he wanted to buy healing herbs. He was glad to hear this, so he invited his client to sit down. The elder was serious and gave him a list of herbs he would like to purchase. The seller explained that each type of herb is rare and expensive, and also said that the company owns all the herbs except the fig flower. He was sorry that there wasn't that flower, because he wanted to buy at least one, and wondered if he could see the prices for them. Then the man handed him a piece of paper where everything was written in detail, and I was very surprised when I saw a bag of spiritual stones on the table. The man shouted for a cup of spiritual tea and asked the alchemist to wait until he brought all the herbs he had purchased. Sebastian looked at everything and stuffed everything into a bag of abundance. Then he bowed and asked to come to them next time and he would lead him to a wonderful room on the top floor. The man glanced slightly at the salesman when he caught his attention with a cough. And he added that it would be a waste of energy to look for fig blossom in other companies, because those 3 types of healing herbs could only be bought from them. The elder realized that the man was not just telling him all this, and he explained that there was only one way to buy that flower. He was somehow surprised that this was only possible through a secret firm of foreign traders, and it was true that you could only get to them by invitation. And the man was a little stressed out that he needed to have 1,000 medium-level spirit stones to easily get there. It seemed suspicious to him, although Theodore's wealth was hardly enough. The man bowed and said that he simply wanted to establish good relations and was not asking for payment. For 5 days, he disassembled not needed things and collected all spiritual stones which had. And the main thing was that fig flowers were found in the secret company. A girl approached him and bowed, thanking him for visiting their company. She handed him a mask and asked him to put it on and walk with her to explain all the rules. If he wanted to put up a product, he had to pay a commission. The purchase takes place through an auction where alchemists gather and take turns selling their goods. They arrived and the girl showed them where to go, hoping for a profitable deal. They were sitting at a round table. The guy felt a little uncomfortable because it was unusual for him. He noticed that the food was cooked on fire and suggested that there might be an alchemist here at the sun-breathing stage. He saw an obvious difference because there was only one such alchemist in Zhangyin, and he was able to exceed the scales. And as soon as he arrived, he immediately stumbled upon a firm of foreign traders. A man came out to them and loudly began his speech, explaining that the bidding was starting since most of the participants were already here. The first man offered a soul ring that increases regeneration speed in exchange for an artifact or an auction of 10 higher-level stones. Sebastian was shocked that the drachma treasure was put on display so suddenly. Because they are a threshold higher than ordinary artifacts, and his meteorite ring can also be called that. But it still lacks spiritual power until it reaches the breath of the sun. Sebastian stood up because he was very happy, and it wouldn't be a bad thing to get if it replenished his mental strength. But suddenly he felt sad, even though he really wanted it. He needed a fig flower. And the ring was bought for 17 higher-level spiritual stones, and the man shouted for the next one to come. Various alchemists offered rare goods, such as a spirit beast egg or even a higher-level beast naden. The guy himself decided to put the juice of the shade orchid on sale, but he explained that it has a hateful scent for demonic beasts, and that if attacked, the juice could be a lifeline. And he said that he didn't need the spirit stones and was ready to exchange 1 bottle for fig flowers. One girl said that there is an alchemist of the sun's breath here, but even so, this thing is very specific and that it is very difficult to establish its value. Everyone wondered if there was an alchemist here who hunted demonic beasts, and if he were of a higher level, he would be able to appreciate the thing. He was angry because he had nothing left to offer for auction except the juice of the shadow orchid. Behind him, the alchemist began to shout that he was ready to exchange, holding a flower in his hand, but only if it was real. The guy got used to it, and it was really the fig flowers that made him happy. He was very surprised because he no longer hoped to get it. The man smiled slyly and said that he had one condition for this deal. Sebastian began to get angry about this, and it alarmed him. He had a few questions about this product, so he suggested we talk outside and then exchange. The guy suspected that the man wanted to reveal his identity because he was offering to take her outside, and he didn't like it. I'm about to leave, so I asked the other alchemists if they were willing to exchange orchid juice. He was sorry, but there was no other option, and as soon as the bidding ended, they were supposed to meet at Poyon's permanent yard. The alchemist asked the boy why he insisted on meeting in such a place. He looked at him and explained that he wanted to ask the owner of the goods something. Although he didn't look special, he was surrounded by a domineering aura and felt like he was somewhere in the middle of the law of spiritual energy. He explained that almost no one knows about the shadow orchid, and he himself had never heard of the juice that contains its aroma, and asked how he came across this thing. Sebastian asked if he really needed to know, but the guy immediately apologized and said it didn't matter. He started to put his hand in his pocket, wanting to get to the deal right away. But the young man was very alarmed by this, so he concentrated as much attention as possible on his actions. And at that moment, the buyer threw a dagger at him and was very aggressive. Sebastian had time to react and jumped away from the direction of the dagger's flight. A fire started in the building and the man managed to get out. The alchemist was furious because he had seemingly barely achieved celestial birth but was able to withstand his attack. And at first I decided to calm down and make every effort to find the real one, because it would be inconvenient if the mayor gave the order to chase. He remembered. Its face and time and forever will deal with him as only they again will meet. Sebastian sat in the tea room and thought about what had happened and what Dobor had done when he used the reversible technique just in case. And I started to think about when everything went wrong. But I assumed that they wanted to take possession of his bag along with the old man. But then one blade wouldn't do. There was too little information for him, and he realized that he had also committed a stupid mistake by agreeing to an outside deal. But in that case, there were no more options for getting that flower, and since that guy definitely has them, it was necessary to find a way to get them. Sebastian got out of bed and didn't realize it was already dawn when someone knocked. A young man came to him and brought a spiritual time with gifts, and they replied that thanks to him he had a good rest. He drew attention to his palm where one spiritual stone lay, followed by the question of whether it was local. The boy was very happy and said that since birth he had never had to leave the city. And he asked if he knew the robber who killed alchemists and emptied their bags of wealth somewhere on the outskirts or inns. The guy was really excited when they explained that he would have to kill with one blow of a blade or dagger. From the young man's reaction, he realized that he knew something and asked him to name it. If maybe the main one clothing an area where he valid or love thing which maybe be a sign. He was called the Nameless Assassin, had a high level of cultivation and only attacks incoming alchemists, and no one is interested in apprehending him. He was disappointed that at the secret meeting he had rushed too quickly and stumbled into something that knowledgeable people would not have allowed. The boy remarked that if he wanted to learn anything else, it was better to turn to a reliable community. They know everything in the world, although they are often scolded for taking too many spirit stones. Sebastian assumed that the information organization would operate in the shadows, but was surprised to find that they were open during the day. Upon entering, he said that he came to buy information, and the fact that they work like this shows that they have a great influence, so you can hope for reliability. An old woman met him and bowed, asking what exactly interested him. He told about the nameless murderer, and the old woman showed him the way he needed to go. Sebastian didn't know how secret everything was here, because they had already passed 3 doors and couldn't recognize the feeling of qi, which seemed to be a radius restriction. The woman stopped in front of the door and loudly addressed the boss, saying that they had come to him. A quiet and gentle voice came from inside, allowing him to enter. He was very surprised when he went inside and someone caught his attention. In the middle of the room sat a girl, surrounded by a small amount of smoke and subdued light. She invited him to sit down, and he was amazed by her blue hair and thought that the girl had mastered a special skill. The beauty introduced herself to Bonnie Smith as the head of the Reliable Community Department in Huizhong. He wondered what the subtle scent was that was spreading, but luckily he didn't feel its effects because of the icy gust. The girl asked if he wanted information about the nameless murderer, and she asked him to say what specifically he was interested in, and then she could name a price, and noted that they only accept spiritual stones. The question was easy. Is there anyone who will avenge his death, and if so, who and at what stage of cultivation? She closed the book and replied that it would cost 5 stones, higher level. Bonnie began to transfer them into her hand and at the same time said that no one would take revenge because she had no family. No teacher and friends because always valid myself. And the following information about his entire life also cost 5 stones, and then he understood. Wen spoke. What their need a lot. She said that they found out about him when he broke through the law of spiritual energy and killed alchemists over treasures in his hometown. He is careful and killed an alchemist only a few levels below him and managed to live without leaving a trace behind. Somewhere he got angry because he hid his records and cultivation level, so he mistook the killer for perfect prey. And as soon as the Nameless One arrived here, his time slots shortened and he wasn't careful, wanting to ask if he needed more spirit stones. Sebastian remembered his dagger, so the question was obvious about whether he had any special skills in the murder. The girl laughed and said that this was very valuable information, and because of their past agreements, she would only take 10 higher-level stones. She told me that the blade or weapon that takes life is the one who aims without leaving a trace. As soon as he wanted to leave, she asked him to look into their community when word got out about the death of the Nameless One. He looked at her and wondered what they would do if someone came to them for information about the person who killed him. Bonnie Smith explained that they sell information to anyone who will pay for it. But he realized that if he came to check if he had support, they would happily tell him about the spiritual stones. It took him 2 weeks to buy all the necessary herbs and spent over 100 stones on a stove that would withstand the true fire of Samada and a cauldron. And his goal was to deal with him using these objects and at any cost get fig flowers. The boy sat by the jade cauldron and kept the fire going. This task took up some of his strength. But I was very happy when I saw that I had finally finished my work. The waiter was so happy to see him because it had been 2 months and asked if he had finished everything. Sebastian thanked him for his explanation because everything went quite well. And besides, he wondered if something had happened to his older sister. He laughed at him because even though he was still young, he already spoke like an adult. And I thought about the fact that she got involved in a couple of small adventures, but nothing serious happened. The young man laughed and explained that it was because his sister didn't look like an alchemist, and there were those who started to bother him. But he told about one man who was harassing and shouting that a laywoman had forgotten something in the alchemist's tea house and tried to expose her, but nothing worked. Sebastian assumed that he had failed to recognize her abilities because of her beautiful eyes and asked if anything had happened since then. He explained that his sister had not been leaving her room lately, and she had also covered her face with a black veil. This aroused great interest among others because a guest had already come before, so it was not the best decision. Sebastian agreed with him and told him to tell his sister the next time he came down and ask if there had been any talk about the killer. He turned around and came closer and said that there were 5 more murders. And because so many died, rumors spread that it was someone else, and they put all the blame on him. And all the victims were not below heavenly birth, and one was even above the law. Sebastian thought about it for 5 people by 2 months many and yes as, and said Bonnie. The guy said that was all he knew, and asked if there was anything else he needed, and added that not long ago, the alchemists of the Taoist temple went after him. He became serious because if they kill him and will take away bag abundance, what in result he not I will receive flowers figs. The guy stood up and realized that he had to seize the initiative before it was too late. For 10 days, the boy walked around the area for several hours every day, but he didn't know if there was any point in it. Because otherwise that murderer wouldn't have given chase with such cruelty. The man stopped in front of him and took out his artifacts, while the nameless one was already landing. He was a little surprised by the triple flying sword technique because he had never seen one like it before, and hoped that he hadn't wasted his spirit stones wandering around the market. The man sternly asked if he needed his artifacts and spirit stones. The nameless one just laughed, as it was obvious. And besides, he should have known what kind of person he was and what his methods were. It had been more than 2 months since their last meeting, but he didn't think the alchemist would forget and start pursuing him. The killer's face looked crazy. He grabbed his artifact and started twirling it in his hand, wanting to end the empty chatter. He didn't quite understand why it was an artifact and not a treasure trove of drachmas, because during this time he should have collected a lot of spiritual stones when he cleaned out so many bags. And he was also curious if there were any other weapons besides the 2 wheels. And in any case, he had to be careful with an alchemist who possessed the middle stage of the law of spiritual energy. Sebastian released his swords in defense and they repelled the enemy's attack. The man got angry when he saw that there were still wheels flying behind him. Therefore, for his own protection, he put up a shield that held back the pressure of the magical artifact. The guy already understood that he was at the initial stage of the law of spiritual energy, but for him it didn't change anything since his and didn't exceed the heavenly birth. He started to get very angry. His eyes started to glow, and he held his flying circle above his head. But the elder was already waiting for them next to him, holding a bottle of some kind in his hand. The killer started laughing that he had decided to risk his life but said that if he didn't try it wouldn't work. The killer's blow shattered his barrier and a powerful energy hit him in the back. A bottle fell from his hands and rolled to the ground at the feet of the nameless one. He wondered what was in this person's face if he decided to approach him and said if he were a little smarter, he could use it. But he laughed that in the world of alchemists, abilities are everything, and that they should show their inability in what would take his life with his weapon. As soon as he unscrewed the cork, some smoke started to come at him and he got a little scared. Sebastian said that I was a lesser devil, and that despite his worries, he had not wasted the spirit stones. While he was writhing in convulsions, the man explained that brutal murders and caution had tightened the noose around his neck. His hand turned a different color, and he began to say something about treasures and their location. The nameless one asked to have mercy on him, and he would tell him where the treasures were. He was about to take the sword in his hands, and, as the master said, you can't trust a thief even if he's 1 step away from death. And suddenly blood spatters flew, because there were no guarantees that those treasures were there when the thief promised them to you. The boy looked at the body of the nameless murderer and analyzed that the lesser devil's poison was too cruel. And although there was a lot left, it was better not to use it on people and decided to go back and check my trophies. He looked at it with a little disbelief, because there wasn't a single spirit stone there, but all some lower-level artifacts. Sebastian thought about it because he had little reputation as a thief and assumed that he had really hidden everything somewhere. His attention was drawn to some kind of ball lying on the ground, but he didn't know what it was. He sat down and took her in his arms, then decided to try to instill some spiritual strength in her. The sphere began to glow, emitting bright red energy. Sebastian didn't understand what was going on because it seemed to have absorbed all of the spiritual power. He was a little alarmed because he didn't understand how much it could absorb. And when the layer was engulfed in flames, he understood that this was not an ordinary thing, but he could not understand what it was for. At first he was scared, but when the layer split, he was surprised because naturally it had to somehow react to the spiritual power it received. He sat and thought about it, then assumed that ordinary spiritual power wouldn't work. He thought that this was the reason why the Nameless One was killing. Therefore, I first decided to give the opportunity to absorb higher-level stones. It quickly sucked out all the spiritual power without a trace, which meant that he used most of the spiritual stones for this. Sebastian began to get very angry because he didn't understand what kind of treasure it was and decided to give 4 higher-level stones this time. He was disappointed that, along with the combined stones, he had used half of his own and without any effect. Therefore, I decided to stop my studies of this treasure and concentrate on making a pill for the elder to help with advancement. He was preparing the rainbow pill, and after a while he thought it was ready. The guy was happy that he would finally be able to finish treating the older woman and knocked on her door to ask if anyone was there. But no one answered, and I thought she must have gotten out and it was better than sitting in a closed room. He went downstairs and thought it was good that she had left the room, and how she had spent her whole life in the clan and noticed that there were somehow more people today. The boy was happy to see Sebastian because it had been a month since they had seen each other, and he asked if something had happened. He explained that he was a little busy right now, and as soon as he had a moment, he would tell him everything and asked his permission to take him to his place. The guy approached the table where 3 alchemists were sitting and talking about something. The man was angry at the people because there had been so many of them lately due to the rift. But they didn't care. They didn't listen to the guy and talked about their own things, that fortunately they had returned alive and now they had raised their level and become masters. But they were still far from that. With their abilities, they would not be able to reach the lake that is located in the middle of the rift, even though there are rare treasures there. The bald man was angry with them because he said that they should have broken the healing pipe so that they could break through to the level of the law of spiritual energy. The guy spent the entire conversation wondering what the fault was, because it seemed to open periodically and was located somewhere in the vicinity of this city. He stopped drinking his drink because it had become quite quiet, and he didn't understand why everyone was silent. A beautiful girl with a veil entered the hall and everyone started looking at her. As Morgana started to climb the stairs, a boy called out to her. The girl was happy to see him since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He agreed with her and suggested they go back to the room and talk. Sebastian was a little surprised that she had cut her hair. The girl took off her hat and wondered if that hairstyle suited her. Everyone was fascinated by her beauty, and the guy explained that she had cut her hair and, covered with a veil, she was attracting a lot of attention. Morgana explained that she really liked the length of her hair today, and because it was messy, she cut it. The guy had no objections, and she knew he wasn't the kind of person who would point out how it was better. Before that, she was restless in her soul, but as soon as she cut off, the worries went away. I was planning to resume training and when to go to Yangzhou, which sounded like a revenge plan, but the alchemist said that I needed to recover first before training. He handed her a pill and asked her to take it because it had a good effect on her internal state. She was a little embarrassed that she was constantly in his debt and thanked him for it. It had been a long time since she had purified her spiritual power, but her breathing was still labored and she suspected something had gone wrong. He was thinking of pouring some of his spiritual power, but that might cause conflict. Then he wouldn't be able to check her condition. The girl started to vomit heavily and vomited blood, which scared her very much. Then she asked what kind of pill he had given her, and the guy told her the name. Morgana was confused because it was the first time she had heard of the rainbow pill and looked at it. It was a secret pill that the first master had told him about, and it was made from easily available healing herbs that were good at healing internal wounds. The girl began to worry that he had tried so hard for her while she was in a closed room and had missed that the herbs had cost him dearly. The guy said that she was the ambassador of his life in the magical forest, so let her consider it gratitude. She asked him not to be modest and handed him an unknown bag. He didn't want to take them, and this situation put him in an awkward position. But she convinced him that he had spent a lot of spirit stones, and even that might not be enough. The girl said she would be worried if he didn't take it and insisted that he do so. Then the guy said that she should buy the wish artifacts, and he would give the spirit stones later because they didn't have enough of them, which was right for her level. He explained that the alchemists of this country were much more capable than the alchemists from Zhongyin, And although with her level she would be accepted as a master, it would be difficult without artifacts. She said that she heard that a rift had appeared outside the city, and that there was also a place where you could get healing herbs and many spiritual stones, so she would pay him for the herbs later. The guy was surprised that she decided to go into the rift as well, and explained that he had only heard a little bit and wondered what it was. She said that once every 30 years a strong wind blows, and if you go to that place you can get to another space. They sat and discussed, and then she explained that this particular entrance was called a rift. Sebastian thought about it because inside it were unique healing herbs, and there were many spiritual stones and beasts, which is why many alchemists gather every year. He became curious and also reminded of the great lands of the Great Spirit and thought that someone could control this rift. But she said she heard that no one controls it, so the alchemists run here very quickly with fire in their eyes. And the difference between the Great Lands is that it is not difficult to fall into the rift. And he remembered his enemy Jake, so he said he would go with her, since the killers could also get there, although he should make sure they don't do anything stupid on the city streets. Morgana opened the window and said that she was already very worried after seeing so many alchemists of the law of spiritual energy on the streets. And what is his decision for the best, because he will be a strong support for her if he goes with her. Sebastian was walking down the street and still had time before the rift opened to complete some more tasks. He first decided to go to the community of reliability and was met by Bonnie. The guy sat down opposite her, and the head of the department introduced him to baby Riley. And she said that the girl had arrived from the residence and was staying with her to learn everything, and asked her not to pay attention. The guy was very surprised for some reason and asked him what happened. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off her and thought that perhaps they had met somewhere before. Some energy from above began to penetrate his head, but where it came from was unknown. She was very scared when someone's hand pressed against her mouth, creating a couple of splashes of blood. He looked at her suspiciously as she began to clear her throat, while Bonnie sat quietly. Riley couldn't believe that the impure soul challenge she had trained so hard all her life had failed. The guy wondered in surprise why she had started coughing up blood so suddenly and was glad that thanks to human impulse, the enchanted technique had not worked. All her spiritual strength has dissipated, and her insides are in complete irritation, so she will have to spend a lot of time recovering. Bonnie sternly asked how she dared to apply something that was strictly forbidden to their guest. The girl was very scared when the headman said that he would pay him back with her life and asked him not to be angry. The fragments were already close to her face and were stopped at the last moment. He realized that Riley didn't come up with this on her own and said that although he didn't know what happened, he didn't understand why he would kill a sick person who was vomiting blood. The head was not happy, because if anyone found out about this, they would be in an awkward position, so she planned to kill her, thereby cutting off the ends. Then she ordered him to wipe the girl's blood and leave. The student quickly wiped everything off and was about to leave when she looked sternly at the boy who was following her. Bonnie started the conversation first and said that there was no more news about the nameless murderer. Even though he knew the truth, he made a surprised expression on his face. Then she wondered if he had left the city and moved to another place, or assumed that his body had already become food for spirit beasts somewhere. The guy said he didn't know anything because even the local alchemists couldn't get a hold of him. She agreed with him, so she wondered if he had died or gone somewhere. And what interested her the most was when he showed interest in whether someone would take revenge for the nameless one. He smiled slightly and said that the information they purchased was worth a decent price. The guy led to the fact that he knew that they not only sell information but also buy it. The girl started laughing and said that it seemed like he looked down on the community. But she explained that the information was very cheap because it was not in her personal interests. But she was simply curious about what kind of new alchemist had arrived in their city. He got a little angry and sarcastically thanked her for it in his mind. Bonnie said that things were different now. If he really was the nameless killer, then she should behave more appropriately. Then she offered him a deal. He would share information about the nameless one with her, and she would answer one of his questions. She showed a book, and this deal was called Information for Information. The guy thought about it because if he told her, she would be able to sell her for spirit stones, and he didn't want to get involved in that at all. The girl understood that he was worried and said that she would keep the name of the nameless murderer a secret and would only sell information about his death. He agreed and said that the killer was dead and his body was buried under a small hill in a rice field north of the city. She was pleased with this, it impressed her, and now she was ready to hear what information he needed. The guy didn't know what she was thinking and it bothered him, but he didn't get the impression that she was going to do anything unpleasant. He asked loudly with certainty how to get to the country of Yenim. The head hoped that he didn't want to play a trick on her because she knew nothing about a country by that name. There wasn't even a record of it in the books. Sebastian has given up hope since even the most well-known news organization doesn't know about it. He's probably giving up. She realized it was a prank and said she would send someone to the main residence to find information about this country and asked for some time. And he realized that he had hurt her pride and said that he was so far away that he could only get there with the help of a moving circle. So it was no wonder that she had not heard of him. The girl was not happy with this attitude, and he already thought that he had gone a little too far with it. The girl said that there were too many alchemists in the city and that he was probably going to go to the rift too. He was a little surprised by this and confirmed her words and asked if alchemists were also going there. She started putting the book back in the box. You said they were an organization that only sold and bought information and didn't send people into the rift. He noticed that she wanted to say something and asked if she wanted to tell him something about the rift. Bonnie gave him a sly look and decided to make a substitution by giving information on this very issue. He left the room and asked if he could get some fresh air. They apologized for not giving him much time. The boy sat down on the steps and began to think about Bonnie's meaningful words. His attention was drawn to a girl who was hiding behind a tree and watching him. When Riley noticed that he saw her, she quickly hid back, only her clothes visible. He understood the system, that there were many incomprehensible and strange things in this city, and now there was only one thing left to do. He opened a small box containing an anti-aging pill. It will not be able to restore the youth that was there before, but it can prevent further aging of the appearance. Before entering the rift, he must consider the nature of that treasure, and it took a lot of strength to make one such pill. And the initial price was one high-level spirit stone. One woman was ready to give him all her treasures to buy it, but first she wanted to check if it was real. The alchemist was also ready to buy it for a lot of money, but it was hard for him to believe that the anti-aging pill had suddenly appeared on the market. A man came up to the guy and said that since they were the organizers, they would check its authenticity, and the guy wanted to continue bidding while the check was being done. He just hopes that the alchemist doesn't take it and disappear with this box. The guy was showing various items and he was ready to sell the sword for 4 higher-level spiritual stones. The same man came out to them again and apologized for making them wait so long. Everyone was very surprised when he said that this pill was real. The bidding was very active. Alchemists were increasingly offering higher-level spiritual stones. Sebastian was shocked because he didn't think that anti-aging pills would cause such a stir. The price has reached one special level. A special level is 100 top-level spiritual stones, but the other alchemists did not stop. They continued to increase the price, which angered their opponents. One female alchemist raised the price to 5 special levels by raising her plate. He was amazed because this was many times more stones than he had collected in his entire life, and now he knows their value and will be able to use this pill to his advantage. The guy hesitated and didn't know if it would be right to let that thing have a special level spirit stone. He also suggested that it could be revenge, not that he hid the real treasures and that he was simply deceived. So I decided not to use special level stones for now, but maybe then I'll get some reaction. He was very surprised and did not believe it was possible and was convinced that it was a treasure. But after looking closer, nothing changed and he said it was more of a monster, because he ate so many spiritual stones that it couldn't fit in his head. He realized that special level stones were very valuable and could turn the life of an ordinary alchemist upside down, so he had to stop. Although it was a shame to use other stones, it was still interesting to see how it would end. He did not abandon hope that something would still work out with a stone of a special level, and when he touched the layer, he felt that it was burning, even though last time it was just warm, so they must have changed something after all. Then he leaned against the last stone of a special level and hoped that it would still help. The boy was shocked when the sphere opened and inside was a golden pill. And although a pill fell out of the fragments, he still did not know its purpose and did not remember such treasures that it turns into. From the bag, he took out Wanwan. He could recognize danger by smell alone and thought about letting him smell this pill. Maybe then he would be able to find out something. And he was scared when he saw that Van Van had bent over her and warned him that he would almost faint if he ate it because he had put a lot of spiritual energy into it. Then the guy threatened his pet that he would make cat soup out of him. But I noticed that he decided to eat at least some of the pieces, so I wanted to see what would happen. The guy watches his pet for a long time, but nothing has changed, only that he was happy with it. Sebastian didn't understand what was wrong. His cat seemed unable to contain its strength. He once transformed and suggested that it might be a legendary pill, but even the first master was unaware of the method of its creation. He didn't want to feed himself a lie, so he decided to swallow it and see what would happen. And since there were no problems with Van Van, I didn't think they could happen to him. He didn't know when he had lost consciousness or whether it was the effect of the pill, But at that time, the cat was bringing him back to consciousness. The guy got up slightly and saw the older woman next to him, who turned and looked in surprise that he had finally woken up. He felt a little ashamed that he had made her feel unwell. The girl explained that she was practicing qigong when she heard the energy coming from his room and immediately saw that he had changed for the better. But she explained that there were a lot of alchemists here, and as an experienced person, she couldn't let them interfere with him. Sebastian didn't know if there were any special results because he didn't feel anything, but he was going to make sure. It seemed to him that he had simply swallowed a piece of metal, but rather it had simply turned into energy and dissipated, although he had thought that his strength or development would increase. He was convinced that something had definitely changed, and the older man asked what was wrong. The guy was skeptical at first, but now he's sure it was a golden pill. It did not increase spiritual power but developed Neden, as a result of which spiritual power became purer and its waste was halved. He tried to keep himself in check because he understood that everything would change now. Maybe that's why he could use a few artifacts thanks to the ice gust. The girl noticed that something really happy had happened to him, but he couldn't tell her about it. The guy saw that her eyes couldn't deceive him, and she explained that all his thoughts were focused only on promotion and that he had definitely achieved great results. And then he suggested that after she fully recovered, they hold a duel because he wanted to test his own strength. While Van Van was falling asleep, they were already getting ready and warning each other that they would not have any indulgences, so they all needed to get ready. Sebastian was on the streets of the city, feeling a strong gust of wind that meant that the rift would soon open. And since he swallowed the golden pill and his sister would be by his side, everyone could boldly go into the breach. He remembered Bonnie, who said that every 300 years, very rare treasures could be obtained from the lake in a rift. And since we will be 300 years old this year, he has a chance. He became curious about why the head of the department was sharing valuable information with him. She explained that they don't send people there to check, so they don't have alchemists who will bring the treasures for appraisal and pay for them with spirit stones. And because he killed the nameless one, he possessed extraordinary abilities, and besides, she knew that he had an extraordinary soul. Not only did they know about that treasure, the guy decided to rephrase all of her words and asked if they were offering him a job at a reliable community. And since he has such abilities, he still won't be able to handle the treasures himself. So it would be better to accept her decision and receive a lot of spirit stones for it. And although the words were meaningless, he still didn't plan to accept it. But he thanked him for it. Because there's no trust in them, because someone like Riley could easily dump him, and then asked if he could buy information about the landscape inside the rift. Bonnie smiled and said that alchemists, due to competition, only tell trusted people about the rift and what's inside. But if he accepts her offer, she will share the information completely free of charge, so she told him that if he changes his mind, he should come within 4 days. He was already flying, and although he said he would think about it, he had no desire to get involved. But was damage. What not succeeded to receive more information. While they were flying over the area, the older sister saw something below and drew the younger sister's attention. They saw the rift appear and many more alchemists were already near it. He was already ready for this, and now all that remained was to rely on himself and the strength of his elder sister. He saw how the alchemists were carried away by the wind, and because of it, even at the level of heavenly birth, it is difficult to fall into the rift. So I suggested to my sister to speed up and get there the first time. He was surprised by someone's impudence when they told them to step aside if they didn't want to be trampled. A wind-powered carriage from Peggy's house was heading towards them, and the man driving it was serious. Some alchemist was not happy with this because he hoped that this year they would not get to the lake, and the guy noticed that their family enough known. He realized that he was not an ordinary person, since he was riding 4 red-winged celestial horses. They rushed to the front, and it became interesting how impressive the person sitting in the middle was. Sebastian was surprised that the wind didn't affect them at all, and Morgana said that they should go inside too. But he didn't care about that man at the moment. He expected them to split up, and he had been warned that if the group left together, they would be scattered in different directions. This landscape was unfamiliar to him. But they agreed to meet by the lake, and besides, the exit would open in a month and would remain open for another 3. And they agreed to meet when they had everything ready. And since she was strong enough, there was no need to hurry, but he was more interested in the treasures of the lake. Sebastian sensed the presence of 2 celestial alchemists nearby, and therefore they did not foresee any danger, and asked Van Van to lead him to the healing herbs. And he was glad that after he ate gold pill then started himself lead good and to obey, therefore could on him to rely on. Van Van helped him a lot every time by bringing him to healing herbs, and this made him very happy. He was delighted with this because Wanwan had helped him in the land of the lonely spirit, and here he was even more useful because in 2 days he was able to gather herbs and naden. He saw his pet start running somewhere and thought he had found something else, but he didn't see any more grass anywhere. Wanwan began to circle and immediately found ancient ginseng, which was very valuable, and noticed that the ground was damp. The boy was surprised when he saw a fork in the valley and thought about going there. Then he noticed that water was leaking through the cracks in the walls and wanted to break the wall. He assumed that when it rains, the water level rises and the water spills out, and it seemed that no one had ever come here. And he thought that at the bottom he might find spiritual stones or healing herbs growing in the water. He created a barrier and bent down in water, and her pet, placed in bag abundance. In the depths, the boy saw a green light that resembled stars. The guy didn't understand what it was because it was still rapidly approaching him. Then I realized that these were the eyes of a green flounder. These fish were very angry. And because they are underwater, that's why their name is known. And they are mid-level spirit beasts, so it's best to just observe. They began to emit energy currents, and it was clear that they were hostile, but they did not threaten him while he was in the spiritual shield. And although it's hard to resist 30 people in the water, he wanted to try and pulled out his artifacts. Before that, he couldn't just leave so many needed mid-level beasts behind. But he was convinced that they had more power than the beasts on the surface, and thanks to the golden pill, he reduced the consumption of spiritual power to break his barrier with any attacks they could. But this only made the boy laugh because after so long, they didn't understand that neither green light nor scales could penetrate his shield. Some sphere began to unite all fish in water, because not wanted long pull if they not carry dangers. He liked this catch, so he put one by one in his bag of abundance. Sebastian saw the corpse of a green flounder being sucked into something and disappearing. He didn't know if there could be such a thing as a fault within a fault, because this place is unusual anyway, so he wasn't surprised. If it returned imperceptibly and did not stop being filled with spiritual power, that meant that it was not under space, and even though it was sent very far away, nothing happened to it. He thought about it, and if everything went like this, it's better to check once. The guy was shocked because the rift was truly an incomprehensible place, and he couldn't even imagine that another space was hidden under the lake. But he noticed that Van Von didn't react at all, which could mean there were no healing herbs. He became curious about what this space was for and decided to take a good look around and saw that there were only mushrooms and moss everywhere. But who knew what might happen next? There was a lot of red moss with black spores on the purple flowers, and when I analyzed all the characteristics, I realized that it was a red miraculous tie. Although the tie was not as valuable as the red humus grass, it only grew at the right temperature and humidity. So it was difficult to get, and if you picked it up, you could make a pill for bruises. Sebastian felt something and grabbed his sword. He was convinced that something was wrong. He noticed someone who looked like an alchemist eating a red miraculous tie, but he couldn't tell his level. The guy was alert and looked closely and couldn't figure out what it was. I thought about pretending not to see anything, but his behavior was too disturbing. Kevin also spent decades on the Big Land and was somewhat similar to the alchemist there, so he assumed that he had been in the rift for at least 30 years. So he wanted to try to get closer, but the strange alchemist noticed him. He was very alarmed and looked directly at the boy holding the taya. Sebastian bowed his head because he had never seen a person with such a painful expression on his face before and asked him if he was okay. But the old man continued to look at him silently and seemed to be an alchemist, and I couldn't imagine what this person had to go through to get to this point. This place is not so easy to find, and there was an interesting reason, and then he asked permission if he could cure it. But the old man started making some loud sounds and scared the boy a little. But he tried to assure him that he wouldn't harm him. And I didn't understand whether he understood him at all because it seemed like he was looking at a wounded beast and it seemed like he had to go through a severe psychological shock. Although it's not exact, it looks like he has a high level somewhere between heavenly birth and the law of spiritual energy. But there were no artifacts, only medicine. The man was very alarmed and did not want the boy to come near him. He was covering himself with his hands, so Sebastian decided to heal the exposed areas while he was still scared. He managed to anoint his hands and feet with ointment, and only the body remained to be healed. The guy explained that the pain would go away and asked to finish his treatment, assuring him that he wouldn't do anything wrong. He looked at his hands and seemed to calm down a little when he saw the result. 4 days had passed, and Sebastian continued to observe him. And although he fed him a pill of pure soul-white dew, his condition did not improve, and I wondered whether it was worth going that far at all. He exhaled heavily because he couldn't get rid of that painful old man's face in his head. The strange man began to cry loudly, which alarmed the young man, and he muttered something under his breath. He started shouting that he should never open the stone door. Coffer and time by together repeated. But Sebastian didn't understand what the old man was talking about and explained that there was an unclean spirit in the chest, and during the escape he ended up here. Sebastian was shocked that he had been driven here by an evil spirit and asked what he looked like and where this chest was located. He saw that the old man was very afraid of something, and that it was the spirit that was worrying him greatly, and he thought that it might be somewhere nearby. The guy tried to calm him down and explained that the crack was open and now he could get out, but he said he couldn't get out. Sebastian was worried about him and asked his name. And that who maybe it's no, and then he will bring out him, because live here and to eat one moss not it is possible. He stammered a little and said his name was Ernest from the family Evans in Anime. The guy realized that it wasn't that far and they would be able to find the shitty residence. But the man grabbed his head again and repeated that he couldn't leave here. Sebastian didn't understand what was wrong with him and asked why he couldn't go out. Ernest was very scared when he talked about the ghost he had encountered. And the young man asked if he knew about the spirit in the stone chest about who spoke earlier. He noticed that only part of his consciousness had returned to him. Even though he had taken the pure soul pill, his mind had not fully recovered. The boy consoled him, although his condition left room for improvement. But if they healed his wounds and put him in order, he would be as good as new. The elder began to scream that an unclean spirit had caught and devoured him, and if he came out, the evil spirit would go with him into the world. The guy was impressed and understood that it would be difficult to convince him, and he couldn't waste any more time. He thought Ernest was going to attack him, and so he ducked back. But he softened his tone and explained that, thanks to him, for the first time in a long time, he was able to find out who he was, and he understood that the young man thought of him as someone who had gone mad. But he explained that the spirit had passed through his body and therefore could not leave this place for any reason. He asked the young man to go to his family and give him the jasper bandage, and told about him, and he agreed all it to do. And he warned him that if he managed to get to the lake, he should not open the chest under any circumstances. Sebastian hid the pendant and said he remembered its words. Then the old man handed him a bag, but he explained that he could not accept anything that belonged to him. He couldn't get out of here, so he gave up and went in the opposite direction, not responding to his calls. The guy understood how horrible this death was and burned the body and collected the ashes because it needed to be given to his family. In his bag of abundance, he found a bracelet and was already thinking about where it could be used. The rest of the artifacts and pills were useless. For now, he decided to leave it for later and set off on his own, because a whole Sunday had already passed since he got here. I also decided to temporarily postpone my search for healing herbs and spiritual stones in order to get to the central lake more quickly. Because it was unknown what else could happen, it was better not to leave the mentor alone. He arrived in the central part and it was quite hot there, and the journey took 5 days there. Because of such a large territory, he did not know where to look for his older sister on that endless shore. I decided to first scout the situation and try to meet her, and try not to meet other alchemists. And only now did I realize how vague their agreement was. Then he remembered Wan, who was sitting on his shoulder and eating fruit, and asked if he remembered he sent Morgan. He hoped that it reminded him of his beautiful sister, who exuded a pleasant aroma. Then the pet tried to concentrate and quickly found the direction of movement. And since the lake is too wide, it is impossible to find the east, so first we will walk along the shore. He was curious to find out what treasures were at the bottom and wanted to go there too if it wasn't dangerous. Wan pointed in the direction where a huge paw of some beast was visible in the forest. His feeling was that the alchemist did not see the level of the law of spiritual energy and asked if it was definitely the elder in that direction. But I thought about the fact that my sister has special abilities. If it is impossible to determine her cultivation level, then the sense of chi may not find her either. And he saw his pet start flying somewhere and decided that now it was best to trust his instincts. He finally found the girl. She was standing next to a man and a cart. He recognized the wind-blown carriage of Pecta's mountain dwelling, and although it was not an easy task, he had to get closer as quickly as possible. The guy was anxious and landed near the girl. She saw that he had finally arrived. The man was skeptical about this because he felt that one was in the middle stage of the law of spiritual energy, and the others were only in the beginning. Sebastian suggested to Morgana that they leave if they were done talking, and she agreed. The guy became very alarmed when his path was blocked and asked what was wrong with him and assumed that he was waiting for the person in the carriage to give an order. The man looked serious, but you could tell he had no right to make any decisions. Then Sebastian bowed and said that he didn't know what kind of gentleman was there, but if he needed something from their elder, he should speak his mind. A girl came out and introduced herself to Victoria from Pega's family. He explained that they had recently arrived and apologized for not coming to bow first, and analyzed that he could not determine its level, but it was probably no less than the sun's breath. Then the girl bowed and said that it was a great honor for her to meet her. Victoria looked at them in disbelief because she didn't believe their words and they barely held back. She was angry and didn't want to talk to them and asked if they were here to go to the bottom of the lake. The girl treated them with contempt and said that with their abilities, not only finding the treasure but surviving in the lake would be a miracle. Because many really strong chemists had arrived from Vorian, and she said it would be best for them to go with her. He was surprised by her selfishness. If he just refused, it might backfire on them later. He bowed and said that it was a great honor for them to go with her. But before entering the lake, he firmly decided to take one treasure with him. Yes, because I know that if the senders are with them, it would be right to give her all the treasures. But then he wouldn't be able to keep his promise, and she asked if he considered her selfish at all. Victoria said that she wouldn't let them go without the treasures, but they would choose the first ones, and no matter how many there were, they would only be able to take one at a time. He didn't plan on pouncing on the treasures, and I understand that with such a chemist they would be less dangerous and have a greater chance of finding something. Sebastian thought about it, and since she decided to take them with her, until they found something they were safe. But the question was what would happen once they got the treasure and got to shore. Morgana felt a little uncomfortable and apologized, explaining that it was all because of her. But the guy just laughed and said that everything was fine. He wondered if they would cope with his sister's abilities and the poison of the lesser devil. But the girl misunderstood and thought he was thinking about a possible benefit. She constantly changed her spiritual power and wanted to make it so that he didn't need calculations. If they didn't join her, she threatened to kill them on the spot. They looked at each other and realized that they had no choice left. Then they bowed and said that they believed her that she would keep her promise, and that is why they would follow her. And she felt sorry that she had not done so right away. They dove into the water and used their spiritual barriers to conserve air. The guy wanted to disappear from there, but it might provoke anger. And he also liked the amazing carriage and the windshield he had created. But I will note that they are undoubtedly diving deeper and deeper, and they have accurate information about the location of the treasures. If you looked closely, you could see a man watching something. In his hand lay a large compass that showed the direction of their movement and where they should move next. He didn't know what kind of mechanism it was, but if it was pointing at a treasure, then this thing was probably unusual, and I think he would be able to see their power in the lake, but none of the alchemists attacked them. It seemed to the boy that no one could match their influence, and for some reason Victoria needed to take them with her. He was strict, because they were all alchemists from a trusted community that Bonnie had invited. Then, Sebastian popped a couple of pills into his mouth to support his spiritual barrier, because it was taking a lot of energy, and he didn't know how much longer they could keep weaving because it was already half an hour later. But I noticed that the carriage was gaining speed. It was dark on all sides and nothing was visible, and I began to wonder what was causing it. The wind-powered carriage arrived at a large pavilion that was also in the shield, and this greatly surprised the boy and girl. The man assumed that this was what they were looking for, as his spiritual compass pointed to it. The guy felt great spiritual energy from the pavilion, and realized that the compass was showing places filled with it, and realized that without it, he would have sailed past because it was completely dark. He hoped that the treasures they were talking about were there, and a girl got out of the carriage and praised Noah for his good work. They entered that land, and the man reported that water did not flow here, which was very good because they would not have to put up a spiritual barrier. She ordered everyone to go inside and search the rooms for treasure. Noah said he found a box and was holding it in his hands. When he opened it, he saw that it was empty, which made Victoria very angry because someone had already been there. The girl was angry and ordered to search the rest of the rooms because the treasure could still be here. He was a little disappointed because he thought that once he rose to the level of the law of spiritual energy, everything would be fine. The guy began to actively sort through his things because he needed to get out of Victoria's nets as quickly as possible. But because of the carriage, he couldn't count on escaping. She passed by and told him to look better, and that made him angry. And he didn't know what her weaknesses were because he had never seen her abilities. Everyone stood with dissatisfied faces, and no one said that there was only one such building in the lake, and it was impossible to find out what the treasures were. She said to get out the spiritual compass because they needed to find a new building before it was too late, and Noah obediently followed the order. After that, they found a new pavilion, and it turned out to be several times smaller than the apartment, so they didn't find a single box in it. Sebastian was actively looking for him. Victoria's mood was a little alarming, so she had to be more careful. Because if they find treasures, the girl will be able to come up with many excuses not to share them. and also suggested that they could simply be killed in order to get rid of them and not share them. The guy thought that she might consider them useless, and that there had not been a single conflict with other alchemists along the way. Sebastian didn't understand why, because they had already gone through 10 rooms and hadn't found any treasures, even though the entire pavilion was filled with spiritual energy, so the compass wasn't effective here. Victoria thought about it because even in the density of such spiritual energy, the compass leads somewhere, and told Noah to follow it. And then they all followed the man with the compass and stopped at the door. This was the last room, but there was nothing in it either, but Victoria thought about it. The man sat down and said that it was here, and he was not told to break the floor because there must be either a door or a passage that connects room with to other's place. Then Noah took out his whip and started beating the floor, sending pieces of concrete flying. He saw that she had a lot of experience as an alchemist because she was able to immediately decipher what the action on the spiritual compass meant. They all activated their spiritual barriers and the bright light in the floor began to expand. The man asked if they would go inside, but Victoria explained that he didn't have to be the first. And then she looked at the boy and girl and told them to go ahead. Sebastian said that there was no need for them to go down together and decided that he would go first. Victoria didn't care. The main thing was that it wasn't her person, so if he wanted it that way, it was his own initiative. The boy landed on land that looked as if it had previously been densely built up, and it seemed that the dwelling and pavilion had previously been here. He looked ahead, and all that was left of it was this building. It radiated a bright light and was very beautiful and large. Then he noticed behind him how his sister and the girl with their servant began to appear. Victoria was very surprised and could not believe her eyes that this was possible. She was very happy and sure that this was where the same treasures that appear every 300 years were located. She instantly changed her face and quickly jumped up and flew towards the yard. The guy was surprised because he was checking to see if there were any alchemists nearby, but rushing forward was too much, and he couldn't imagine how badly she wanted it. The alchemist's attention was drawn to the building in front, and he assumed that it was a ceremonial hall. A bright light appeared in the sky as if someone unwanted had entered this space. And Victoria sensed it and became alarmed because she didn't understand who dared to do this. She was hit in the back, even though she thought she had gotten rid of everyone who could interfere. She felt a great power of this level and was convinced that it was him. The girl tried to defend herself and immediately attacked the enemy with the help of her own earthly fire from the mountain. Then she saw a couple of alchemists in the sky, and one of them asked her to dispel his anger. She was angry because old man Pietro had appeared. He was worthless but presented himself as an important person because he was at the level of the sun's breath. The man said that he knew that she would make Noah her lover and would take him everywhere with her, and noticed 2 more people behind her that he had not seen before. She threatened to tear him apart if he said anything untrue again, and explained that she had brought these children from the vacation home. Behind him stood 5 more, people she called there a bunch garbage, and he only laughed, explaining it that what location treasures concerned only there too. Victoria angrily asked why such a person did not enter the ceremonial hall but stayed near the entrance. It seemed like he wasn't going to kill all his competitors before he went out. He wasn't attacking at full force just to feel the ground. Sebastian noticed that as soon as the conversation turned to treasures, the tension increased, in which case it no longer mattered how many people were at the level of the law of spiritual energy. 5 said that they didn't need to take everything so seriously since the treasures weren't right in front of them, and said that there were several buildings here. If they divided them into groups, it would be enough to get by. She wasn't interested in listening to this and didn't want to waste time on unsurpassed stories, so she asked again why he didn't go into the ceremonial hall right in front of him. Then he said that the building was protected by a very strong barrier, and even together with the younger ones, they joined forces to break through it, but were defeated. The man knew her abilities but said that she would not be able to get inside, pointing to the castle. Victoria decided to test his words and used a couple of spheres into the barrier. He sarcastically said not to lie to a madam like her. Pietro lowered his head and said that he was sure she had already guessed what he wanted. It was a bit difficult for her, but she knew it wouldn't be easy ever since she saw the old man on the lakeshore. Who understood that he wanted to join forces to break through this shield and asked what would happen next. He didn't want to reveal these secrets and asked why make it all complicated. The alchemist pointed to the buildings that needed to be cleaned, and even if these treasures were divided in half, there would be enough for everyone. Although she didn't like it, she agreed to join forces and break through this shield together. They entered the building. It was large and spacious, with a large green dragon hanging from above. You know, there are a lot of statues, caskets, and other things there, so there's a lot to look at. 10 alchemists barely managed to break through the breach in the barrier, and the girl was convinced that with such protection, there was something to be gained. She was furious that she had made a fool of herself twice because of that heart, and was thinking about what to do to take all the treasures for herself. The alchemist understands that they are at the same level of cultivation and therefore will have to bet his life, and even if he wins, he will suffer great losses. Besides, he was hired by a trusted community and he would only be able to obtain one treasure, so there was no need to act quickly. Then the man suggested that they meet once they had collected everything they could think of as treasure, to look at and share. At first, this completely suited Victoria, so they decided to do it this way. They managed to collect a large amount, but even if half of this treasure is found, each person will only be able to get 2 or 3. Victoria and Piero looked very cunning, and each had their own plan in mind. And the guy understood that he wasn't even sure he would be able to achieve any of it. His attention was drawn to the discovery of other alchemists who were loudly surprised. He was surprised and saw for the first time what a stone box looked like, or convinced that you are the same box the old man was talking about and that he simply didn't open it carefully. Piero said that everyone had collected something useful and now it was time to look at it. But first we had to see if it was a treasure to share. She glared at the boy and ordered him to go and search for treasure among the pile of things. He agreed and left, but he felt uncomfortable, so it was better to stay as far away as possible. The man was happy when he saw a shiny ingot among his belongings. He had heard of it before because if it was used in the creation and placement of a drachma weapon, it would be able to absorb more spiritual power and also increase strength. The man was fascinated by all this and decided to take it with him and check out all the precious-looking boxes. One of his younger brothers brought him a box, but explained that it was closed and that, in order to open it, one must give it spiritual strength. This surprised the man very much, which meant that there was a high possibility that there was something valuable there. A woman ran up to them and told them not to open too soon because a lot was expected. The guy was wary because if it was closed, it wasn't because of the price, but because there was something inside that couldn't be released because there wasn't such a seal on the rest. The box began to open and there was a sound of something hitting something, and it was a great, impressive energy. Only Victoria was very happy, and red clots of energy began to come out of the box. And she was very scared when she saw that the room was turning a different color, and she seemed to assume that this could be it. Everyone was scared when they saw that some evil creature had escaped and said that it was the first baby. No one could believe how this could be possible because it was like the soul of an alchemist with a high level of cultivation. Victoria was sure that this was the form of the first baby, and her husband asked her to be careful and not give him her body. The kid looked very angry. He was enveloped in evil red energy and he was laughing strangely. Everyone was shocked by his laughter. It seemed to suck the soul out of him, and as a result, this laughter caused one of the alchemists to go crazy. The first infant tried to take away the physical body and assumed that the man had seen the bodies of his companions being taken away, so he was afraid that his body might be taken away during his escape. And the guys wondered if a person could even stop a baby and were almost convinced of it. The alchemists were in a panic and asked their mentor what they should do to stop the first baby. The man was puzzled because he could not be stopped by ordinary drachma weapons or other artifacts that do not affect the soul. The old man said that they had no way to stop him now, and that worried the boy a little because even he didn't know. Sebastian decided to take his safe because if they locked him there, he must have been useful. He attempted to take over the body of one of the alchemists, capturing his body in his energy. When he moved in, he said he didn't want the alchemist's body because it was at the level of the law of spiritual energy, and they were all terribly weak as one. The baby still thanked him for opening the box, and as a reward he would quickly deal with them. The old man realized that he needed a level comparable to the first baby, but the breath of the sun was no match for him. The girl pondered the course of action because now he was in the body of the law of spiritual energy. They could resist him, but if they dealt with him, he would find a new body, so it was better to leave it like that. But these two had one thing in common: many treasures that they did not have time to share, and they could not return empty-handed. The baby stood before them and thought that there were only 2 alchemists at the sun-breathing stage, one an old man and the other a woman, which didn't suit him. His true colors began to show, and he decided to simply suck out all their spiritual and life force. The baby began to emerge from the body of the murdered alchemist and fell devastated to the ground. Victoria was very angry because at this rate, everyone except one person who acts as a vessel will go to the other world. If that happens, she will have to give up her treasures. They began to flee and no longer cared about the treasures as life came first. Morgana said that they too had better run away from here, and Sebastian agreed with her. Pietro was angry. He couldn't understand why they couldn't get out of there and shouted loudly. They were banging on all the doors and they wouldn't open, and the baby was circling around them. The guy also started somewhere that he used some kind of Easter egg to put a seal on the ceremonial hall, so he had to find a way to break through or delay it. Victoria didn't know, but she hoped that the flame of the mountain's own earthly fire could affect the soul, and she released it. But those attacks had no effect on him. He just said that it was all ineffective. He was pleased to absorb the spiritual power, but he was not yet satisfied, so he thought that the alchemist of the sun's breath could satisfy his hunger. The old man drew his great sword when he felt attempts to take over his body and said that he would not give up just like that, and was greatly shocked with how easily he destroyed his treasure of lower-level drachmas. He was terrified when the baby approached him and told him not to waste his precious spiritual power. The guy got even angrier when he knew that all the things in the alchemist's bags of abundance had become useless, and he didn't understand how the companions had returned everything. Then the first baby took over Pierre's body and said that he was weak, and that with you he only had a treasure of lower-level drachmas. For him, this body was a real trash can, and he didn't want to use it and asked if any of them could show him something interesting. His eyes fell on Sebastian, who was watching him and was very angry with him. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, and introduced herself to Victoria from the mountain residence of Pecta, the fortress of Voryan. And she said that he hadn't been in the yard for a long time and that he would need time to get used to it. So her family would be happy to accept him and solve all the inconveniences until he got used to it. He thought about this suggestion. He had never heard of this place, but it seemed to have a special influence there. She explained that her husband was the owner of the mountain residence and that he was a 300-year-old sunbreath-level alchemist, and said that he would do anything to survive. Besides, it was a hidden blessing and she could watch over him, and maybe it helped break through the current progress, and so offered her husband's body. The proposed deal was to his liking, and he laughed slightly at it, looking at the girl. He didn't care about any of this, but he remembered the name of the residence, so he said he was visiting, and Victoria realized he was even crazier than she thought. He laughed evilly and said that he would devour all those gathered here. Only she, Sebastian, and Morgana were left alive, and there were devastated bodies all around them. She was very sorry that her Noan, without whom she never went anywhere, was among them. The first baby started laughing and said he would make an exception for the three of them and not kill them. He grew several times larger and leaned over, asking if they were curious why. The girl became very kind and assumed what he simply showed generosity and allowed them to live a little longer. He looked at Sebastian and explained that he had kept him alive to become his new vessel, for he has achieved much in his years and has many years of life ahead of him, and with the help of all this he will be able to break through to the saints. He had no words, but he thought that this was his only chance and that if he wanted to move in with him, he could try using the box. And he will let Morgana and Victoria live a little longer, just so that they can restore their yang after taking over the body. And he added that when it's all over, they'll turn into old people and nothing more can be taken from them, so he won't kill them. The first baby hovered over the boy, already preparing for the process. But Sebastian didn't understand how it would fit in a box of such dimensions, but it was worth a try. He used the technique and quickly moved away from the enemy. But he only laughed and wanted to see how he could dodge now. The boy was frightened when their faces met and were a short distance apart. Holding the box in his hands, he opened it, and a bright light came out of it. He was angry and asked how he got the box. Sebastian hit the box with an energy pulse, and this confused the monster even more. He was starting to be sucked back in, but he still couldn't understand it. Then he began to put a binding seal on it. Its and golden lines started it to encompass. He tried to break free and didn't understand how that alchemist dared to lock him there again, because he had spent over 1,000 years there and didn't want to go there again. The guy had a hard time and realized that as it closed, the sucking force increased, and I had to do whatever it took to close it. The baby tried to provoke him and weaken him, saying that he was not stopped by his weak abilities. He was shocked and didn't understand, but the box took him away with renewed force. The older one started helping him, and although she didn't fully understand it all, she realized that she should have just shut it down. The girl asked him to trust her because she was more confident in her spiritual strength than he was. He began to appeal to Victoria to stop them, and then he would share various techniques and the ability to gain immortality. Sebastian asked her not to dig him up, but then he couldn't open his mouth while he poured spiritual power into it. She was starting to get really angry at this attitude and asked if he really thought she was so naive. And she began to pour in her spiritual strength because she had no intention of helping after he wanted to burn down the mountain settlement. He swore with his life that he would do everything to ensure that she could raise the vital force of yin and yang, and if he did not restrain it, he would be reborn as a pig in his next life. He begged for someone in the last seconds and realized that no one would help him, and the box closed, falling to the ground. Sebastian pressed his hands against the box, hoping the spirit would break free from the unstable seal. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief because the horror was finally over. Victoria was angry because she had accumulated a lot of experience in her entire life, but she had never tried something so dangerous. She noticed Noah on the floor and decided to wrap him in silk and take him with her. But she put it in a bag because she would have to hold a funeral after she returned. She understood that if it weren't for the boy who used the box to close it, she would already be dead. But she said he was cunning because he only used it when danger loomed over him. And if he had done it earlier, Noah would have been alive. Then she turned to him and said that because of his selfishness, the man lost his life. The guy was shocked by this and asked how she would repay him. She thought that everything wasn't so bad, because now all the treasures were hers and she just had to teach this guy a lesson. They stood facing each other and he asked what she wanted from him, although her statement was impudent since he had saved her. Victoria replied that his debt was too great and she would not be able to give him anything, and was asked if she would admit that she had no right to take possession of anything. Sebastian bowed his head and said that he would do as his mentor wished, and she asked sternly if he dared to add anything else as the culprit. But he asked if the elder could take one as agreed, if he could not take it because of his misconduct. She looked at her angrily and thought that there was no point in leaving them alive, because if she let them go, they might tell about the treasure. And if there could be a scandal that she didn't share the treasures, it could seriously damage her reputation. A spiritual force swirled around her, and she finally wanted to tell them that the dead do not speak. Sebastian hoped that everything was over, but another trouble appeared. The guy asked her not to make stupid decisions because of her momentary greed. This made her even angrier at his teaching, because he had no right to teach her anything. Morgana saw the boy trying to fight her and stand, so she decided to help him and unleashed her power to attack. But it didn't affect her or her barrier in any way, and said, "What nonsense." Victoria noticed that they were not going to die obediently, so all that remained was torment. The girl asked if he was okay, and it was thanks to her that she stopped the enemy's attack. She could feel that he was already quite exhausted, even though he was covering himself with a shield. So she decided to kill him later, and the girl would be the first, and rushed to her. Morgan's dress was smoking, and wounds and blood were visible, but she was praised for holding out so long against the flames of the mountain's earthly fire. And she laughed that the younger one didn't even try to resist, but just watched from behind the shield the whole time. It was difficult for him because of the spiritual barrier. He not could use poison smaller devil, and not could to hope on breakthrough the eldest. He reached for the bag, and he had only one way to solve this and said that her greed was forcing him to make the worst decision. She sent him a big blast of energy because she was sure he was fed up with it too. And just as she wanted to end it, something distracted her from behind. And when she saw the guy, she was very surprised, because she thought he was on his last breath. Victoria was terrified and ordered him to stop, but the boy approached her with the box and she asked what he was going to do. The first baby was in despair and anger because it was the first time in so long that he had come into the world and they had sealed him up again. It really pissed him off, but he suddenly calmed down because he felt something. He got angry when he saw Victoria because she didn't help him get free. The baby called her ungrateful because she dared to turn away his mercy and sealed it so he would never forgive her. The first child broke out again and knocked the girl off her feet. But he asked if he had let him out only hoping for the box, because now he wouldn't let himself be closed so easily. He concentrated because he didn't understand why they didn't go crazy from his laughter, and the boy said that killing them wouldn't do him much good. He explained that if you are tempted by something small, you can lose the most expensive one and ask them to let them go, then everyone would benefit. The baby laughed at such rudeness, but the boy was right that he wouldn't care what happened to them. He was angry because he didn't like the box, and ordered them to leave it here and then he would let them go. Sebastian saw that they would not come to an agreement and there was nothing more he could do. So I decided to fight him, relying on this box, and I was already preparing to open it. The spirit just laughed, because what could change if he were to confront him with only a box? So he decided to show that not everything in life is so smooth. And he decided to absorb the spiritual energy of the treasures, because then he would increase his spiritual power, even if only for a short time. And although it was a pity that the treasures were rare, the priority was to destroy the chest. Sebastian saw that the baby had become even faster, and now he was not sure that he would be able to predict the right moment to drag him into the box. But the boy could not give up, because for him it meant condemning himself to death, and therefore he could not retreat even a step. He thought it was the best time and instantly tore open the box. But the demon threw stones at him, saying that he would not do it twice. Because the stone hit his hand, the box fell to the ground, and the baby was about to occupy its body. And as soon as Morgana saw this, she was very scared for him. He covered himself with the hand on which the bracelet was, and it began to shine brightly. The guy brought it closer and was told that it was a protective shiny bracelet and asked where he got it. The demon was angry and asked how he was connected. With that, who was couple hundreds years because, and out of the 8 crystals, 2 went out. So those 4 protected Ernest's body from the first baby. The guy thought about it because the bracelet wasn't that simple, if it could stop him, and so this was their chance to escape through the door. They tried to force the door open, but to no avail, so they had to completely suppress the first baby. And he wondered if 6 crystals would be enough to leave the baby with power, because if he could activate it at will, he could be sealed. He thought about the fact that when the bracelet was activated, he felt spiritual energy coming from it, and since it required a lot of spiritual power, he would use up all the pills. The guy looked at his hand and didn't like that he only managed to activate 2 crystals. The girl took his hand and said that she had already told him about her confidence and her spiritual strength. He saw how all the crystals began to glow brightly, and that was not enough. The first baby didn't know where to go and held his head because he felt his strength draining away, and besides, he had nowhere to hide. He grabbed the box, and now was really the last chance he had thanks to the bracelet. And although it was dangerous, his sister was nearby. The baby threatened him, saying how dare he do that when he had already jumped in front of him. The demon began to gather all the demonic clots into his lungs because he did not want to let it defeat him. But he blew with all his might on it, forming a large red skull, which caused concern in his sister for the smaller one. Sebastian was in shock. He couldn't move and was sure he didn't have that much energy, so he assumed it was because of that skull. The girl called him, asked him to move away and dodged, but he couldn't. Morgana ran ahead of him and activated the spirit barrier, but something was not. Yes, he was collapsing, and suddenly she found herself behind the skull, which was still approaching the young alchemist. Death burst in with all its might, and Sebastian watched in fear as it approached. The girl asked him to be careful, and he taught her various techniques that he liked. Even after everything that happened, he remained by her side in her loving states, healed all her wounds, and saved her life. And because of his great contribution, she couldn't stay away when he was having a hard time. Now everything is different because she can think about how to help him and what to do to conceive a baby. At first, he was a little happy that the light was a little stronger, but he didn't understand what had happened. The girl stopped the skull and realized that she was a chonin, a hybrid of a spirit creature and a threat to drink all the blood and take the Nidin. And although he no longer had any strength left because of the bracelet, if the skull absorbed it, then victory would be his. She felt that the force was slowly pressing down, but in her skull it was boundless and still capable of containing physical and spiritual strength. While she was restraining him, the boy was finally able to move and thanked the older woman for this gesture. Sebastian rushed forward because it was his only way to seal the baby, and thanks to the elder, he regained some strength. The first baby was confused when they saw him because they thought he couldn't move. The guy expected this result because he is slower now, and now he can chase him. The baby was angry but still didn't give up just like that. He threatened to take his body away from him before he opened the casket. But the guy wasn't scared at all. He knew he was no match for him in speed. A couple of boxes opened and started sucking him in. He screamed that it shouldn't be like this. Sebastian was only able to seal thanks to the elder and also rewound with a higher level artifact, so everything should be fine now. The girl was okay and fortunately not injured and will feel better once she gets some rest. The guy said that although everything was fine, he didn't know what to do because he had been through so much that it felt like a nightmare and he couldn't accept it as true. The girl looked at him as if she suspected something and pinched him. And she started laughing that it wasn't like he didn't feel anything, and they laughed about it together. The guy wiped his cheek and said that it hurt so much that he almost cried, and now he feels that this is not a dream. Morgana was also glad, because it was the first time he had needed her, and it would be a shame if it turned out to be a dream. And she suggested that he start recovering and was ready to share her pills. They were in shock because it took half a day to recover, and another half day to divide the treasures. They discussed how much they had spent to divide everything from the bags of abundance, but there was nothing left. He caught good items like a shiny ingot, a spiritual compass, and there was also a wind chariot and 4 red-winged celestial horses. The best thing to know about the 2 weapons of Dharma is the first ring that increases spiritual power, and the second is the silk belt that creates a shield. The guy wanted a jasper ring similar to the ring of the clear soul, and for Morgan there was no such thing as mediocre. She understood that one wrong step could ruin the relationship. She doubted that he needed a belt like hers because he had a shield. And besides, he would find a way to give in to her. The girl decided to take the belt and asked to choose what she liked, but decided to do it the way the older woman wanted. The guy was delighted because he thought it would be most useful to him. He pulled out a shiny ingot, and with it he will be able to strengthen the Sword of Supplication to the level of the drachma treasure, so it will be more useful to him. The guy noticed that she was worried about him, and thought that it would not be difficult to divide the rest, and wanted to take the ring and give her the rod of earthly fire, because he uses a sword and he doesn't need it, and she just didn't have the attacking Dharma treasure, and since she has a lot of energy and the ring is useless unlike him. According to the elder Victoria, the things are very famous, so it will be difficult to use them, but they are wonderful treasures. He wouldn't have felt comfortable if he hadn't given her half of the amulets and asked what she was doing. She gave it to him, and the guy was surprised because she gave high-class talismans. She explained that the day would come when they would be needed, and the girl would be happy if they helped him. He bought a lot of sealing talismans at the market and taped up the box, so urgent matters were over. And also, the guy processed all the herbs into a pill and only a shiny ingot was left, and it's hard to deal with, so it'll take a lot of time. He owed everything he came for to Ernest, who warned him, gave him a bracelet, and now he must meet his family. Pay Jasper bandage, ashes, and note. The boy was very happy when he saw that Sebastian had returned, because he hadn't been seen for a long time. And the alchemist asked if there had been any interesting news about the rift during this time, but he said that the guests were talking more about Madame Victoria and the old man Pietro, because it hasn't happened in a long time that two people breathing in the sun couldn't return, and said that they had recently asked about the whereabouts of the madam. The boy was calm because no one knew about it, except him and the older woman. Only those who saw them in the carriage could report it to the residents. The guy jumped off the topic and asked if he knew Ernest from Annam and that they had prominent alchemists with a rich history, so they must be well known. The boy was very sad and covered himself with a tray because he had never heard of them and apologized for it. And he suggested asking the elders, for which the mentor was very grateful, and for him it was unexpected because he was sure that such a smart guy must have known something about them. After some time, the boy came to him sad and said that the elders had also not heard anything about such a person. Sebastian smiled and said that it turned out their family wasn't as famous as he thought, and praised the guy for his good work. The boy was uncomfortable because he considered him a good guest who always gave him spiritual stones. But here, he could not help him. The alchemist was surprised that the waiter jumped up so abruptly and ran somewhere asking him to wait. So the boy thought that something had occurred to him. The boy brought his grandfather with him and pointed to the guest he had told him about. The old man asked if he was interested in the family. Ernest, from Anima. The man explained that he was just curious because he hadn't heard anything about the family in a long time. Sebastian smiled and looked at him, asking him to tell him and express it. It started with the fact that the family was one with themselves, famous generations in Anami, and its alchemists wore clothing from Pattern's cabana on shoulders. And as they passed by, many alchemists watched them for news after them, and he was also one of those in the crowd. He wondered if the name Keben meant a spiritual creature whose ability to destroy evil energy and was often used in ornamentation. And I was surprised, so I asked why no one knows about them now if they were so popular before. The man explained that the world began to collapse 300 years ago, when the alchemists did not return from the rift, and then they lost many talented people. And he himself does not know what happened later, but all that is known is that there were several major battles and a family left county in escape. This information no longer comforted him, and he wondered if perhaps he didn't know where they were headed. The man assumed that in Imsen County, but he had lived in Anami all his life and was not interested in anyone, and there was no news that their family recovered. Sebastian thought about it and thanked him for the information, but he wanted to visit Imsen first. And the man added that many alchemists envied them because their bodies were filled with pure light energy. He was shocked that that family practiced righteous movement, and rarely to meet can someone with clean energy. But the man hoped that he wouldn't look down on them, even though they were nothing now. The boy assured the man that this would not happen and bowed to him. In Imsong County, Yunmoon Township, there was a marriage tournament organized by a family. Ernest. The man expressed his gratitude to the valiant warriors who had gathered in the square for the tournament. He introduced himself and began to explain the rules, and people listened attentively. And he offered his niece as his wife if anyone was ready to step into the arena and prove their abilities. Someone was excited about the competition for the heart of the famous beauty and wondered who would win her. And Sebastian understood why there was such a stir. The elder warned that they would differ from the usual format. The level of cultivation of the uniforms was not high, and that there were so many of them that it was difficult to single out a man. Therefore, today there will be special sparring matches between the participants, and whoever wins will be able to take Medellin. The guy realized that Yunmun was drawing a lot of attention in the prepared arena, But a mating tournament was a rarity, and this was his first time meeting one. A guy shouted from the crowd and said that he was a volunteer, and that for the sake of victory, it would be better to check everyone in this small town in advance. There was a man from the Bond family, and they were amazed that it wasn't a lie, and he went up to the arena. Sebastian analyzed the boy of the middle stage of heavenly birth, and from his self-confidence, you could tell that this level here makes you a strong man. He quickly dealt with his opponents and waited for the next ones. The host turned to the crowd and asked if there were any others who wanted to participate. Sebastian had fun because there were many cases where the difference in levels worked in the other direction. The guy had heard that they had lost their power, but he didn't think they had gone so far as to hold mating tournaments. Usually they are carried out so that a woman can find a man whom they can recognize, but now it is more like selling the weak to the strong. They froze when the voice said that today he was lucky and that he won. The boy folded his hands and thanked them for the valuable lesson they had taught him. The man was fascinated by Heart and Bone because he was in the final stages of celestial birth and also had a family. One from themselves nobles in Yunmuni. Madeline didn't want to marry someone she didn't love, but Mr. Bond comes from a good family and there are no bad rumors about him, so it would be better if he won. He started shouting that it seemed there were no more people interested, and the man already wanted to finish as quickly as possible. The host said that he had a vision today because he saw the outstanding abilities of the glorious heroes. And while the alchemist was descending, the man wanted to declare Hardin the winner and end the tournament. The elder interrupted them by announcing that he would also participate in the sparring. Everyone's facial expressions were confused because they hoped that there would be no more participants. People in the crowd began to say that it was Harvey Mitchell who had risen to the level of the law of spiritual energy. The man was furious because he could not believe that a 300-year-old old man would compete in a marriage tournament. And if the concubine was unhappy, she would be thrown out. The guy began to talk about how he knew that the mentor would not burden himself with the bonds of marriage, because if he defeated him, he would have to make a virgin his wife. The old man was bold because the family's small him thank by that. What he will take it's though, would concubine. Hardin couldn't accept that she might be treated like a concubine, but he didn't dare argue. Harvey was irritated and waited for an answer as to whether the boy would fight or surrender. He remembered how he accidentally bumped into her on the street and fell in love with her, and therefore could not allow her to take Madeline as his concubine. And although he had no chance of winning, it was a sparring match, and therefore the old man would not dare to kill him. And he decided to take a risk, using all his talismans, and asked his mentor to teach him a lesson. The mentor laughed a little and said that he should do whatever he wanted, and it would be better if he stayed longer. Otherwise, he would already get bored watching uninteresting sparring matches. Hardin laughed and rushed into the fight, throwing punches at him. Harvey used protection, and there was no effect from those talismans. The guy was angry because it was his last talisman, and the man didn't have a single scratch on him. His mentor considered him untalented and unleashed his magical items on the attack. But he began to gloat since the winner was obvious, and asked if there were any more volunteers and promised not to take lives. Madeline sat on the sidelines and watched this battle. She felt very sorry that the guy lost. Harvey walked over to look at her and lifted her chin, saying she was pretty. And he promised that if she became his concubine, she would live singing along. Behind him, the elder heard the noise that a new participant had risen, and everyone was surprised that he had risen against the level of the law of spiritual energy. Sebastian smiled on stage and said he wanted to try taking a risk. Harvey looked at him with some distrust, as the young man looked very young. But something surprised him greatly, and he felt that the guy was almost on the same level as him, even though he looked young. Although he didn't want to show enough respect, but he would have to restrain his strength. The mentor was puzzled and asked if Sebastian was engaged. But the guy didn't see the point of this question because he was just passing by and came in here purely out of curiosity and asked if they had any rules. The host replied that there are no such rules as being a member of the school and anyone can participate. He didn't know who it was and had no desire to lose to the young alchemist. And the guy stood there a little surprised but thanked him for the chance. The man looked at his opponent angrily and watched his movements, ready to see what he was capable of. Everyone took out their artifacts and was ready to spar. The crowd was already starting to like what was happening on stage and was very curious to see who would win, although most were hoping for the young guy. Sebastian looked down at the crowd and realized that he couldn't use the Pasha's fencing in front of them all. So this time he decided to do without him and turned to the enemy. The man swung his chains, asking if he would fight without protection, because then he would finish him off quickly in a matter of seconds. But he threw his mace up. The guy looked and didn't understand what kind of attack it was, and it came straight at the shield, creating a lot of smoke from the collision. People were alarmed, they didn't expect it to happen so quickly, and they said that it deserved the nickname Meteor. The boy watched calmly because his attacks weren't strong enough to scare him. He compared this attack to others, and this one was nothing against Victoria's blue flame, so it posed no danger to life. Harvey started to get really angry and yell at him about how long he would have to block his attacks because he wouldn't even bother to defend himself. Sebastian wanted to confuse him with an imitator, but noticed that this was not necessary. And then he attacked him himself. The bright light blinded him, and the man didn't know what it was. The aura. Even though it seemed like it was a normal light aura, but as a result, his barrier not endured this. The guy prepared an attack and launched it, but the enemy had already used a barrier. It was very difficult for him to resist this, and he didn't understand how he had achieved such power, because he couldn't concentrate properly to defend himself, and his chi was already running out. He was very angry and worried about Sebastian because he couldn't imagine how much spiritual power he had, and that it was somehow impossible, and he wanted to destroy him. Because a man couldn't lose in front of so many people to some boy. The mentor decided to suggest that he finish, because he can't use all his skills in front of many people, because he might hurt them. Sebastian bowed and thanked him for his time. And when he was about to leave, he added that next time they would do it more correctly in a deserted place. The host said that it was the best fight he had ever seen in his life and asked people if there were still people who wanted to join. It was funny that the old man ran away so quickly and appeared so reserved, but he was curious about who such a young guy was. Sebastian was surprised and pleased that there were no more applicants. Everyone began to praise him and called him the strongest, and also that he was handsome and congratulated him on his victory. The man felt a little uncomfortable around the hut and decided to lead him inside. The alchemist breathed a sigh of relief because he didn't want to be in front of the public anymore, so he came here. The girl was happy, but Sebastian had to explain everything before there was a misunderstanding. And just as he was about to tell, his husband interrupted him because he understood that he might have questions since he was going to become the husband of a young girl. Sebastian explained that he entered the arena only to stop the elders' actions, and that it was not because of the marriage, and apologized for ruining the celebration. He was shocked because he didn't understand why he didn't want it, and wondered what was wrong with him. The father was furious and grabbed him by the hair, because his Madeline could have married a good man and stopped suffering from loneliness. Then he calmed down a bit and realized that he couldn't be so rude to someone who had defeated all the candidates. And I was shocked when the guy showed me something explaining what he found in the cracks. And when he showed me the house, it was obvious that such a thing had been passed down from generation to generation. The old man was amazed, because it was his master's medal, and asked if he had really found it in the cracks. And he really asked them to tell him everything they knew from beginning to end, and he was ready to spend all his time on it. The man said that he had heard about his family and that they had all been destroyed. A very sad fate had befallen them. But he told me about a man who had excellent leadership qualities and was very intelligent and a strong head of the family. And as soon as he paused in his story, the boy remembered something and reached for the bag. He gave him the bracelet, saying that he got it from him, so he thinks it's worth returning it to them. He couldn't take the crystals his grandfather used because he gave them to someone else. The guy was embarrassed to return them because he used them all himself and said he was indebted to him because he saved his life and that's why he felt embarrassed about it. And he asked them to contact him if they needed help, but he refused because he thought they should be grateful and asked him to stay for a couple of days. He looked out the window and thought about how he had become a guest and tried to come to his senses after what he had heard, because that thing was more important than he could have imagined. Sebastian thought that the relationship was not enough to create an alliance, and those two Roman even tried to hide it. Sebastian and his husband were sitting and discussing something, and the topic turned to the purge order. Because after the rift incident, they had to move to Annam, and so they settled here. And although some were at war with each other, after 100 years peace came to Yongmen, but it was not clear why the family Huang decided what it theirs land. The man was depressed, and when they told him that they had found buried footprints, he asked them to return only the medallion. Sebastian realized that the treasures had not been found even by the imperial family. Ordered catch thief and all families sharply, they broke off all connections, therefore clear why they wanted to give out a girl, so that there would be an opportunity to find allies and somehow secure protection from that family can total to wait. The guy heard that in the imperial family there was only one middle class and two upper classes, so it was time to find a daughter-in-law. The man was shocked that the alchemist had planned something concerning the family. He and for was opinion which not gave none peace. Although they asked him not to worry about it, he was persistent, and they were willing to listen to him. Then he offered to stay with them for a while because there would be rumors about how some stranger had defeated Harvey. And then they will say that he became a son-in-law and a potential fiancé for that daughter, because if they find out the truth, chaos will begin, and now they are in a difficult situation. And only the man wanted to say something. The guy convincingly said that he was sure of the emperor, that he had ears here and the clear ones would definitely reach him. And only when he knows that the most respected master was defeated by some guy and became a member of the Yiga family, will he be furious and try to intervene. Sebastian wasn't sure it would work 100%, but he could definitely gain some time. And the husband was very surprised by this attitude because, regardless of the situation, he tries to help her. He bowed his head and said that he had already done so much for them and it would be very inconvenient to receive help again. But for the sake of the family, he would accept his offer. The guy was very surprised and asked what happened. I told him to be more careful. He understands that they will have to follow the boy's instructions because even though the marriage with the girl is not valid, rumors will spread, and even if he explains, they will suspect something is wrong. The father explained that this was no different from simple condemnation and evil tongues. So first he had to talk to the girl. Sebastian smiled and agreed with him, and thought that people would accept the fact that there would be no marriage, and they would not have to feel any guilt. They continued to sit in some room for two and discuss this topic in agreement with each other. The boy held his sword in his hand and was pleased with what he had achieved, since due to long-ago events he had not been able to fully use it. He remembered his sister's words when she said that he would still be useful to him, but due to the restriction of qi, he failed at first, but thanks to the amulet, he managed to free qi. Now he was convinced by the elder's words because it was a useful thing. If it weren't for those two, he would have had to return to Huijian. Madeline approached the guy from behind and asked if he had finished his business. Sebastian turned to her and agreed with her statement, and also asked if he could call her Miss. The girl explained that when they are alone, it's not worth talking like that because it's been 6 months. The guy agreed with her and said that thanks to her, he would be able to successfully complete his planned work and thought about the choice all day, but in the end, he still agreed. Madeline bowed her head and said that it wouldn't be bad if he became their son-in-law or guest, and that she would follow Sebastian's instructions. They even went so far as to organize a fake wedding and say it would be nice to go out in front of the people and pretend nothing had happened and ask if she was free today. They walked through the streets of the city. For the girl, it was kind of strange, but at the same time fun. Madeline said that when she was in Bimuchachin, it was not so easy to go out into the world, and there they suddenly announced that Yiga was the main family. Yongmun. The guy looked at her and said that the czars had even spread beyond the city limits. But he was glad that the imperial family was in no hurry to do anything, and thought that there was no such family that could have power. They were a little uncomfortable when they had to pretend to be a man and a woman in front of everyone. They went up to the counter and the guy said that even though they were married, they hadn't had time to exchange gifts, so she could choose whatever she wanted and consider it a gift. The girl started to get a little worried because she couldn't do it, but her husband calmed her down and said that she didn't have to worry about the payment and the price because he would pay for everything. She bowed her head and thanked him for his concern, but explained that she really didn't need anything. The awkwardness between them only grew more, so he didn't understand what the oppressive atmosphere was. Sebastian himself didn't realize it. When they entered the arena, there weren't many people and they were watching the fight. He had a lot of fun and was curious about all this, and something interested him. He was very happy that he had come, because there were free competitions there, so this could mean that there must have been other participants here. The guy paid attention to the girl who supported her brother and told him to continue in the same spirit. Melissa turned to the stranger's words and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and was surprised. The girl approached him and couldn't believe that it was really her boyfriend. He said that he didn't expect to see them leaving and that it was a great stroke of luck. And Melissa explained that they had long dreamed of meeting him. Madeline was a little surprised because she thought he was reserved, and she wondered if he always talked like that to other women. The girl explained that everything happened very quickly because when she first heard these rumors, she didn't even pay attention and turned her gaze to the girl, asking who she was. And it was a little sad when the guy didn't want to tell his friends about her. They were sitting in some establishment, he said that, and he said it many times and greeted them both again. While the guy was giving him a drink, he said that he hadn't felt this way about a fight in a long time, that it was as if he had been reborn. And when others heard about his engagement, he couldn't contain his joy. Sebastian was surprised and understood that he needed to explain everything so that there wouldn't be any problems later, and he had already tried to say something about it. Victor drank his drink and said how quickly he had grown up, and now he felt so old. Madeline started to laugh a little and said that he was talking nonsense because it was the opposite because she was already starting to feel old. The brother was glad that the boy decided to share this with him. Otherwise, he would have fought Harvey himself because he deserved more respect. Madeline started behaving strangely, which really surprised the guys when it came to Harvey. The girl was very angry because if it weren't for this dynasty in the Empire, she would have married of her own free will, but she had planned not to do it so early because she wanted a free life. And then he started smiling and asked if it would only be for a short time, because he assumed it would be until the people calmed down. And the girl was angry and said that never, and that it was impossible because she didn't like it at all, and besides, that person didn't show any interest in her. Madeline admitted that she was not interested in all this luxury at all, and only under the new rules, hundreds of men fought for her hand, and even 3 descendants of Vong almost won until he intervened. Sebastian listened to all this and laughed a little at it, and decided to change the subject by asking how they were doing. Melissa said that she didn't expect this from him and added that everything was fine with them and that her brother had been like this since childhood, so there was no point in getting angry. He didn't like that they immediately started discussing his childhood, but it was a shame that they didn't meet right away, and he asked if there was anything else he wanted to tell them. The brother, sister, and wife got drunk and were already asleep on the table, and he was left alone as usual. A woman approached the guy and said that Lord had arrived and wanted to see him. He understood that as soon as the rumors reached them, they immediately came here and were curious to see if there was anything to say, and he understood that they had put in a lot of effort to find him. Someone said for Yenim because he was asked to pass it on to him, and the guy looked up at him. The girl said that as soon as he got married, he immediately got married and congratulated his boyfriend. It was still interesting why the Lord decided to personally visit Yongmun. She explained that of course she would meet him, and besides, he had asked her the other day how to get here, so it wasn't difficult to find him. And when she arrived at the meeting and listened to all the answers, she realized that there was nothing to worry about. The guy was interested in the meeting she was at and asked what answer she got, because I didn't want to ask questions that were interesting before she answered. She looked at the reserved guy and asked what kind of person he really was. Sebastian said that she was already asking others about him, and he was sure that she had gathered enough information and asked her the same question. Although it was a difficult question, she said that Sebastian was a person who was getting a lot of attention right now, and she was curious about what he was up to, so she followed him. The guy heard her and understood something for himself, but said that she was wasting her time. Bonnie thought about it because he was right about some things, but she also saw her advantages, and besides, he was definitely up to something. She hoped that she was right after all, and that it was no wonder she had to travel such a long way to get there. When he heard, he was surprised that Yanam was on another continent. Bonnie smiled slyly, saying that this was the country and that she had had to ask many people for their way here. He was incredulous because he didn't really understand what she had come all this way for, but she still had questions, and it seemed to him that she would share information about Yenam only after she received an answer. Bonnie said he was right because the council sent mercenaries to retrieve the hidden treasures in the rifts, and that there was an old man, Radiation Safety Officer Janin, and Officer Tyler, and neither of them came back alive. For him, these were just their assumptions because the version was that they drowned. And because there were so many such cases when it came to the treasures of the lake, some families did not send officers. And on Mount Becky, they testified that Miss Victoria also entered the lake and did not return from there. Bonnie thought that the old man's departure was related to from its family ago. Investigation stopped, but all not returned, and ago amazingly think. What it all through lake? The girl opened the scroll because she had also conducted her own investigation. She said that someone saw the two of them enter the lake, and that it was Sebastian who went there with a beautiful woman. The guy didn't understand the girl and asked what she wanted to say with all this, and she started laughing because old man Pietro no Victoria not returned, and here it is he somehow managed to get out from lakes alive. The girl said she was going crazy because she really wanted to know what was going on there. Bonnie didn't look natural, her eyes spoke of madness, and she began to beg to tell her what was happening there. The girl was shocked because Sebastian had nothing to say to her, and it made her angry, but he explained that he didn't have to. Her something to report and not through that, what he not wants, but simply not has desire it to remember. Because if you think about it, they have 2 chief forks, and Sebastian also had the ability to move in the middle of the lake, but even so, he couldn't do it on his own initiative. And she emphasized that only he and the girl who was with him were able to return from there alive. So she was sure he was hiding something special because she could feel it. Sebastian was somehow bored listening and said that she had a great idea. Bonnie told another story about Victoria who was on a bad relationship with Hunter Yeppen because of her key, she acted her own way. And now the boy understood why the old man repeated the words of his beloved. And after that, when his wife did not return, the husband ordered her to wait for him. But it was a lie. But it was clear that she did not come here with a question about her whereabouts. Bonnie looked at him slyly and realized that they were all in this together. The guy turned back and was shocked by what he saw there. The brother and sister and Madeline looked at the boy, and he saw that she had a very interesting expression on her face now. Sebastian sat down next to her, and immediately the girl blushed and turned away. Madeline was very worried that she had said too much, but she couldn't remember it, and was shocked by how she had given in to him, so she promised never to drink like that again. He laughed at how the girl was getting mad and was sure that she didn't remember anything. He decided to accept the fact that Melissa is closer to Madeline than he is, even though she is his wife. Victor started running and talking about how they weren't a real couple, so he still had a chance. He explained that he didn't communicate with anyone but her, so he was always comfortable with Madeline and for this reason decided to stay at Yen's apartment for a while. He said that his aunt and uncle lived nearby and he was thinking about visiting them. The guy thought he felt a sense of camaraderie, so he would stay as a guest, and disagreements could be avoided in the family. Sebastian went outside. It was already night. He was already used to living here. The guy was glad that the old man's condition had improved when they met with Victor and his family. A man approached him and said he had received news. He looked at him sternly, because he had been told that Peggy would not pose a danger until the council's decision was final. Bonnie said that Victoria is Gary Jew's daughter, and that she grew up in the Way family and that one of their people had just entered the council, bringing with him many spirit stones. She noticed that the guy was acting strangely and assumed that was exactly what happened. But Sebastian didn't trust her, and said it didn't matter whether her words were true or false. The guy said without emotion that she would never know what really happened under the lake, because only he knew the truth. But he asked her not to interfere in his plans, which surprised her greatly and she didn't understand why. He explained that after 2 chi emissions he barely managed to get out of there alive. Bonnie thought about it and was sure that there would be something that had not yet been revealed because everything he had said and done in this family did not sound convincing enough to hide the truth. Sebastian explained that his wife is beautiful and strong-willed, so it's no wonder he fell in love with her at first sight. The girl lowered her head, spread her arms, and asked if he really thought she would believe it. And he already doubted that this was a way to obtain valuable information because it was more like collecting facts, and the employee's task was to draw conclusions, not to predict and guess. Bonnie started to smile and said that they had misunderstood each other, because before that, she couldn't get closer to the truth and was making guesses based on some facts. She seemed to have gone crazy and said that she had been too gentle in her negotiations with him and that therefore she should report to the council that he and Morgana had returned alive from the lake. The guy stood up and bowed to her, because if she didn't have anything to say to him, he would have already left as they were expecting him. But Bonnie didn't understand how he could leave so easily when she hadn't even told him about Yenyam, even though she had made many concessions to him and told him she was on another continent. He glanced at her sideways and explained once again that he had to return. The girl smiled because she knew he would come back for this information. And at that moment, the boy felt that the enemies were getting closer and closer to him, and that their meeting would be quick. The man smoked and said that Antonio, who was proud of his valor, had fallen under such oppression and that time was fleeting. The boy was interested in hearing about his bravery, and after the attack on him, their family vain in full well-being. The man quickly got up from the table because he had completely forgotten something about those things. He smiled and said he came here to discuss something. Sebastian didn't quite understand what he was talking about and asked him to explain. The man laughed a little at that, but agreed to explain everything, so he asked me to listen. But he started by asking if he knew the wife from Bega's Proud House, because he had heard that he had already been there. And he asked him to tell him how he managed to return from there alive. Sebastian explained that his wife didn't have enough chi with her, and it so happened that he ended up next to her. The man continued to talk and hoped that this was relevant to the issue, so he asked him to continue talking. After that, he met an old man at the bottom of the lake. Then he and his wife were arguing, and because there was a large amount of chi there, he had no choice but to retreat. And because they were busy with each other, he managed to survive and said that was the end of the story. I didn't like it because it sounded like a cheap story because it was too pointless to respond to. But he started behaving aggressively and said that Pietro not pawned simply yes to fight. And if battle and was then, they be, it's simply yes, not released. Sebastian was tired of this and said that it was his decision to believe him or not. He was angry because he didn't believe it and thought that no one would believe it. And if he continued to tell it, he would be considered a liar. And if he doesn't stop saying this, he will have to prove the truth of his words and that from now on he is responsible for Pietro's death. The guy smiled because, as he had predicted, now they want to prove it, and on top of that, they're accusing him of nothing. But he didn't know how to do it, and the man said that it was a great pity, and that he would let him know later what would happen to him next and was sure that he would come to an honest and fair decision. But he added that by coincidence he became the son-in-law of the family, from not the best reputation now. He insisted on this arrangement and asked what they had to do with this story. But he said that he had heard that the Huang family in Jiwon had strained relations with Yego, and that they even considered starting a war with them. But because they couldn't find a particular reason, they never did. And he suggested that in this way, they would be able to increase the number of the imperial family and asked if he was not worried that they might attack. The guy realized that the family Wei will support troops, imperial families, and if like this in a way he not will reveal of yours personality, then they will attack. The man was sure that they would face very difficult battles, that many people would die during this time, and that no one would be concerned about the disappearance of the Takenga, who had unexpectedly appeared here and become a son-in-law. The guy said that he was aware that no one knew anything about him, and therefore everything would be none of his business. The man told him not to be afraid because they knew each other, and he was sure that they would not touch each other. Sebastian wondered if it was necessary to involve the family here. Yes, because it was burdensomely start war between two families. The man exhaled thick smoke and said that it wasn't about that because this family always was blemish on eyes, and thanks to him and him appeared possibility get rid of them. Because no matter how hard we try, the people who say that Wei is inferior in strength to this family will not disappear. Sebastian tried to provoke him and asked if it wouldn't hurt them even more. He explained that this would be one of the most provocative rumors, because 300 years ago they should have been destroyed. But public opinion has changed. Sebastian laughed and said that it was a waste of time, because if he went with the people of Yege, he would definitely be caught within 2 weeks. And if there is one, then a difficult and tiring battle awaits, which was one of the most exhausting options of all, so they should not worry since he has nothing to run from. The man knocked on the table and said that just one attitude would give him the right to live peacefully and in abundance, because he was sure that he was not a bad warrior. The guy wanted him to leave and was worried about his future, so it was a shame that they couldn't get closer. And he agreed that he was burdening him, and since no one was connected to anyone ago now, him time to go. He left so as not to be burdened by the presence of these people and waved his hand and said he would see them later. The guy thought about the fact that Bonnie sold the information to higher-ups too quickly, and now I know that he wasn't alone then. But he understood that those people could find her and harm her, so it was best for them to stay together for the time being, so he needed to meet someone. David was saddened when someone approached the imperial family with such an absurd request, and he only had 3 months to respond, and if they didn't advise, war would break out. Sebastian explained that he could not agree to such conditions and that war would happen in any case. He laughed because the guy wanted to spread rumors, and maybe because they were too tempting they spread quickly around the city. David said that it was not surprising that a man from another country managed to become the son-in-law of a beautiful girl in a couple of minutes. And the guy laughed and asked if it wasn't a good topic for rumors. The guy thought about it. If the man did everything according to plan, the rumors would spread in a matter of seconds. But he didn't know if all the residents would come here. But he assumed that all the residents should be in the square, and the Lord should also come. Many different people were in the city, and the oldest was David, who sat opposite them. He had something to say to the boy, but he didn't know if it would help them, and he didn't know how to present it properly, because he couldn't satisfy them, and war was inevitable. And when the man announced that they would have to deal with 3 clans, the boy raised his hand to object. People were shocked that there wouldn't be 3 clans and couldn't understand what he was talking about. Everyone was shocked when he said that the family Wei will support imperial family. And what right say what numeric Takengi will increase on 4 or 5 people? People stood up and came closer, asking if it was true. And the guy confirmed it because Onbangsa himself had told him about it the other day. The man asked why they were helping the imperial family and why it wasn't enough that they had already been attacked twice, and suggested that they liked seeing them die out. David bowed his head because he didn't understand how it was all happening, because they wouldn't be able to do anything if there were more of them. It was very sad to watch as the family soon will die, and a go need was say to everyone who finished to fight. Victor was surprised when they told the women and children to prepare to flee, and informed them that there were several clans abroad with whom they had previously been friends. Sebastian was surprised by this and did not understand how he could give up so easily. But the man said he wouldn't give up, as an irresistible force would soon arrive, so those who were able to escape would survive, and those who died would be considered the will of heaven. The guy asked him how long he had lived here because he was a little annoyed by this attitude. He turned and looked at the ground, assuming it was over 100 years old. The next question that followed from Sebastian was how long he had been the mayor of this city. The man was angry and yelling because the boy didn't know what he had to go through. The guy looked at him calmly and asked him to tell him about it. They were shocked by the way the guy felt about it, because the leader said it was hard and gave up, and he had to watch others die, which they didn't like at all. The guy said that if he were nobody, he wouldn't pay attention to anything. And he asked if the man was the head of the family because that wasn't enough to be him, because he didn't disclose his records, and asked if he recognized or encouraged the family's efforts. Sebastian explained that the one they considered the leader was doing nothing, and they were not the only ones who would end up like this, even though they had previously been considered the best in all the districts of Annam. He turned to the people and asked why the leader was just sitting there and doing nothing about it. All the people bowed their heads and pondered the alchemist's words. And he added that he would continue to destroy and watch over the family. The guy was irritated and started talking even louder, asking if anyone had more confidence in becoming a better boss. And he shouted that they were just like him because they let everything go and did nothing. David lowered his head and added that when there were more than 5 Takanga fighters, then nothing not can to do. He remembered the man's words, referring to the Wayfighter who would destroy everyone and leave no one alive. Sebastian continued to address the crowd, saying that there was no turning back, and decided that he would also fight with them, and asked if they would continue to say that they were weak and powerless. There was silence in the hall. No one knew what to say, and the guy walked forward to the exit. The head, his father, and Madeline arrived at Sebastian's apartment and asked if he had time. He came out and looked at them, asking if something had happened. The man surprised the boy when he said that for many years he had been suffering because of others rather than receiving help. He didn't know, but he assumed that this was why he wanted to help Yega. But he still wondered why. Although he was still in shock, he was glad that nothing was said about him and Wei. First, he thanked him because thanks to his father he received the Honchan, because he himself would not have been able to, and raised his hand. He was surprised, because he could have just not said anything, and made sure that no one else would find out about it, and wouldn't understand why he had personally come here and told them about it. Sebastian smiled and explained that the world was very big, and he didn't think it was strange that they had met someone like him. They were glad that everything was like this because they thought he was pursuing some goal and said that he was a strange person. But they asked his opinion because he couldn't trust him completely. Because he was the kind of person who had a hard time trusting anyone other than his family members. And he also decided to test his fate, since war was inevitable. And this surprised the guy because he thought that he had come to him at night because of this, and he could not fully understand what he was talking about. Therefore, he decided to ask for an explanation, and he showed the jade that Confucius had brought, and that had long been loyal to his family as confirmation of his identity. He couldn't figure out what it had to do with it because another name was engraved there. And Jade Plate Chapters performs special role. He explained that his father's jade that he returned served as a key that allowed him to open the family notes that were prepared just in case, and that 300 years ago 2 people entered there and were unable to return. So since then, this place has become something that cannot be opened between the ages. It was not surprising that most of them were prepared by such prestigious families, and what was even more surprising was that for 300 years they could not open that place. The boy didn't think it was a special key because he had heard in the past that Yega had boasted about his prowess, and inside there should be treasures that would help in the battle with the imperial family. The man looked at his father's medallion and completely agreed with him. The guy said there was something he still couldn't understand because he had given him the tablet over a year ago, and he had never tried to open it. Clutching the medallion in his hand, he explained that he not only failed to open it, but that he could not do so. He explained that jade was an object that functioned like a key if it had spiritual power, and although they tried, the jade would not give in. The man laughed because the ancestors could not have imagined that the influence of the Takanga would not remain in their time. He thought that behind Yega's desperation was hidden a helplessness of character, and he was bitter with the desire to correct it. He looked at this man and didn't know whether he was doing good or bad, because he wouldn't be able to understand half of his disappointments anyway. Sebastian bowed his head at the story he heard, and it turned out to be very sad. They both went through the Chianthio period and decided that one of them would reach Takagi and then open Vigo, because if you ask someone to open it, something might happen. It is clear that a battle with the royal family is approaching. And what way tries to harm them, but it not maybe to do. And the guy finally seemed to understand why they had come to him at night and asked if they were ready to trust him. He explained that he trusted Damon the most, but Confucius deserved it too. The head said that among other people, it is the guy who is most trustworthy. He was pleased to hear this and asked them to let him know when they were ready, because then he would also help them open Vigo. Madeline didn't know if she could trust Confucius, But she didn't consider Sebastian bad or someone capable of deception, and she waited for the day when he would be revealed. The head's mood changed for the better and said that they were ready and could start at any time. The guy saw emotions on his face for the first time, but not because of joyful events, but because of the difficulties that had increased and suggested leaving at that very moment. And they set off on their flying objects. The guy looked at the girl and realized that when she refused the gift at the market, he liked her. They almost arrived when they stopped in front of a giant rock on the mountain, just what they needed. Sebastian didn't feel anything, which was strange at first, but then he realized that the pain was hidden. He felt that everyone was very worried and looking up. The head reported that there was enough space in front for the jade to fit in. They explained that if the jade fits there and is filled with spiritual power, the door will open and the medallion will reach the guy. He had been looking at it carefully in his hand, and it didn't seem like anything special to him. But now that he had recognized it in his eyes, it was different. But he realized that if he were attacking, they wouldn't be able to fight him. So he was worried because they might come across a bad guy and wouldn't be able to do anything about him. He moved closer and didn't want to waste time because he had to open the door quickly. The guy pushed the medallion further and his hands were cut off by a small amount of spiritual energy. He was angry that nothing was happening, because if it had been any other subject, he would have broken down from so much spiritual energy and decided to try everything together. He pulled the medallion out of the gap and a wider passage appeared, and he was glad he had managed to open it. The headman looked at him sternly and said that foreigners could not enter there, which surprised the boy. But he immediately smiled and said that it was strange to open the door to a stranger, so he invited him in. They wanted him to enter whenever he wanted as a sign of trust, and Sebastian understood that there were precious treasures that belonged to their family. But he understood that he found 3 people here and they wouldn't be able to harm him. He looked at the head and clenched his fists, hoping that he wasn't blinded by greed. Then I remembered Brian's words, saying that people who take other people's treasures and just leave are stupid. Because you can't trust anyone, especially good people won't do this. The master explained that this is their nature, because it makes no sense to give away treasures and tell everyone about connections. And then asked master, or he not too trusting. Sebastian remembered that day as today, and became interesting or good he lives and or not complains on himself danger when offers help. Since no one can compete with him, he doesn't know how to behave properly and assumes that everything is like this just because he feels stronger. He thought for a moment and heard the 5th one calling him Master, and then he said, "What boy always was trusting and friendly to others?" And he said that he knew that it was thanks to them that he had grown so much, that's why he was warning him. Sebastian listened carefully, and the master asked him to think about those who helped him. He remembered all his good friends, and the master told him to bring good to people and evil to those who deserve it. The boy looked down and realized that he had fallen out of reality and that his greed for treasure had summoned the Sima. And he realized that he was just trying to find a reason to harm them and take their treasures, and forbade himself from doing anything stupid. Sebastian smiled, because the boss really wanted to go inside but was still waiting for his answer. They entered, walking through the bull ring, entered the room, and I was surprised at how much there was because I thought everything was put in a bag. These treasures will help them when they can overcome the crisis. Then they will accumulate a lot of strength, plus they have cool potions and elixirs and various items for battle. The guy thought about the fact that to get used to this, you need to train a lot, you need a lot of time and spiritual strength, so it's hard to predict what the fight will be like. He drew attention to a large block of talismans and realized that if they were not used, they could be more effective. He sat down and began to look around, noticing that they were of different types and that a first-class talisman would be useful. When I approached the shelf, I saw many different books describing great magic and that they would be very effective even if I didn't study much. The girl sat down by the chest and opened it. There were many Confucius beads there, but most of them had lost their light, and she decided to put away 24. The head announced that all these treasures could only be used for family purposes and asked Sebastian to understand them because they could not be shared with him. At first he was surprised, but quickly smiled at her and said he knew why. But the man was surprised that the young man was simply looking at them without a glimmer of greed because he thought that he would change his mind and want to steal them. Later, he began to thank him profusely for his help in opening this place and could not just let go of his help and told him to let him know if he wanted any treasures. The man smiled and said he wouldn't let him leave without a few things. The guy started thinking because he could have taken all the treasures, and he hadn't practiced much lately, and if that's what he needed, then everything was simple. Sebastian said he wanted an elixir that could increase his spiritual power. The man heard him and agreed to it, but he was going somewhere and asked to wait for him. He opened the box and there were 2 pills and said it was Tehen Boshantan. He was amazed because this particular elixir did not require much practice to increase spiritual power, and that during his time there, it became even more powerful. Ega is preparing for his prime and thought that he could use a counterattack in the battle against the Emperor, and in 3 months, he will fully master the spiritual power of the Tekken. Someone knocked, and Madeline entered the room and asked him for the Confucius bracelet. This surprised him very much. He didn't expect anyone to take it, but he handed it to the girl. Me that there was a secret spirit named Gray, which owns ability, reflect evil energy and what long he helped one from ancestors to win. After the battle was over, he gave the beads as a gift, and at that moment they suddenly lit up with light. He laughed and said that as soon as he saw them, he immediately realized that they were not ordinary, and that it was thanks to them that he was able to win. The girl said that Gray helped her ancestor, a beautiful girl, because then she never needed help. And during that period, the secret spirit of Gray visited her ancestors until their deaths. And that even when the beautiful girl became a blind old woman, he still came to her. And he thought about Morgan, who was born from the union of a spirit and a human, and he became curious about whether that spirit had feelings for Grace. Madeline thought they simply had a close and warm relationship, but not love, and felt gratitude and respect for the spirit. She showed what she had done and also asked her father's permission and gave him 12 beads to use when the beads on the bracelet ran out. The girl was very grateful for the help and effort he had put into her family and added that she was grateful that he had not stolen their treasures. It takes a month to master one Tehen Bochantan bead, and even with one he will be able to increase his strength sufficiently. And he was thinking through his actions when a man appeared behind him and announced that guests had come to visit him. He was expecting someone and was very happy when he heard this and said that it would be out soon. He left the room and thought the time had come and asked if she was here. The guy was very surprised when they greeted him and asked who he wanted to see. A joyful Kevin stood in front of him and asked if he had been waiting for him. Then the guy invited him inside and asked why he had come. But the mentor just wanted to talk because he had heard that he had gotten married. And I asked if he was crazy, but the guy just laughed and said that it was all rumors and lies and that he didn't even think he would come here. Kevin said he came and asked if he wanted to see him and if the rumors about his marriage were true. I couldn't even believe that such a serious guy got married, and the man interrupted them again, saying that a guest had come to visit him. Morgana was shocked as she rushed into the room and said she had heard about his marriage. She thought he liked boys, and that was why he was so polite to her. But Sebastian insisted that it was just a rumor. Kevin said that he was the same way when he was young and wanted to see that document. At first he said that he was behind the iron doors, but he understood that he wouldn't be able to take them there because it wasn't possible, and he wanted to change the subject. Kevin was pleased to meet Morgana and said that she could call him simply Kevin or whatever she wanted, and the girl asked him to speak more simply because he was older in age and status. They began to whisper, ignoring the guy, about his marriage and how he didn't seem to love his wife very much. Melissa and Victor appeared at the door and were very happy to see everyone. Victor said that it was an unexpected meeting and offered to have a drink, and everyone agreed. Then he suggested that Morgana go out and talk while everyone drank. She thought about it and wondered who he needed to uncover the truth about Victoria's death, because their cases were intertwined, so she thought she might be able to help. Sebastian thanked her and asked about her progress, as she had been practicing for a long time. Morgana said they were there, but it was a shame she couldn't use them in front of people. Edgar had been asking him to solve this problem all this time, and in the end he had to accept his offer. Although there was no reason to kill now, because it only limits the amount of radiation but does not allow a person to die. And nevertheless, thanks to its use, it gets 4 stars. In addition, he supported dozens of stronger amulets and then apologized for not being able to help because he couldn't leave his family. The head started screaming, but he seemed a little scared and said it was him. Sebastian stepped forward and used his sword to cover the other soldiers. The man was ashamed even because of how resolutely he used the amulet. At first he told them not to attack and to concentrate on defense, and they made progress in Chiante, but were unable to rise any higher due to lack of time. Those 3 were sharp, and the task of those was to resist the attack and suppress it, because this time it was easy to block the attack, but you have to be more careful. They saw that there were 3 Chi and Kengi ahead, which they used on the surface, so they thought they were weak. But with that aura, there were probably twice as many of them as before. Because judging by the previous attacks, it can be predicted that they can be easily dealt with, and Sebastian flew at them but noticed something from below. He saw one hiding among the titans of the imperial family. He probably thought he could divide the chi into 2 parts and suppress them simultaneously. The people below were shocked to see that they were being stepped on and moving quickly. The guy smiled, and although he didn't know whose decision it was, he just didn't want to leave it like that. And after moving there, thanks to the amulets, the power increased considerably, so it was possible to resist the Han family for a very long time. But it was lucky that the 8 Takenga fighters did not attack them, because if there had been 5 of them, then can was be quickly to conquer opponent and destroy each separately. An opponent was flying at him, and despite him being a mid-level Takengi, he was completely able to deal with him. And even though Sebastian brought 2 such fighters, it won't change anything. The man asked if the woman was with him when they entered the lake. The guy looked up at him and wondered if it mattered now. A ticket was flashing in front of him and said that if she arrived here, he had to catch her. These words made the boy very angry because this would never happen, so he didn't have to know its personality. He tried to attack the spiritual barrier. But nothing not happened, and man said, "What this attack weak?" But after a moment the sphere began to break through the barrier. What very scared Taken. He was shocked that some guy down there was able to break through his barrier. He got a little nervous and decided to calm down and decide to attack now, rather than concentrate on defense. Besides, I'm his favorite layer and he won't forgive such disrespect. The man wanted to go that way, but one day he saw something below and it scared him a lot. The guy was moving very quickly. He didn't understand what kind of chi it was, and besides, he didn't understand which of them was real. Literally, every one of them was him. He was angry that such a young guy could use a technique that even experienced people couldn't master. The guy used a lightning attack and the number of attacks he could deal with was reduced by 20%, so it was necessary to end the fight as soon as possible. The enemy was very scared. He didn't understand what the guy had done. He felt powerless because all clones were parodies of the original. He used his water needles and tried to hurt the real one. The man wanted to answer him with that, even though his opponent was talented and, after all, he was only at the first level of Takenga. If Sebastian continues to land such blows, his internal chi will be depleted, and the current attack is just an illusion, so he needs to concentrate on defense because his turn will come soon. The guy asked him if he was waiting for his spirit to drop because that's usually the right thing to do, but the whole situation doesn't suit him at all, so he's not going to back down. He used the hurricane storm technique and his sword of fire rushed towards the enemy, and he wanted the whirlwind to take that man with it somewhere into oblivion. Sebastian felt pain because when using 2 elements at the same time, chi weakens, and he was not going to waste all his strength on one unfortunate person. The man was shocked when he saw that his barrier had broken and felt that a guy was standing behind him who said that he only had 2 options. He suggested that he either die here or drink the acid poison that he would give him, at which time the poison would dry up his spiritual strength and he would experience death, not life. So it was up to him to decide. About 3 blades were around his neck and surrounded him so that he couldn't move, and then he chose the option with acid poison. The old man was angry and did not believe that he had really defeated him. He thought that they would do the same thing with 1 or 2 fighters, but there turned out to be more of them. They were a little worried that there were 5 of them, but only 3 were capable. Then he started shouting at Homer to send the entire Takenga fighting force here. The man was annoyed by the amulet, but it was difficult without it, and he was sure that they would be able to resist. They just had to press on with attacks, and then they would be able to destroy Yegi. The men arrived and one said that they would be busy defending so they wouldn't be able to counterattack, so something else had to work. The leader pointed towards the 3 Takenga and ordered them to attack immediately. Some fighters from that caste were already tied to a tree because they couldn't withstand the attack. Their leader was angry because he understood that the accomplices should not have any special significance, only the early fighters of the Takenga. The man was shocked when he saw 3 swords begin to destroy his spiritual barrier. It was a nightmare for him. The old man was amazed that his swarms had already been defeated and that it had been done alone. Kevin and Morgana were fighting downstairs. On one side there were 5 Takengi, and with another 3, and it all was not that which they planned. The alchemist felt a lot of oppressive ki, and it also felt strange. He was very scared and did not understand what kind of force was acting on him. From above he saw Sebastian, and you wouldn't believe that he could shoot so much, and before he thought it was just a prank, but now he was able to break the entire barrier with just 1 shot. The man started yelling at him and asking where he had come from. Sebastian could tell that he was almost exhausted, and he didn't have time for small talk right now. And he realized that he needed to end this battle as quickly as possible, and began to quickly strike at the elder. And I was already sitting on the ground tied up. He was told that this would happen to everyone he caught. Kevin said that if they freed a member of the imperial family, they would receive a large reward. The guy smiled and said that it was all thanks to their elders, although at first he wanted to bring an old woman. But it wasn't that bad. Sebastian approached the head and asked what to do next. It was somehow strange to him to see them tied up and a master of Takenga. He understands that so far he has suffered only defeats, but soon he himself will become Mr. Anim. Then he asked Homer what he was planning to do because if he was ready to die here with his family members, then he would do it. But he started making excuses that there was a fight between them. David lowered his head and said that dinners don't just happen between families. But nevertheless, he said that he brought the family masters here and tried to kill him and his family members, so he will be punished for this. But I tried not to give up. He asked for mercy from him and said that I would accept his terms. The chief had already raised his sword when he said he could offer him the family soul stones in exchange for his life. His face was right in front of his opponent's face. He could see that he was ready to do anything just to stay alive. If he signed a document admitting defeat, he would regret it. The man had no other choice, so he agreed to it and said he would sign. Component placement. He wasn't going to kill him because they just needed to stop their attacks without any conflict because his family always equaled on Imperial. But I noticed how he started praising him that his fencing skills had improved, and I didn't think he would be able to show himself so soon. The man was satisfied and promised himself that in any case he would build a new foundation for the new generation. Sebastian lay there thinking that his mission was complete because the battle between the families had ended successfully. But he was worried by the girl's words that Yenim was on another continent. He also assumed that she had answered him only to confuse him, but he didn't believe that she could lie so meanly. I understand that there will be difficulties because the country is on a different continent and the language and writing will be completely different. Because only one Tung Huk has a significant territory and most of his time will be spent there. So he was thinking about how to get there. He felt as if some people had arrived. On one side, he was glad because they should have done this a long time ago. All the great chieftains' people gathered here and were met by Kevin and Morgan. And it seemed that everyone felt their presence. They looked stern. Sebastian bowed and said that he had been looking forward to their meeting and apologized for meeting at such a time. The elder said what he was told about the five its people members, families, and captive, but he not saw their ego asked were they. The guy explained that they were in a special place for prisoners, which is why they hid them. The man snapped his fingers and said that now no one could hear them so that he could speak calmly. He started by saying that the man should have already known about the last conflict, which began with the fact that he was specifically caught and questioned about his wife Victoria, and therefore became poor only by the intention of doing so. And since he had already told everything, he added that the head didn't believe him, so he had to take extreme measures. The man was wary because he thought everything he saw was a lie. The guy was pleased when he was told that his skills exceeded expectations, and he would start accusing him of something else until he found a reason for it. But he said that he was going to conduct some investigations to understand the reason for what was happening inside the house, and therefore, no one would accuse him of being guilty or not. Sebastian said that no one from the imperial court survived in the lake except him and his daughter-in-law, and besides, the entrance there would only open in 300 years. And of course, they will find some bodies there, but they know one thing. One of them has doomed everyone to disaster, and no one will be able to find him yet. The boy was surprised by the elder's speech, who ordered him to release the prisoners immediately because they seemed to have arranged everything. Then he started to get angry when the guy apologized and said that he had been misunderstood because he meant that he could do it again, and that this was not a condition for releasing the fighters. The elder was focused and said that this had to be resolved and asked what he wanted. Fortunately, none of them were injured, so we can say that the above-mentioned strength was not lost. So it is not surprising that there was nothing terrible in the loss. The older one started to get angry and asked if he wanted to be thanked because it was very presumptuous. Sebastian smiled and said that his conditions would be simple, just 20 soul stones per person. And if he wants to take all 5, then soul stones will come out of him. Only after that they will return them whole and unharmed, without which there will be no damage. The man was very surprised that such a price was for 5 people. He thought it was too much. The guy thought about it and said that disagreements were possible, but he thought it was a completely reasonable decision, since all shamans have dharmas, and they are valuable. But he asked how much he wanted for the Tekenga fighters because he thought stones were the best exchange. Sebastian smiled and said that he had lowered his demands as much as possible, considering his status and family reputation, and besides, they did not change the conditions if they gave lower-level stones because they needed high quality. For them, 100 soul stones was no small sum, but it was still better than losing 5 Tekenga fighters. The guy managed to sign the document in the presence of Dokwan, and everything related to the family Wei and Van agreed. And yes, as all I play role then believed what are playing in herself bigger game. So he was glad he took 40 pieces because the elder and the daughter-in-law would each have 30. In addition, he praised him because it was pretty good to get into something like that. And if he ever gets into something like that again, he shouldn't forget to call him with him. Sebastian said that this job was very dangerous, and it would be harder if there were more fighters. So next time, ask him for help. Kevin liked this mood because all the dangers were still ahead. Then, the mentor said that he would go to the market since he had received the stones. And besides, the young man was interested in using high-quality equipment, not the basics of the elder. And his daughter-in-law also went to study in a neighboring apartment. So he didn't even do that. He forever buried the desire for death deep in his heart. And now he's left completely alone. So now he wants to proceed with the original plan. There were many different pills, but he chose the medicine that was the most valuable. And the salesman said that high-quality medicines would be more expensive and some of them were available, and the rest would arrive later. Sebastian was upset because he thought he would have enough stones for a suitable potion. But it turned out that they cost much more. And he was about to leave the store with the thought that he didn't need this medicine. He wondered if it was possible to make a potion for complete healing, because they require a lot of stones, and if you take too much, you can die. And there is also a chance to increase spiritual strength. He received some knowledge from the second master, so there should be no problems with the choice. After each pill he took, his strength grew, and he wanted very much to become as strong as Kevin. And honestly, watching him collide with one of the Takenga was spectacular. He saw the same woman from the gun shop, and she bowed to him and said that the young lady wanted to see him. They met, and the girl said that he was an amazing person because the more she looked at him, the more she wanted to know about him. Bonnie doubted that he could defeat all the Takenga fighters. The guy noticed that she already knew everything, so he asked why she called him out. She answered honestly that she expected him to be caught and questioned, because he had drawn a lot of attention to himself and so she couldn't stay away. Although the young man thought she was lying, Bonnie was serious because his abilities exceeded all expectations. He looked at her seriously and said that he managed to do it thanks to the help of a master who turned out to be his old acquaintance. The girl slyly asked if his skills were really that good for such a large audience. Therefore, the mid-level fighters proved to be a warm-up for him, and he showed his best abilities. So the question arose whether he could capture the older Takenga and Homer. He didn't understand why she had called him, to tell him how he had managed to defeat his opponent himself. Bonnie opened the scroll and began to read, because she had something else she wanted to tell him. And she said that she went to the place he was talking about and found a hidden body that had been lying there for a long time. And something else was found with it. It was poison, and they thought it was very strong and hard to get because it was made from fairly rare materials. And assuming that he could have poisoned the Takenga with such a strong poison, then it is entirely possible. The guy listened to her carefully, and when she quieted down a bit, he asked her to continue. It became funny and interesting to her how he managed to become strong in such a short time, because one thought came to him. Bonnie suspected that he had found something at the bottom that gave him strength, but she did not understand how he had managed to take the strength away while defeating two strong opponents. She was in deep thought and various options for action came to mind, one of which was that they fought to the end until their chi ran out. And another option was that the incident that happened 300 years ago was repeated and he managed to avoid it and therefore remained alive. And she said that thanks to the pills he managed to become strong and that they had nothing to do with the lake. Sebastian found it a little funny to listen to all this, but it was all completely wrong and he thought she was quite close. Bonnie breathed a sigh of relief because there were still 300 years left before the gates opened to enter the lake again. So she would have to wait, even though it was so difficult. She was sure that the only clue was him and that woman, because only they knew the truth, but he was fed up with it because he had already told her everything and didn't understand what else she wanted. The girl replied that she was also an honest person, although he probably wouldn't believe her and was only interrogating her out of curiosity. And even if he found out the truth, he wouldn't reveal it. Then he wondered if her gun shop was a place to buy valuable information, because that was her job after all. And then she said that he was one of the frequent guests there. The girl only wanted to get the treasures from the lake, because she knew that with their help she would be able to hunt very rare animals. And she often sent people there to somehow find treasures, but no one returned from there alive, so these missions were unsuccessful. Sebastian was not happy and said that he didn't like working in a team and didn't trust anyone but himself. It was unusual for her to hear about trust, because she is driven only by one desire, the opportunity to cooperate, and now she likes him in terms of partnership. And although it may sound rude, she wanted them to be on equal terms and tried to assure them that she would be very helpful. Sebastian understood that everyone wanted to get the treasure, but it was another matter to cooperate with the most suspicious person. The guy didn't want to argue about all the standards she listed and wanted to leave, but she started talking about Yanam, who goes far beyond the measurable. He was shocked and looked at her holding two figurines in her hand and asked if that was all she knew. and she asked if he wanted to know more because she was a very valuable person and could give any information, but not just because she was trying to be his partner. The guy was already a little annoyed by the way she was talking to him and asked what she wanted from him. Bonnie didn't know it herself, but she knew that he valued people he could trust and wanted to be that kind of person for him. He left the room and realized that this woman was not the kind of person who would become a partner on a whim, so he thought it better to leave right away than to drag it out. And although she gave him some information about Yanam, he couldn't just take it and go east. The story there began a long time ago on the continent where Yenem was located, and a traveler stayed there. After getting there, he began to travel to different countries and got married in Denguk as a mere mortal. Later, he wrote several memoirs in which he combined all records collected by time travels, but through that which written ancient hieroglyphs to no one not known content books. And this book was secret to the inhabitants. But the nobles bought it for a high price, believing that it would be very useful in the future. And they were looking for someone who could read it, but without success. And then they were hidden in the basement of the library because they lost interest in her. And when she finished, the guy asked if that was all. Bonnie was irritated by his reaction because she had already told him too much and asked if he even understood what such information had cost her. But Sebastian didn't stop making her angry and said that it was really boring. She started laughing and said that you could tell from his look that he wanted to get this book. He thought that the hieroglyphs that the people of Dune could not read most likely belonged to the Yenem. And besides, he did not want her help. The guys saw how they found a medium-sized book and said if he wanted to take it, there would be 8 soul stones in it. Sebastian said he would wait for him at the nearest diner and that when he found him, he should call him, because right now his main goal was to find the book and get it at any cost. In 2 days, all 8 people gathered, and I heard that they were all high-ranking people. Because even their clothes have patterns in the form of clouds, these were the astral seers of the White Mountain School. He looked to where the strongest factions seemed to be, so they weren't exactly fair warriors and they seemed to intentionally differ in strength, chi, and fighting style. If I may say so, at first the head of the family was a hot-tempered scoundrel. On the other hand, the daughter-in-law was the most gentle creature that existed at that time. Therefore, I thought that the ideal decision was to stay. And besides, both elders are in the middle and early stages of Tekking as the Chontegi, and I hoped that this way we could compare. Sebastian was already impatient and was waiting for the other 3 to arrive, and one girl was surprised that he could be a Tekengi since he looked young. They laughed at him and were sure he was still a rookie, and one of them hoped it was just a bluff. 3 more people arrived and the man was very angry when he saw some people and someone thought they were late. The guy saw them start running and assumed that they were scared when they saw the White Mountains here and believed that this was the power of true power, because even ordinary warriors were afraid of them. They approached the circle and the time came when it was time to activate the seal. The boy stood above him, all aglow, because he wanted to catch the Chijom. He wandered through the forest and spent 5 whole days that all to look around all. What he saw coincided from description. He thought it was an ordinary forest that was no different from anything else, and he wanted to find what he was looking for faster and needed to attract the attention of the animals. Besides, it was like additional training for him with the help of Chanjinsu, appeared behind him, and to be honest, such deals annoyed him. The snake was surprised when the boy picked it up and jumped up the mountain. She wanted to catch him, but nothing worked and she even got a little upset. After that, she hissed at him aggressively, and this time he was a little surprised. He jumped up and started shouting at her not to spill his poison, and immediately cut off her head. The guy collected in a bottle the poison of the heptagonal urinsa, which is capable of instantly paralyzing the body and stopping the heart. And also the bones and silver scales are of great value, so he realized that he needed to collect the poison. But I was a little scared when I saw the activity of her pupils and the moment she opened her jaw. Because most amphibians can move even after their heads are cut off, he managed to put up a barrier in time. Aura for this. Since he needed to get rid of the body, he burned it and flew away, believing that the snake had died with honor and dignity. As he flew past the mountains, he saw a cave and thought that this was where the fox lived. Up close, it looked small, but it was strange to him because he didn't feel the presence of any animals. So he decided to hurry up and prepare the potion because the materials had been gathered. Gathering the basic ingredients wasn't easy, but even the silver fox's hide was stronger than the metallic snakeskin. Since he still had time, he started preparing it, and during that time he would be able to create enough potions. He was amazed that creating the medicine was easier than using Chionteki radiation. He was the first to create a medicine using his spiritual power, and since he had to take 5 first, then called Wanwan. But I noticed that she had already made it a habit to check every medication. He was amused by the animal's reaction to the smell because it didn't arouse desire. Then, he decided to turn to her because he knew she was afraid of not being able to eat, but he assured her that after that, her appetite would improve, because all the herbal remedies medicine very good here. But Sebastian didn't know if the animal understood him. And Vanven looked sadly at the medicine. She didn't know what to do with them because she didn't want to eat them, and the owner said he wouldn't insist if she didn't want to. Then she was a little surprised when the mentor started taking the medicine and said if she didn't eat it, then he will throw away them. But Wanwan pushed his hand away and started eating the pills. He was impressed by such enthusiasm and realized that he should have done this from the very beginning. He had about 10 more such pills and another pill that was made inside the altar, and he thought that if he gave them all at once, he might overdose. He watched the changes, and although some time had passed, nothing seemed to have changed, and he thought it was a failed experiment. And I wanted to give others as my body accepted them, but I decided to give it some time so he could digest them. And for this, I decided to wait a week and then give everything else that was left. The boy looked at the last pill he had left of silver leaves, one of the most precious, and was sure that Van had never seen anything like it before. Once the beast jumped on him and ate him. Pillboy was shocked and asked, or he understands what he ate. After that, Wanwan fell asleep sweetly while Sebastian watched him. And he decided to concentrate on the poison he had obtained, because it was the most powerful weapon of all time, and he possessed the strongest. A person would have died from one drop, but for himself he diluted it with water and raised the knife to his hand. He looked at his hand but felt nothing from what he had injected, because he seemed to feel that this wouldn't be enough for him. So he wanted to add more, and applied poison to the needle and held it to the wound. He felt pain, and it seemed to him that everything had worked out and he just needed to wait a little longer. The boy felt that he was being lulled to sleep, which was bad, and he fell asleep next to his beast. He woke up and was wet because Variant was licking him, and it seemed like something like this had happened to him before. The guy realized that he had been exposed to the poison again and his head hurt. But he was fine, because this effect only paralyzed him. Nothing more. Because I didn't even realize when I had time to fall asleep because I rarely sleep, and now I had a good night's sleep. Sebastian believed that there were no problems to be expected, because the poison only paralyzed him and he was stretching his muscles. He looked at his pet who was scratching the wall and realized that he was already sad. But he paid attention to the wall and the gaps that were there and didn't understand if they had always been so deep. He saw his pet climbing the wall and thought it was the effect of the drugs, which was completely logical, and asked him to come to him. The beast began to scream, but the alchemist restrained it with magic and asked it to answer whether the medicine had made it strong. Sebastian liked it because, judging by his fighting abilities, he became much stronger. Since he had tied his paws, he asked if he wanted to free himself, and to do so he had to show his strength. Then Sebastian decided to give him some more medicine so he could cheer up. But the beast didn't do anything, just stretched, and that was all. And the boy didn't understand this gesture. But I saw how the cat began to change, grow bigger, and glow. It became more aggressive. And I saw what I was expecting because it was dangerous, and if I hadn't dodged, I would have been injured. And it seems he had become stronger after all, so he attacked unexpectedly. The guy was scared when the beast started attacking. He didn't understand what it was. But I saw that the sword that was coming from him changed shape and color. He liked it and couldn't help but look, but he had to use the sword because it didn't have true strength, but it had enough mass. Then the mentor praised him for being smart, but he couldn't handle his barrier. But his attack was strong, and if that was his maximum, then they had reached a high level. Sebastian didn't think it was the best result, but considering he's young and inexperienced, it's a great level. And I decided to feed him these pills so that it would be useful to him. And it would be somewhat funny to imagine that this ball of fur could become stronger than him. They flew over the city. He was even surprised that he had only just finished the experiments and was already moving forward. This compass was a real treasure, because where the aura was strong and where the arrow spun in a circle, Encho, Ensok, and Ensu were ultimately located. Victoria is still in the lake where no one has swum because of the tragedy 300 years ago. She took the risk to find the treasure, relying only on a subordinate. At first, the guy thought it was an unreplaceable thing, but now he realizes that it is actually a treasure, because he finds places with a lot of aura. He seemed to have gone crazy and said that he would take care of all the precious plants that grow in this forest. But he apologized to the local population in advance for his invasion and wanted to start with the land of Woolam, because the land there was better than Anam. He was happy when he found plants, and thanks to some people, he improved. It was all the better for him because most of the herbs were young and fresh, and he felt that somewhere he had not regretted the struggle. He climbed higher and saw that there was a whole group of people there, trying to resist the attacks. He noticed that they were more focused on defense, and he didn't want to be involved in that battle. But he doubted that it was good to watch and do nothing. The enemy were monkeys, the strongest animals in that forest, and if they attack along the path, there is a high probability that you will not survive. The guy thought that Takengi would handle it himself, but he defended more than attacked, and even if he threw the students away, he would still be among the losers. He analyzed that he would not enter the battle, but if there were several masters there, then there would be no problem with the attack, and although they could escape, the students were not that experienced. The student asked the master to leave them so he could fight and they would cope on their own. But the man explained that if he did that, they would suffer greatly. He pulled out the coupons and they started spinning, so since he had a plan, he hoped it would work and release them on the monkeys. There was a loud explosion and the screams of the monkeys were heard, but this angered them even more. But since they are not supporters of white supremacy, they may retreat. The man ordered them to turn around and unseal the palace treasures. They took hold of each other and began to give their energy to the eldest. All the power went into the staff and a strong energy exploded towards the monkeys. And to increase his attack power, the elder sent his chi throughout his body and at the same time spread his aura among the barrier. That to protect all four. Sebastian thought about entering the battle himself, but this technique was wonderful. It showed strong pressure on the body, but thanks to it, chi would become even stronger. The monkeys were angry and swarmed the barrier, although the boy thought that the strong aura would scare them away and they would retreat. For him, it was a disappointment. His opponent was ready to fight to the death, and the man's body might not be able to withstand it if he continued to use his body as a weapon. Then, he ordered his disciples to gather together and destroy the rest that remained. All four alchemists stood unharmed in front of the corpses of the monkeys lying on the ground. Then the master was asked how he was, and the man explained that after returning to the temple, he would have to take Taichinden and restore his body. Although the boy was already starting to get worried, the master still looked tired. And Taichinden is medicine for the eyes, so students take it. The man handed him a pill and said that since he was a master, he should worry about his students first. He didn't want to accept, but the master insisted on it because they were their future and besides they had tried hard. They were grateful to the master, but he didn't want to become a bad teacher because if something happened to them, he would be responsible for them. Then he turned to Milana and said that she should also accept, but she also began to refuse. She was convincing in this and it surprised the master since the girl never accepted that she was an amazing child. Everyone was shocked when they saw that a powerful force struck the master and he fell to the ground. And the boy stood calmly and looked at him, covered in blood. They asked Lori what he had done, and he was standing nearby with some kind of sphere spinning in his hand. Then he decided to strike the man, but defended himself with a barrier in time. He was bold and said that a man would do nothing with such weak chi, unlike him who did not waste energy in battle and accepted Taichinden. Lori said that this would be a sad end for the two great masters and that he would inform the disciples how they died in battle. Milana was shocked when she saw another master fall to the ground with no signs of life. She was angry and was already forming a sphere, but the guy asked her not to do anything stupid. She started yelling at him and said he was blinded by greed and asked why he would go so far. Lori laughed at that because he hadn't even thought about it at first. But his face looked crazy because they already had more than 30 corpses of strong beasts, and he considered sharing them with everyone a precious pleasure. Milana was angry with herself for not recognizing his true aura because she had previously thought he was talented and wondered if he was going to kill her. And he wanted to do it so as not to leave any witnesses, but then the church would raise many questions and suspicions about him. Stepping on one body, he said that if he didn't return there, everything would turn out differently and wondered what to do. The girl calmly replied that murder is the gravest sin and it doesn't matter what the reason is. He said he acted in his own interests, and those people behaved too highly and considered themselves gods. He dug up one body and asked what had come of it and whether he should continue to endure the humiliation. And the girl's conversation made him think that he didn't need to return to the temple, but that he could simply enroll in another one and start a new life there. They understood that this was crossing the line and that he could now kill her too. She was sorry she hadn't been able to recognize him sooner because now two great masters had died, and she wanted to take revenge on them. But she didn't have enough of it, and Lori was already going to end it. His hand had already formed energy. He laughed and said that it was time for her to die too. He was shocked when he was hit by energy and flew away from the girl. Nearby, Milana saw Sebastian, who was very angry with that guy. The guys didn't care if they died like that or if they killed each other, but this was a different case. He had to intervene. Then he reached for his bag of abundance and the girl asked what it all meant. She was shocked that he had sneaked up so unnoticed that she hadn't seen him and killed the guy, and besides, the man had scared him. But she began to worry a lot that a new strong opponent had appeared. Milana decided to find out who he was because if he wanted to kill her, he would have already done so. After her question, he stepped on the boy's body and said that he had killed him. The girl was very worried and asked what was binding him with him. Sebastian explained that he simply hates traitors and scoundrels. He said that it was not bad to have 30 inner altars, but the water of Chita Kenga was more valuable and asked if there were any other disciples nearby besides the murdered one. The girl said that there was no such thing, since one master had one student. Then he asked if he had a family. But respond was also negative, and the boy asked what they were going to do with the loot, and she thought it was worth giving it to the temple. He asked if he could take something and sat down next to the body, and when the girl reacted to this, he asked her to wait. She thought that he needed the body. If he took it, she wouldn't be able to prove anything about what was there, and how would she explain it to others? He noticed her when she started making excuses that if he took the body away, she would be suspected of theft. The girl began to think about it because if he killed her, no one would know the truth and she would become fodder for others. So in order to survive, she had to agree. When he started to take the bag of abundance, she said that she didn't mind, and that the master had told her where to find the herbs to make these pills. She explained that the corpse could be dedicated to a monk, and the internal chi given as a gift to the disciples, and said that he could take the body and chi, and she would say that Lori was a traitor and killed the master. Sebastian didn't understand why she was giving away the last thing she had. Looking at her expression, he assumed that she was only doing this because she saw danger in him. But in reality, he was just angry that the guy killed his master and somehow the conversation got to the body and chi, which turned out stupidly. The guy decided to agree to this and take the body and chi, but gave her one since it originally belonged to her. He turned around and left, saying that he would take the body with him, but the girl was glad that he wouldn't touch her. She felt that a very strong energy was coming from him, as if he were not human. But at least he was much stronger than Lori. But she did not understand his true purpose. I decided to turn a blind eye to them and pretend that they were the only ones who had been betrayed by Lori. She remembered the words of the master who said that the more you practice, the easier it is to enjoy heavenly nature. And first he wanted to teach her Takenga. When he was about to leave, he saw in the grass a celestial sphere of spiritual energy. Well, he decided to go back and asked if she had found all the bodies, but the girl was crying. He said that this was the spit he wanted to eat her workshop, and she understood that her spiritual energy had not yet fully recovered. She really wanted to get out of this forest, so she had to take her in. The guy noticed that her chi was depleted and so decided to share it with her. He handed her 2 more pills and asked her to take them. The girl was surprised. She hoped that these pills wouldn't harm her, because if he wanted to kill her, he would have done it a long time ago, but still, they looked suspicious to her. And immediately a glow appeared as she took them and was surprised by the result that appeared because it increased her chi by a couple of times. She thanked him and then fell to the ground. Sebastian was shocked by this. He picked her up and immediately began checking her pulse by feeling it on her arm. Sebastian was angry with himself because he had given her the pill and was sure that now she was in a lot of pain and her body was breaking terribly. Due to the large amount of spiritual energy, her ki is not stable, so she feels pain. The guy understood that he needed to put her spiritual power to sleep as quickly as possible and set about doing so. And to begin with, he had to concentrate his power to be able to stabilize it. Milana felt less pain and the guy took her in his arms. Yes, I was glad that everything worked out. But the side effects of the pill are life-threatening and will continue until the wearer stabilizes his condition. There was a forest full of various animals around, so we had to find a suitable place to bring her into good condition. The girl woke up in a cave and didn't understand where she was, so she was a little scared. And immediately I remembered that I was with the man the last time he gave me the pill. Milana was very scared and hoped that he hadn't done anything wrong to her. Then she felt that her body was normal, which meant he had saved her. And she was already thinking that she should thank him. And the girl also thought about whether she should tell Bexon everything, because everyone in the temple must know about Lyra's betrayal. And a picture appeared in my head of her closing their eyes. She came out of the cave and looked to see if the boy was there, but she didn't see him and thought he had already left. Milana was surprised by this and understood that she needed to get out of this forest as quickly as possible and hoped that she would find her way back. Sebastian came out of the forest and saw that the girl was already on her feet and asked if she was okay. She explained to him that she thought he had already left and left her here alone. But he ignored what she said and assumed that his body had already recovered. Milana began to ask him to take her to Bexon, thereby surprising him a little. He began to think about it since it was not part of his plans to go to Bexon. Before Lori died at his hands, he could have been blamed for this. And the problem was that two masters also died, although it was possible to conduct a detailed investigation and reveal the true motives for the murder. It was a pretty good idea for him, at least he told her so, and the girl was very happy that he would go with her. She started asking him if he had ever been there and said that he would really like the place. Milana told them that on the way they would come across picturesque snowy mountains filled with the spiritual energy of their ancestor. And there they wandered through the Volyasan fortress. And after all that journey, they will arrive in Bexon because they have already set out on a journey. He was surprised that this was their ancestor and added that he came from Yonghyoga. But she added that he was such a great man that he asked the wise men for everything alive. One guy at the entrance was very happy when he saw the girl and said that they had already arrived. He saw that only she and a boy had landed and asked where the other two masters were. The girl didn't know how to tell him, although the guy was confused, but he said that she was going up and would tell him everything there. He said that almost everyone had gathered there and a man met them and greeted them. But he said that no weapons or martial arts could be used inside, and that there was only one rule. After that, they began to climb up, as the hall was built at the very top. At the moment they landed in front of the entrance, the girl started shouting that she was asking for an audience with the head. The door opened and you could see an older man sitting with a couple of students next to him. Sebastian also made a gesture of courtesy and greeted him. The man introduced himself as Simon, the head of the Bexon faction. But I looked closely at the man because he had a suspicious aura, and I don't know if that's what Takengi was radiating. Simon was very strict and asked them why they had come to him. Milana looked very sad and explained that something terrible had happened in that forest and that Lori had betrayed them and killed two masters. Then he asked where their bodies were, to which she replied that they had left them there and therefore the man had no reason to believe them. He wanted to know how they could prove it, and someone said that they had checked and found out that Lori had definitely killed them. And the man also added that before their death they were very tired due to a lack of their spiritual energy. They added that it is highly likely that many dangerous people want to destroy the Takenga fighters. The man turned to them with a serious expression and said that the first problem was whether they were liars or fraudsters. The girl started screaming at him and said that it was all true, because suddenly the monkeys attacked them and Lori waited for a convenient moment to attack from behind. She explained that he waited until the masters were tired and they would kill her so as not to leave any witnesses. And pointing to Sebastian, she added that thanks to this man she was able to survive. Simon asked if it was true that Sebastian killed him during the attack, to which the boy confirmed his words. The reason was the attack on that girl and added that his compass led them to them. A man approached them and said that they had managed to determine that there was no internal damage to Lori's body. Then the head understood everything and bowed because he said that he managed to stop the criminal's actions and saved one of their students and thanked him for it. And secondly, for a preliminary decision to be made, there must be a full explanation. Ego George has its confirm and invited there to delay. The guy looked at them and was happy because they finally believed him. He looked at the anxious girl and thought that he was already here, so he could do Qigong. A man came to Sebastian and said that they wanted to see him, but when he arrived at that room, he was asked to leave his weapon outside at the entrance. After that, they cleared the way for him and told him that they were expecting him. The boy entered the room and saw the man and greeted him. He was very happy to see him and introduced himself to Charlie as an elder in Bexon and invited him to sit down, adding that he had long wanted to meet him in person. It was nice for him to meet the one who had killed so many Takenga fighters, and the boy understood that the battle was not a secret, and he wondered who had told him about it. Then, Charlie started shouting and said that he had listened with delight to the stories of that battle and his exploits, because they didn't believe that such a young warrior managed to defeat 4 Takenga fighters, since the opponents couldn't even deal with 2. Then he asked him not to lose his vigilance, since the other person was not very reliable, and the guy thanked him for his concern. The man analyzed him and he didn't look anything special, but the fact that he was able to defeat 4 fighters raised suspicion, and he was also very modest. The boys were surprised by the older man's question about how he managed to master such an ability. He smiled and said that he didn't know because since childhood he was taken by a master and taught Qi and martial arts. This pleasantly surprised the man, and he wondered if he had ever had a master. He said that it really was, but since he was not from here, his name is not very well known, especially since the master died, so his memory about him hardly alive. Then the older one decided not to change the subject and said that he had been here for a whole day and asked how he liked this place. Sebastian said that he had already heard about this place a couple of years ago, that great masters were taught here, and added that he liked it. He said that in recent years the school has become less promising because of the Takengi, and now the traitor. And this affects the fighting spirit. And he said that another reason was the criminals of Seokdongban near Wolyangson. And if a person like Sebastian enters their school, the school's prestige will quickly rise. Simon said that they had a good relationship with Bonpan and asked if he worked for that faction. And after that, he said that he wanted to offer to become a student in Bexon, which shocked him a lot. He said loudly and clearly that they really need such people. But he began to lure him by saying that if he joined this faction, he would have many medicinal herbs and also live in abundance. And when he reaches the end, he will be able to receive the position of elder. The man started laughing and said that he wouldn't have to wait 100 years to become a master, and asked to believe that he would do it. He was surprised because he came here to establish relations and had no plans to become their student, since freedom and independence are better for him now. But he thought that if he received support from such a school, it would have a good effect on his investigation. Simon started laughing when the guy said it was an unexpected offer. He replied that it would be difficult to make a decision. Besides, there are 3 members of Yangguang in this school, and 2 of them don't go to training often, but one is at Sanshin Palace. And he said that he could ask him to help with his studies. Sebastian began to think about it, and although it sounded tempting, he couldn't stay here for long. At first, the guy thanked me but explained that he couldn't stay long and that he would leave but didn't know when yet. But he explained that if he became a student at this school and enlisted its support, leaving this place would be a bad idea. The man began to think about it because even what he said could change at any moment. And when he finished speaking, the elder had something to say that surprised the boy. The elders did not suggest that he become a foreign student, and then he would have no problems going abroad and they would continue to support him. He said that they are now actively accepting foreign students, doing everything they can to ensure they have a good life, and also teaching martial arts. And he said that he could try to help him become a formal student at the school, and later, if he wanted, officially or immediately an elder. The guy looked at him seriously and asked if he, as a foreign student, could be outside of Bexen for a couple of years. The guy drank a little of what he was given and said he would think about it. And before he could say anything, the man handed him a small box. When the guy opened it and saw the glow and asked what it was, Simon said that this was a small gift to him for saving their student, and that when he reached the final stage of Takenga, he would still keep him as a student and maybe even an elder. And although the solution is very quick, it is also very tempting. He liked this deal because the more he trained the Takenga fighters, the more good he received from the Bexen school in return. Milana felt very much pain from the fact that the masters were not alive and thought that it would have been better to die at the hands of Lori. The girl was very scared when a small animal jumped on her. She was surprised because there were no animals here and asked if he had been hiding under the snow the whole time. And she was surprised when she saw a hand that was pulling boiled eggs towards her, and she was told that they were his favorite and asked to cut them up and feed them to him. She turned around and saw Sebastian standing in front of her with his hand outstretched. She started laughing because at first she thought she had been attacked by some robbers or thieves, but it turned out to be a cute little animal with a cute name. The guy explained that he had run away from him somewhere but had now found him. And besides, I decided to ask if she would continue to sit idly by. She explained that Scott had reached the 5th equal in combat arts and pawned first student and what pawned a live example for them. The guy listened to her carefully and added that there were rumors that he could become the first young master of Yangguangha, and she wouldn't be able to handle such a level. She was very surprised when Sebastian explained that she knew everything she needed and that her spiritual energy level was also high. He didn't understand why she was humiliating herself and said he would make pills for her that would help her with this. And he asked if anyone asked about her, that she said that he did it himself, because he was already planning to make it for Van Van, and Milana wouldn't mind either. So he felt sorry to leave her in this state. The girl came closer to him and thanked him for what he was doing for her. He explained that his father also died when he was Keontae, and his father gave him roots, and therefore he is obliged was to sprout and to bloom. Sebastian stood up and said that she had received strong roots from her father, and that with a lot of effort she would be able to achieve a lot in life. This was the Bexan treasury, and all the records and guides left by many masters were kept there, and before reading they asked me to stay. Sebastian came to the treasury to wake up one guy and asked if foreign students could really also read books in Chansogake. The guy said he could, but it was forbidden to go into the archive, so the alchemist asked if he could take the book and read it from outside. Then he said that it could be taken to 100 books and read them wherever it's convenient, but you can't take them outside the territory if you spoil them. There will be a separate punishment. Sebastian said he would go and have a look and come back, and added that he looked so busy that he was even afraid to talk to him. The guys were surprised by this because beginners usually train, but it wasn't surprising that he showed interest in reading. After some time, Sebastian returned and said that there were exactly 100 books, which shocked the boy greatly, and he added that they must be returned within a month. So he asked him not to worry and said he would return them on time. He was glad that as a foreign student he could read their notes so he could learn new techniques and assume that he might find more valuable treasures. Because this place was filled with secrets, and he looked into the fire which reminded him that he had to read everything on time. 2 weeks later, Sebastian returned to the treasury and greatly surprised the boy by reading everything he had taken. He assumed that Paul didn't believe he had read everything, but these books were written in easy-to-remember language, and it was a shame that you could only take 100 books. He was shocked when he started reading that someone couldn't trust a man named Charlie, who was a great master with a long history. Charlie was the strongest master to appear in Volyanshan, and many envied his power. And after his appearance, sometime later, he founded the Baeksan school. And it was also a fact that he defeated the best Dogwon in Volyansoni. And I wondered why he had come here, whether he wanted to create a school that would be one of the best in 10,000 years. I was constantly shocked that this was the end and didn't understand what was wrong with those books. He closed it and realized that he had to finish making the pill for his beloved and his girlfriend. They said that after the taste of the books read, an unpleasant feeling appears. And when he came to the treasury, he said that Paul had fallen asleep again. The guy was shocked to see him again and wondered why he was here. Sebastian was looking at something and asked him if he knew the master's name. But the guy didn't know. He just said that he looked quite similar to a student of one of the masters and asked if he had come for new books and said that he needed a book that the senior teacher had left behind. And he added that it wasn't long before he finished reading it, and Paul quickly went to find it. Sebastian looked at him when he said he hadn't found her, but he didn't really believe it. He was very surprised and said that it used to be there, but now it is on the list of archive books. And he explained that it was the head's order, although there were no obvious reasons for transferring her to that department. But I wondered if it was the current chairman. If he did it, then there was a reason for it too. The guy asked if he really couldn't go in there as a foreign student. And Paul explained that only senior-ranking students could go there. And because he couldn't see them and enter that department, he decided to leave. But Paul tried to stop him. The guy explained that the librarian guard opens the archive every month, and there is no security there. So if you sneak in there unnoticed, you can take out one book. Sebastian said that he liked people with a harsh tongue, but the guy said that if anyone knew about it, they would be severely punished, or even worse, they could be killed. Then he held out his hand with the soul stones and said that he would give them first, and when the book was ready, I would receive the same amount. The boy was surprised and added that the soul stones would be enough to buy a special weapon that lets in ki. Then Paul said he would do everything in his power and bowed to him. On the full moon, Sebastian received all 3 books and was very happy about it. He started reading and it said that after the fight with the Volya warriors, Baeksan's fame reached its peak and that someone was there. A whole decade had passed after the war. And then, the man had free time, so he returned to his hometown of Hwanggan and had to go to the Sansanmun Gate and check if these guesses were correct. But he found out that one of the masters killed his brothers, including the eldest of them, and disappeared. But in the end, he managed to catch him. He didn't understand why the man had done that and assumed they had found a valuable treasure. The man walked confidently and asked one of the passers-by where the head was. He was informed that he had left the city, which greatly surprised him as to why he had done so. But the reason for this was unknown. He was very angry that he left because he wanted to become a master, but then he didn't understand why the Baeksan school needed to be created. Although years have passed, the issue remains unresolved, and a man who killed his comrades out of greed would have acted differently. He was left wondering why he left the city and started a school, because it all crossed all the boundaries of what was permissible. And there was also an unknown number at the time of a person like Charlie, who was a student at the school. Well, even so, he created a beautiful sanctuary that still maintains its status. And he always came to this place when he thought he had lost his way, and it had become sacred, and he assumed that the reason lay in something else. Then it was about how decades had passed, and how he was blinded by his suspicions, and how he regretted the lost time terribly. And so before he died, he decided to leave at least something behind, but he still didn't believe it. He finished reading the book and said that these events were written 7,000 years ago, and that the truth is still unknown. Sebastian also had those questions swirling in his head because, if all that was true, then why did he create the school and kill his brothers? And even though he was forbidden to go there, he had to find out the truth. He flew to the place where the school archives were kept and realized that this was what he needed. When he entered, he was surprised at how the securities were stored. He called his pet, saying that he had specially made pills for him and that now he needed his help. Van immediately started running towards him, and the boy asked if he smelled anything strange. Seeing his reaction, he thought that there was nothing special here and already assumed that he should have turned back and not wasted his time. Sebastian began to look at the portraits and how many of them there were. And judging by what he was told, the head was a good one, so he assumed that this was the one in question. After that, he thought that something was hidden behind the altar, but then he skillfully spent decades wondering if there was anything there. Then he began to look closely and listen to everything. But unfortunately, there was no effect from this. He started knocking on the door and listening, hoping it was there. But all his attempts were ineffective, and he wanted to try using chi because he assumed that he could find something that way. But then a new idea came to his mind, and he took a compass out of his pocket, because it was even used in the faults to find the entrance to the lake. And there he found the passage of the old imperial parade ground. The guy watched where the arrows were leading, and that place was kind of creepy. And then I thought that the secret might be hidden not in the temple but throughout the territory. And it was at this very place where Sebastian was that the compass needles were spinning very fast. So he flew forward, jumping off the mountain because he said it was time. He was waist-deep in snow and knew he had to move slowly and quietly so no one would notice him. The guy found out that the entire power of Cheonseongbo was under ban, so no one could find it. And it was completely ice there because over 7,000 years it had formed an ice field. To break that barrier with his sword, and made a big hole in that ice field. But that man decided to do that himself. He saw something strange at the bottom and realized that there was something there. The guy sent the shining threads there and was glad that everything worked out, and it seemed like he had tied it tightly. And I started pulling it. It was very heavy and big, so I had to put in some effort. Sebastian went down there and saw that there was some kind of space under the rock. He set fire to the ground and noticed that it was an artificial cave. And he started examining it and for some reason was convinced that something was hidden there. Over time, he began to feel cold but did not understand why this was happening. And I remembered that when I was a child, I had already experienced a similar cold. He realized that the man had thought through everything to the last detail because the deeper he went, the lower the temperature became. He prepared his shield and looked around, then decided to turn back since there was nothing there. But his attention was drawn to a giant rock, and inside it a man stood, seemingly asleep. He noticed that it was the same master as in the photo, and the teacher also said that he had a very handsome appearance, so it made him think that it wasn't him. He wondered who it was and whether he was connected. With radiation, yes, as in with others, masters. After looking through the entire ice sculpture, he noticed a plant and asked Van to come to him. The little animal was looking in surprise at a dead plant that was on the ice. But it looked like he was very cold, so I asked him to climb back. But he started to think, even though he was sure that the lollipop was the cause of the dark chi, and he started to think about how to free it, because one wrong step and he would get stuck just like that. People started coming up to him and asking what he was doing here. Sebastian was a little scared because behind all those thoughts he never noticed them. The man looked at him and said that this was a restricted area and that he could not enter there. And the other looked at him angrily and sternly asked what he was doing here. And Sebastian reacted quickly, making a gesture of his hands. He greeted the elders and the bishop. Simon said that he had not been here for long and did not yet know much about Manga, because not only the students but also the bishop himself could not visit this place without an important reason. And then he asked the bishop to tell him what punishment awaited him and began to talk about the fact that first the entrails would be taken out and then the limb would be cut off. And he added that he would keep his tongue out so that he would never tell anyone the secret of this place. Simon then asked if there would be a penalty if the entry was accidental, and was informed that the level of severity could be reduced in the event of extenuating circumstances. And the man began to laugh that now his life was in his hands. But the guy was very surprised when they told him that the man wanted to reward him, not order him, because Sebastian solved the problem that had been bothering him for so long. In Sangasoki, some students are given secret tasks, and if anyone shows interest in the manuscripts, they are told to let them know. And there were many of them, but almost all of them abandoned the investigation and never got to this point. And he started shouting that Sebastian was different, and he wondered how he found this place because no one had ever been here. The man turned to him and told him to stop talking, because he didn't understand how much longer he would continue to talk, and it would be better to explore the cave. The man began to interrupt the elder, explaining what the head was saying, but the elder didn't want to listen. And besides, he thought he was wasting their time, and asked why he had called them at night. Another man approached them and said they needed to go on a treasure hunt, and Simon agreed to investigate it first. The elder was very annoyed that they were gnashing their teeth without knowing anything, because it was very important for him to figure out the punishment for Sebastian. Then the man said that he understood him and said that they would get together and reveal the secret, because first they had to find out what he had left for posterity. And then he turned to the boy with a dissatisfied expression and warned him that if he escaped from the cave, he would become a real criminal. They went around the entire cave but found nothing valuable. But there was still one ice flower, but unfortunately no one knew what it was. And the elder said that anything can seem like trash if he doesn't know its purpose. Then they looked at the man in the ice and wanted to check if he had anything. As soon as he wanted to touch the flower, he abruptly withdrew his hand, not understanding what had happened, and said that he would be grateful if there were really treasures here, and asked if they really existed. The head said that he had read about them in books, and so it was just his guess based on what he had read. They started to mock him because it turned out to be just guesswork, and said that he had given up training. But this made him very angry because they found an artificially created cave. Then the headman began to tell Sebastian that he had learned something about the old man from the ice since he had found the hidden place. Everyone looked at him seriously and ordered him to tell about that person. The guy said it was luck to get here, and if they tried to fill it with spiritual energy, maybe they would achieve something. And learn appointment crystal. He agreed to try, but since he didn't know how it would all turn out, he decided to use only a third of his strength. He directed his spiritual energy at the flower, but nothing happened. The elders and the head were surprised that the crystal reacted afterwards, but the boy could not show his full power. Sebastian explained that he didn't have enough energy, so he couldn't do it anymore, and the boss agreed with him, saying that he didn't have much energy left either. Then one of the elders came out and said he would try it, and no one objected. He began to feel weak and was stopped, explaining that he now needed to rest and ordered the others to use the Saha Penguin. They stood in a pyramid and their energy flowed to the oldest one, who in turn sent it to the crystal. They were shocked because the ice didn't even crack, so it seemed like it wasn't designed to be destroyed by the Buddha's spiritual power. The head began to laugh evilly because he was attacked by 4 masters and he didn't even crack, so he might become more valuable than the manuscripts. The elder said that it was dangerous to continue and therefore it was necessary to stop it. And they saw how the ice flower began to bloom, and in the middle was a transparent bead. The man felt a terrible cold that permeated his entire body and thought that if he touched it, something would happen, and he had never heard of such a pill before. His feeling told him that he shouldn't touch it, so he decided to put it there and check on the old man. He was bound by ice. Maybe he touched the bead and suspected he was from Beksen, but there was no evidence. That man didn't even have any clothes on, so he had to be covered. When I started to cover him, I saw a change in his facial expression, which meant he was alive. The elder said it was for the best because they would be able to interrogate him, and asked the chief if they had any Takondan left. But he didn't want to use it on the elder. The elder tied it that quietly wait until he will wake up, and someone said, "What better was go out on surface but heard some sound." The guy was shocked when he saw the man and became curious when he got up. All the other elders also noticed that the old man had woken up and immediately grabbed the transparent bead. He was angry and clenched his hand into a fist, asking if they had woken him up. The skeptical men looked at him and realized that he was no ordinary man, but he said that was exactly the case because he was imprisoned in ice. And this angered the man because who would dare to imprison him and thought that they were talking nonsense. Then the man asked if he was Beksen's successor, and he introduced himself and said that he was the 30-year head of the school. And when the old man said that he was the head who knew nothing, Charlie started to get really angry. He brazenly began to answer him, asking who he was if he was talking about him like that. The man began to laugh and look down on them, saying that he was Samuel. Then one elder said that he should hold back, even though there were some similarities between them, but he should refrain from such loud statements. Sebastian was alert because he was surprised to see Samuel himself in front of him, but he didn't understand how he had lived in the ice for so many years, and if that was the case, he thought that everything would be destroyed now. He exhaled heavily and replied that it didn't matter whether they believed him or not, because he wanted to avoid trouble, but he couldn't forgive those who woke him up. The president's husband looked at them and said that, even though they weren't bugs, he would crush them all. And before that, he wanted to know who gave him the Tekenden and covered him up. All the older ones were not surprised and looked at the boy at the same time. Sebastian came out to him and greeted him with a gesture, telling him that he had done it, and so Samuel gave him another chance and told him to keep going. The chief started shouting at the man, asking him to calm down because they didn't want to harm him, and threatened that if he apologized and gave back the beads, no one would get hurt. He looked at him slyly and said that he seemed to want to die more than anyone else. His eyes began to glow with a bright white glow under his clothes. He pulled out his weapon and said what would happen to him. The man was shocked because it was stored inside him, and such a technique is only available to those at the level of Enhoga. Then he quickly bowed to him and said that it was really him, and he himself was an uneducated student who did not recognize him and dared to be rude. Charlie was terrified and shouted that he had committed a terrible sin and begged for mercy. But this had no effect on the man, and with one blow he cut off his head, saying that if he had committed a sin, he would have to pay, and mocking him for calling himself the head. At that moment, the other elders began to bow to him, and when he noticed them, he announced that they were probably better than him. The elder turned to him and said that he was the one who gave him to Kyonden, and that he was given another chance. But he said that two would live, so there were four left, and asked if they had any suggestions. Then Samuel said that they would arrange a fight, and he would spare the two survivors. Simon was very angry about this because his angry face had no effect on his relaxation. Sebastian realized that those who keep treasures within themselves are in Hogi, but their true abilities are unknown, because an enemy who asks for mercy is easy to defeat. Two men are facing each other, and right now he is trying to use the others to leave no one who could stand against him. The man turned to the boy and asked why he was so doubtful. They showed him mercy and asked if he wanted to die. But Sebastian only thanked him for such a gesture. But Samuel turned to him and looked at him and said that he had not spared him but had simply given him another chance. The guy was surprised when he said that those who survive would have to fight them. He smiled because he realized that right now that man couldn't show his strength because his chi hadn't returned yet. So he was trying to convince him not to fight him. And Sebastian began to laugh and shout, addressing the elders that they would have to fight again. And the question arose of what would happen after that, because he assumed that a fight with him was possible. The man looked at him sternly and asked why he was tired of living. But the young man explained that he loved life and that if you didn't look at him, it was as if he wanted them to kill each other. Samuel began to shout that this was a lie and a rebellion and ordered that the little boy be killed and then he would have mercy on the man. This guy also started to get angry, and he said that he was working with other people's hands again because it seems he wants to preserve his spiritual strength, since it has not yet recovered. Such impudence made the man very angry, and he said that if he wanted to, he would kill him himself. Sebastian kept provoking him and said that if he was really Samuel and had all that power, he could kill him with one swing of his sword. The boy turned to the elders and asked them to take his side if he could withstand one blow. He remembered his master and said that he would live today, so he kept his defense strong. Sebastian was shocked when he saw three people approaching him. Although his shield was slightly damaged, he addressed him seriously and said that he couldn't even penetrate that level of protection. Everyone knows that Samuel is the foundation of the beginning of Baeksan school, and the guy started shouting that he was not the legendary alchemist of the Inchoga kingdom. If they couldn't fight back now, there wouldn't be another chance. He began to address the elder and the bishop, explaining that they needed to fight. The guy realized that even though he said that, his power was immense, and he even used a higher-level amulet to block his technique. And now he regretted giving him that pill. If he hadn't done it, things would have been much easier now. But he decided not to think about nonsense anymore and take the Teachenden himself. The elder was very angry with him and said that even though he was so outstanding, they would repay you with the same for trying to hurt them. The elder was an honest and decent man because he did not take other people's lives lightly and was not satisfied with a miserable existence. Others also pulled themselves together and began to say that the man had left Baeksan, and now he no longer existed there, and mocked that the Encogs had not been able to break through the simple defense. This made Samuel very angry, and while at first he wanted to pity the two, now he wants to kill them all. The elders were tired of listening to him and said that such a rude old man talks too much. They began to think that if they used the Four Palaces technique, they would be able to resist the yin and yang vitality level alchemist. Samuel himself did not understand what they meant by using the technique of the Four Palaces. The man began to get angry that he was being mocked and called a poor man for asking to use such a technique. Sebastian was already preparing for a possible attack when he said they were quite funny. The old man explained that the Four Palaces technique was only created because he passed his technique onto another alchemist who wanted to defeat him and used all sorts of methods. The older man was tired of listening to him because he only said one word to him and he answered him with 10. They wanted him to stop being arrogant and experience the power given to him by Tekundan, a medicine that increased ki and healed the body. And the one who stood in front of you sent a strong, powerful energy towards the enemy. At first it scared him a little, but he said they were stupid and tried to defend himself. Two energies rushed towards each other, and when they collided, an explosion occurred. It was difficult for the man to resist such an attack, but he understood that he needed to repel it. And Samuel could not withstand this attack and fell, and the elder began to mock, asking if this was the level of yin and yang's life force. The man was very angry when they laughed at him and said that he would not be able to withstand another such attack. Therefore, he began to encourage his comrades and said that they had almost defeated the weak old man, and if they gathered their strength, they would succeed. He realized that all his problems started because of the guy, because he had just woken up from that dream when all the plans went awry, and those people started trying to outdo him. It was very difficult and painful for him, and he assumed that heaven and earth would have someone kill him, so that he would probably stop and there would be nothing you could do about it. The men suddenly stopped and were very surprised when he started taking something out of his clothes and saying that they had no idea what it could be. He had a bead in his hand and explained that thanks to it they could reach the level he is at now. But he said that they would only learn over time what these beads were and how to use them, so he might not bother to explain it. But the man laughed at this and said that they would never be able to figure out the nature of this treasure because the bead was a precious jewel from the most ancient era. The ancient Saman era was an era of immeasurable distant times. It took place long before the birth of writing, and the treasures found in the ruins are much more effective and powerful than those of today. His face was joyful, and he said that this was the only reason everyone dreamed of getting this bead, and he accidentally found it in the ruins. He later admitted that he had stumbled upon an ice flower from an ancient era, and that they were the ones who made it bloom. The flower man had the ability to absorb cold and sprouted like a real one if it was in a cold city. But he said that he went around the entire Dunguk in search of a place with eternal frost and snow and found Mount Beksan. And for the flower to bloom, 1,000 years were needed. A place where no one could get to was needed. So he came to the decision to found Beksan School and make it better. The only thing he wanted was to seal the Cheonsongbong forever and said that it was because of them that he failed to succeed. The elder asked what that sideways look was because it was clear that he wanted to restore Qi and was distracting with stories and wondered if he was right. Samuel looked at the bead and said that it was pure crystal and was created when the flower absorbed cold and condensed in the middle and reproached him that because of them, he had become less than perfect. But that wasn't important to them. They wanted to learn how to use it properly. And he began to shout that by using it, they would be able to double their power and that the perfect year could elevate an alchemist from a mere mortal to the level of a saint. He wanted, or you didn't understand, that the treasure improves magical and internal abilities. And I was curious about the effect of the ice that could not become perfect. Although he was annoyed, he said that it was unselfish for him, but it could be good training, since the ice is unfinished, so it would be useful for them. After the man said that the bead could help them achieve the breath of the sun, the elder's attention became more intense. This fable considered it nonsense, although he could not understand where the lie was hidden in his words. So he turned to the man and said that he couldn't believe every word he said, that he could have lied from the very beginning, and that only some of the statements could be true. He said that any fool would understand that someone like him wouldn't protect the garbage and started thinking about what to do with it since he wasn't needed. The elder did not say that now they knew everything about ice and the flower, and suggested that they deal with the old man. They looked at it and understood that they would still have to fight for years since everyone wanted such a treasure. He thought that if he tried to kill Samuel, he would waste a lot of energy and even risk dying. And he knew that there were stronger people than him, so he didn't waste his spiritual energy. All the other elders were in thought while one tried to wake them up because he believed that it was necessary to kill the man first. The strong alchemist threw the pill to the elder and said that he didn't need it so he could take it. Then they started arguing, and one of them asked to put down the bead that had alarmed him with such distrust. They started arguing about it because if he used it, he would be attacked, and that was the price of their friendship. He was angry at this behavior and wanted to throw it out for him to take if he wanted it. Simon caught the bead and was very happy about it because he didn't believe it was holding condensed ice. One of the elders took this bead and placed it on his flying artifact, and his companions began to chase him. And the man stood watching all this and laughed at the fact that they called themselves alchemists. The man felt that due to the cold, the flow of internal energy was not uniform in the ice. The elder was angry with his friend for trying to steal the bead and began to attack him, asking what he was doing. And this one was so strong that it pierced his back that he fell, and a pool of blood appeared. He was fed up with this attitude and decided to take the bead away from him. And he was just about to offer to work together against the old man when he saw that something was not coming at him. Then a battle broke out between the other alchemists, and the attacker ordered him not to touch the bead. And Samuel decided not to wait and struck first at the impudent elder. The man saw how much more cruel they were, and the boy was watching him. And then he turned to the boy and asked why he was frozen, whether he did not want to receive the treasure. This suggested that the boy planned to attack the winner and thus trick him, but the young man was serious because he wanted his plan to work. The man laughed at this and suggested that one might win and escape and what he would do then. The guy knew that condensed years were a treasure with unreal value and that he definitely wouldn't give it away just like that. He said that the boys were saying smart things. He saw how alchemists were losing their minds because of finding treasures, and then the young man assumed that he had killed his comrades for fun. He had read about it in a manuscript. He said that Jason was a fool who had been chasing him for a long time, but at some point he had distanced himself from him but not completely left him. Sebastian was angry and asked not to call his work stupid, because thanks to his ingenuity he was able to find the cave and wake him up. As soon as the man heard this, he realized that it was he who had ruined his brilliant plan, which was supposed to take 10,000 years, and asked if he should break it into pieces. But the guy stood his ground and didn't budge, saying that he wasn't going to die here. All three elders were tired of the battle. Some did not know how they had come to this point, but they understood that there was no turning back for them, and each believed that he must seize the treasure. This all amused Samuel very much, and he laughed loudly and said that they should kill each other and continue the fight. The man started to behave with the group, saying that he didn't need the flight anyway, so he could disappear if he didn't want to die at his hands. Such audacity did not bother the old man at all. He even ordered and sneered that the man would be able to kill him with one left hand, although even the best could not do it. They felt that they had betrayed each other and thus became enemies. But the elder did not ask them to forget about all the problems until they dealt with the elder. One was perfectly aware of how tired they were and said that only Sebastian could fight best because if he didn't deliver the main blow, they would be able to finish him off. The other, albeit reluctantly, agreed to their plan and said he was with them. The guy was alarmed. It was ridiculous to him, and he couldn't accept such a devious plan. He understands that as soon as he uses his spiritual power and he falls, they will immediately cling to each other again, and he doesn't know what they are capable of in their rage. His thoughts were interrupted by someone asking what it meant, and he raised his head to see who it was. Master Harvey came to them, a little angry with them and confused by the events. He was shocked to see two dead bodies and asked what was happening to them. Harvey asked if they had learned to speak and why they hadn't reported the deaths of the two elders, but everyone remained silent. Then he joined in and said that they were fighting for the title of owner of the treasure, pointing a finger at them. Then the master turned around and started walking towards the enemy, asking who he was because elders couldn't fight each other, so he was definitely a thief. He didn't really like this arrangement, so he decided to introduce himself and say that he was the founder of the school. But this had no effect on the master. He was indifferent and called the man a freak. Then she turned the blame on Sebastian so he could explain everything. He explained that they had found a cave containing a treasure from a very ancient era, and the older ones interrupted him to explain that the guy wasn't lying, but there were things that needed to be explained in more detail. His words began to anger the man. He became curious about what he could explain and asked if they had dug up treasure and decided to kill the elders. I assumed he looked holy, but if you put a treasure that could open a new path, he would immediately forget all moral principles and concern for his comrades. The master was very tense and stern and said that he did not remember asking him to tell him anything. Then he began to mock the fact that only humans could use the ice, and to become its owner they would have to kill everyone who was there. But he said that they were blinded by the treasure and therefore killed their comrades. He glanced from one end to the other and asked if such a thing should not be punishable by death. The master shouted that he would think about their sin later and ordered the criminal to be killed along with him, because this would at least somewhat cleanse their souls from the crime. The elders surrounded him and bowed, saying that they were with him. The master was very serious and said that the person had to be stopped. But the man started laughing like crazy and saying that the saint would take all the treasures. But suddenly his smile disappeared and he became angry, saying that everyone should die here and that they should prepare for it. He was ashamed that his people still paid attention to such trifles. He explained that what made the elders fight was not treasures but unnecessary abomination, and asked them not to be led into it. They looked down and were very surprised to see the glow from the bead, because there was no damage to it, despite the strong impact. Samuel just laughed at them and said that they wouldn't have enough strength to destroy her. Even an alchemist with the same breath as the sun cannot cope with such a task. When everyone saw it, they couldn't believe their eyes that it was a blood clot, and the man replied that they had forced him to do it. The master seriously asked him if he really used something like that. And Samuel began to eat that blood clot, and his eyes turned red. A blood clot is made by extracting a small amount of internal energy, which is converted into medicine, and it is also made from people, so few people know how to do it. And the problem was that a lot of blood was needed, so it would take hundreds of alchemists' lives, and if they were criminals, hundreds of thousands. And because it is mixed by so many people, it turns out to be non-uniform and is used in extreme cases because it requires a long recovery afterwards. After the story was over and the clot was eaten, the man menacingly told them to die. Sebastian didn't know if he could defeat this, but this power was amazing. He waited and threw all three of his swords into the attack, but they were stopped by a spiritual barrier. The master began to put on some gloves and was as serious as possible, watching his comrades' attacks. They launched numerous attacks at the enemy, but he did not feel them at all and asked if that was all they were capable of. He had a sword in his hands and he commanded it to awaken to full power, and red energy began to envelop him. Everyone was a little scared when the sword became more modernized and stronger. Samuel struck, and there was a powerful explosion that sent smoke billowing from the spot. Most of the elders took the blow and lay on the ground, half dead, covered in blood. Sebastian received a lot of minor injuries, because if he had been hit, nothing would have saved him. One of the elders started calling for the master, but he had a serious injury. One part of him was burning. The boy considered the master an amazing person, and that to fight such an opponent required great willpower. Then the man was ordered to stand behind him so that he could deliver the final blow, and the young man was entrusted to concentrate on breaking the barrier. And he already prepared to this. And again, many attacks rained down on the man, but he stood completely calm. When he raised his head, he said that they were self-confident, but in the end, nothing worked out for them. The guy had a very hard time fighting him, and there was a strong confrontation. Blood flowed from the elder's mouth, and he began to ask the master for forgiveness. After what he saw and heard, he screamed loudly and strongly. There was a strong explosion and everyone there was injured. The man laughed at them and called them worms, for without strength were lying on land. Then he saw a flower lying on the ground and was saddened that he would have to wait 10,000 years again. He lifted the flower from the ground, and now he had to wait for the great magic of the ice flower to take effect. Samuel was in despair and blamed everything on those people because they were the reason his plan failed. He repeated the 10,000-year deadline that he would have to wait again. The boy raised his head heavily and looked at him, speaking the words of the sword spirit and the secret impulse, and the swords cut through his body and covered everything with blood. In result, he fell on land. The boy was in a lot of pain and had difficulty lifting. His whole body ached, and he immediately reached for his sword. He stood over Samuel's dead body and stared into his terrified face. He gave him a final blow to the head and burned him. The rest of the bodies were covered, and Sebastian was not obligated to do anything. To the elders and head, but if not master, then them not succeeded be to survive. And only out of respect for him is he willing to tell the school about it, and also decided to keep the sword and the ice flower for himself. Because of this event, the Baeksan school lost one sun breath level master and the head. He flew back and thought about it. The 4 elders and the bishop were killed, so now they don't have a good future. He understood that since the cave was open, its discovery was only a matter of time. But first he had to do something. He changed and looked at his new outfit. It wasn't bad at all coming from Mrs. Sophia. It was serious because as a result he got ice, but many people died. But it was not the treasure that was to blame, but human greed. He started thinking about just eating it. But he began to doubt, remembering Wanwan's condition because it wasn't worth it. And he wasn't sure if any magic, medicine, or talisman could help. He was amazed because he didn't know that if he developed Hang Qigong with Gunchung Qigong, hidden abilities would appear. Sebastian looked at his hand and thought about using Henyim as a type of sonic internal energy. Holding the bead, he didn't feel cold, which was a good effect. But he thought that if Samuel took the condensed ice, he would be able to conquer the shadow Qi, and that wouldn't be all, because he would be able to improve his Qigong and develop magical abilities. But he still decided to absorb the cold. It was supposed to improve his spiritual strength, and since the ice hadn't yet accumulated energy, he should be able to do anything. He was in shock because there was a real frost in his mouth. He tried to use Qi and bring spiritual energy to the top of his head and convinced himself that he could melt the ice. Besides, he wasn't that cold anymore, so he could start absorbing and felt a strong coldness all over his body. He was already getting covered in ice, so he tried to concentrate so as not to get completely covered. The boy could only trust Qi, so he tried to remain calm. He felt dizzy, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold on. Sebastian managed to avoid the worst and is now restoring the flow of Henyim. Now it was necessary to concentrate on awakening spiritual power and absorbing the ice. He also didn't know that Bin Kungel stimulates Qigong with Henyim, and now the paralysis is gradually passing. But he still felt something inside, because if it were ready, he would die of frostbite. Gradually the cold was absorbed. His aura burned with fire and remained calm. Sebastian was surprised when it was all over, and now he felt a new sensation, so he was convinced that it wasn't a lie. His body was filled with spiritual energy that he couldn't even measure. He felt that at this stage, he could break through the gate of the breath of the sun. The guy decided to touch the wall and felt that it was different from the previous ones in its nature. But he began to fill himself with the value of his spiritual energy so that it would begin to glow, and he wanted to change its nature. Easily break through to the fourth level of Breath of the Sun, and will now be able to create pills, and will also be able to get rid of evil forces in the body. He wanted to see how things were going at school, and they were happy to see him there because they hadn't seen each other in a year. They asked him where he was because a great tragedy had occurred, and the guy explained that the circumstances had made it so, but he knew nothing about the event. The guy lowered his head and said that they no longer had elders and a leader, and Sebastian shared his misfortune with him. And I decided to go with him to the new chapter, and when he entered, I greeted him. The man was sure that he already knew what had happened and introduced himself as Theodore, the 39th head of the Bexon school. When he was informed that the monk was in danger, he asked them to seek help, even though he was from a different faction, but they helped him in many ways. But he explained that they don't have the best relations with Wolyansong, so they can't get help, and the people from Seokdongban will start a battle next month, then the gates will be torn down. And whoever loses will have to deal with these gates for 1,000 years, and although the head wanted to give up on it, this is the best decision they came to. This interested him. He said that then he would also participate in this battle. A year ago, the school lost its elders and there is no one to go to battle. He was in the cemetery and wanted to repay the debt to the master thanks to whom he was alive. Confident in his abilities, Sebastian was ready to participate in this battle. His words made Theodore's soul feel better and lighter. But he announced that the conditions of the battle had been changed and the punishment would last 500s. What also for boy, it all won very a lot. Then he explained that otherwise, as a foreign student, he would not have had to participate in this battle. He said that 10 people should speak from the school, and we were candidates for the level of Breath of the Sun. But a year ago they lost their best masters and now they won't even have that amount of law-level spiritual energy. The guy already has his hands full and said he will do everything he can. And I decided to ask why there was so much activity at school. And the headmaster said that many people had been injured in the last battle. He thought about the girl Athena and was told that the master had just suffered in the last battle. The guy came to visit her and asked the doctor if she would be okay. She told him that she had a lot of internal injuries. He understood that she had used up all her potential and now needed restoration. Although she understood this, she took this risk. In the room, he saw many more victims who still had not regained consciousness. Sebastian wondered if Sokban had done all this, and the man told him that their malice could not be expressed in words and that they had made absurd demands in the previous battle. He said that Master Milana had reached the final stage of celestial birth and was able to resist. Then he asked to prepare some medicinal herbs for him while he went to the pantry. The guy was happy because he hadn't yet learned that he had moved to the level of sun breathing. I think it was for the best because if he had met the master of the vital energy of yin and yang, he would not have passed into the next realm. Sebastian was there when Milana woke up. He explained that he couldn't have been there when all these events happened. But he handed her a medicine made from get plants. And although this pill is not as good as Tichionden, it will help with internal injuries. He informed her that the others had already accepted her, so that she could keep up and thank him. The guy praised her and said she tried hard and patted her on the head. He listened to her because she felt guilty for being hurt and for losing, but he was very supportive of her. The girl was indebted to him because she had reached the limit of the heavenly level, so she understood that she could not be sad. He noticed that every time they met, she had internal injuries and gave her a box of medicine to use as needed. She accepted and said that he was very generous to her and that she would not be able to repay him. Sebastian noticed that the people looked very sad, and the mentor explained that it was all because of today's battle. Because everyone thinks that the school is hopeless, and besides, the students will suffer if they have to watch behind the gate for 500 years. It hurt him to admit it, and the guy said it wasn't pleasant. They noticed that Seokdongban was late and thought that they had decided to ignore the fight. Although he smiled, he said that it would be fine if none of them came. The guy thought about it because the alchemists who were supposed to watch the battle had not yet arrived, and he suggested the possibility of a simultaneous appearance. He knew they had a lot of techniques and was curious if they would show anything new. The guy heard that members of the Seokdongban can freely join and leave the clan, and Sebastian realized that this was a clan where everyone had their own interests and goals. Theodore lowered his head and said that this was precisely why his popularity was growing. They saw observers walking together with participants from Seokdongban. Theodore said he would be back soon and asked him to be careful and not fall into traps. The head of the school thanked the opponent for coming and sincerely hoped for a fair decision. The man smiled at him and told him there was nothing to worry about. They did not understand when they were not fair and decided to repeat the rules involving the alchemists who had previously registered. And the alchemist competes not in one battle but until complete defeat. Sebastian heard that he would fight until he collapsed. This was not beneficial for them, as sooner or later they would encounter representatives of the enemy's sun breath. The girl didn't understand why the guy was participating if he was a foreign student. She understood that he could be seriously injured, and besides, there was a person there at the level of the sun's breath. Many students suffered defeats, and Theodore saw how ruthless they were, which was because of the rat. They saw the wounds inflicted by the enemy without even receiving warning, and they are at the stage of breathing the sun, and if they get there, they can simply stop the battle. He understood that this way they would be defeated, and only two disciples at the stage of the law of spiritual energy. One falls from powerlessness, the other fights. To end. One of the students broke into the fight and reported his decision to the head of the school. The students from Seokdongban were easygoing and asked the next one to leave immediately. This was Eugene's student, and the enemy didn't know where he was getting so many weak students. According to the rules, they first put them on equal terms, and then the stronger one replaces them. But he said that there would be no other fights. Eugene wanted to do everything he could to protect the school he had dedicated his life to, and hoped that through his efforts, Sebastian would win the next battle. He rushed to attack, but the opponent disappeared somewhere, later jumped out of the hall and stabbed him in the back. This guy was really mad that they couldn't fight honestly, but they thought they could use any means possible. Eugene could not predict his movements, and he stabbed him in the back every time. Because of such attacks, he could barely stand on his feet and was provoked by the fact that he had to show school spirit. Sebastian watched this, and it was cruel to him because he saw his condition, but he wasn't going to stop. And the guy realized that he was trying to completely break Eugene's spirit with brutal attacks. As a result, the opponent won, and they said that the participant was too cruel, and that if they had another such battle, they would be banned from participating in them. The leader approached the guy and told him to give up if it got too difficult and not to hold on like Yuji. He wasn't happy that the guy wasn't angry about the previous fight. Sebastian provoked him and thought about what to do with him, but his opponent didn't take it seriously because he wanted to deal with him quickly. But I was surprised that the guy stood his ground and was not afraid of the threats that were being made to him. He wanted to use a special body uncoupling technique, but something didn't work. He was in shock and didn't understand how he had managed to do it, but with one blow he had knocked down his opponent instantly. They already asked to stop the fight and recognized Sebastian's victory. They didn't understand why ice or even such a technique existed at the level of the law of spiritual energy, and that its restoration would take a couple of years. Later, Sebastian and the Bexon school were announced as the winner, but they said that he had gone too far, and if something like that happened again, they would include him. Theodore was amazed because his abilities exceeded all his expectations. Although he knew he was strong, he couldn't even imagine that much. The girl was also delighted and wanted to be able to fight just like him. She wanted to become a winner and be like him. So she decided to follow his example and devote more time to training. Now the boy only had a sun breath level disciple left, and his opponent was already ready to start. They introduced themselves to each other, and it was Michael from Sondenbach. He said that he didn't expect kindness from the very beginning and didn't expect to fight either because he thought his turn wouldn't come. He said they would watch the goal, but Sebastian would do everything he could. He wanted to crush him morally, saying that students like him would quickly get bored at the gate and tried to lure him away. Although the guy thanked him, he couldn't leave the damage behind so he could repay the debt. The guy started laughing at him for how cocky he was, but he wasn't going to give up because he had pride. The guy meant he would win, but Michael decided to chalk it up to ambition and test his spirit. Then he said that he noticed that his attacks were the same. He mainly always relied on swords. The guy explained that he wouldn't reveal his abilities so that it would be difficult to guess and prepare. He decided to stick to the defensive tactics because the alchemists had already fallen. If he blocked him like that, he might be able to interest him at his true level. He was doing quite well, and Malky said that he was prepared because it would get even harder now, but the guy was confident in his abilities. He prepared 3 blades and they hit the barrier, but the opponent thought it wouldn't be effective. But gradually they penetrated inside, and he was surprised and did not know what kind of technique it was. Later, he felt a strange cold that made him unable to fight, but he had to gather his strength and deal with Sebastian in one fell swoop. Although he wanted to try his technique, he couldn't. The cold hit again, and it became harder to control the force. He needed to get rid of the fog as soon as possible, so he started shouting at him that he thought he would win with this. The guy said he didn't know because he had already won without him, and the sharp ends surrounded the student. Everyone was shocked when they announced What Seondeokban lost school Bekson? Bonnie asked the old woman about the student everyone was talking about. She wanted to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. The winner has been announced. Sebastian, and as promised, Seokdongban will be protect goal next 500 years. The man started shouting that if it turns out that anyone from the clan has left the territory, they will end up in Anamba, and I will severely punish anyone who breaks through. They began to say that his abilities were amazing, and they understood why he was able to use them in battles with opponents at the level of the law of spiritual energy. Michael said that being unpredictable is not his usual technique, and that they would fight again, and the result would be different. He understood that he couldn't give him advice since he had lost, so he simply wished not to give up. A girl ran up to him and started to greet him and said that she had heard that she wanted to ask him to become a school elder. He understood that she was waiting for him and asked what happened. So she said that he would most likely be transferred soon due to a new position. Milana said that there is a clean and spacious place with air full of spiritual energy. She said that it was his place now and she would come by a little later, and he thanked her. He decided to first fix things that had broken in the battle and had the materials to repair them. Meanwhile, rumors spread among the school students. They said that a law-level student had defeated 6 senior masters and a person with the same breath of the sun. He finished repairing and decided that he could improve his skills in making amulets using the bone of an animal, because only a professional in his field can create amulets of wealth. Milana said that a guest had come to visit him. He was very famous, which surprised the guy because he thought that he didn't need such people. When she said that the head of the trusted community had arrived in person, he was surprised because he didn't think they would see each other again. Bonnie congratulated him on his new position and said that he had a nice house and that he had performed well in the duel. Sebastian said that he had no regrets about life and could not even imagine that she would come to him in person. Bonnie started laughing because she thought she couldn't help but show up when he won. And besides, she hadn't gotten an answer since they discussed the silver fox. And now he wants to hear why she really came to him, but before the main conversation, she wanted to ask him a couple more questions. She is also curious about how someone who has recently reached the intermediate level of the law of spiritual energy was able to accomplish such a feat. He said she could believe anything, but the problem wasn't that, it was simply impossible. Then she assumed that he was simply hiding his powers because everyone who heard the story refused to believe it. The young man lowered his head and said that she could continue to dig for the truth, but now she should get down to business. Bonnie said that because of what happened, Seokdongban could collapse, and if not, she would still be able to lure people out of there, even though it wouldn't be easy. But after the collapse, many free alchemists may appear, and they will be able to lure many to them. And thanks to people joining their community, they will be able to do something interesting. She explained that Gaijin Fortress has one of the largest estates and many such places have powerful rulers but no owners. And my name is Henry, and they're everywhere, terrible poison, wine and a go. What poisonous plants and animals and also monster are found. And because those lands have no owner, they lure many people. Some craftsmen tried to appropriate the land, but they couldn't return. The guy assumed that she wanted to check whether he could handle the poisonous monsters or not. She said that there might be a silver fox there, the interest in which had recently been raised was connected with the alchemist who had returned from there. And he brought with him an amazing story about people living there in groups and hundreds in strange clothes and that they use unusual technology. And she came here to propose to unite and go in Cheondokji. And yes, decided in community. What who has force has to contribute contribution. Although it was an interesting story, it wasn't for him, and he asked them to contact him if they really found something useful there. Then she said that she heard that the Baeksan school was looking for masters. And that was exactly the case because some of them had disappeared and they had no information. It was very sad because it's hard to track someone's movements at the level of the sun's breath. But recently she learned something. The guy asked what exactly he wanted to know in more detail. She said that not long ago, a sun-breathing master entered Cheondokji, and they say he looks like Master Baeksan, and suggested that she go with them and learn more about the missing man. He believed that if he did it of his own free will, he wouldn't interfere, and the pony realized that she would have to remember something. And the girl offered him memoirs from another continent if they found them useful. The guy was very surprised that she suggested manuscripts. He wanted to know more clearly what he had to do there and what the reward would be, so the girl agreed to send someone to him to agree on the terms. She looked at him and said that he would receive a copy of the agreement confirming the sincerity of her words. He became curious about why he wanted to get these lands because he had an idea about the treasures of the inhabitants. Although it was suspicious, he couldn't give up the manuscripts, so he had to get everything in order before he left. Sebastian visited Iggy's apartment and greeted the hostess who was walking around the yard. Madeline was also happy to see him and said that she had already heard about him becoming an elder of the noble Becks in school. Then he assumed that the girl must have already reached the average level of heavenly birth, or that it had happened thanks to him. She invited him to come in as her father, and the head of the family were already waiting for him in the hospitable house. He was very happy when he saw the elder, and immediately realized that he was in the sun-breathing stage, which was amazing because he very quickly moved to another realm. The guy heard that she was training a lot, and it was also thanks to him, because she had already reached the 10th degree of the law of spiritual energy. He was happy for her that she was able to advance in alchemy and asked if she knew what was going on with Madeline, because she seemed upset to him, and her father and his head weren't burning anything, they were just pumping their heads. Morgana didn't know what to say or how to do it because she thought he would be very upset. This behavior surprised him and he assumed that it might apply to him. The older one didn't know whether to tell him about it or not and started by saying that they were married. And she continued by saying that he would soon be left without a woman, which scared him a lot. She explained that Madeline and Victor became very close in. As a result, they got engaged and the man was very stubborn because he had achieved approval through his campaigns. They pretended to be a couple but started pretending that he had accidentally started liking her recently. It was unexpected. He said that everything was fine and decided to congratulate him somehow. But the older one was worried about him. What she wanted to say was something important, so I looked where he was. I heard about them. They were huge lands with a high concentration of spiritual energy in Gajong. He explained that life was so dangerous that even he wasn't sure he could survive there. The girl probably asked if he was really picking her up and sending her there because then she wanted to go with him. He got scared and started saying that the poison there was very dangerous for her. Morgana wanted to go with him, but he explained that he had stripped down to sleep and she had only been told by the law that it was too dangerous. The girl would be scared and say that she wouldn't let him go there alone, but if he let her go, she definitely wouldn't regret it. And besides, she also needed an elixir to reach the world of the sun. The guy realized that the exercises were bad because at that pace she couldn't do them with him. You said it was related to that sect. He would really like her to go with him, but the situation didn't allow it. The girl heard that he was asked to stay old tires, and in that case she could not interfere, and added that often baked steel spheres everything was different. Whoever came up with this because it involved Bonnie, and didn't know what it would turn into next, because things could turn out badly, so it was better to go without her. Then he mentioned the sect and offered to fight me because I had a couple of techniques to show. She thought it was a good idea, as she was very curious about what someone who had the breath of the sun was capable of. The man led them to the entrance to the poisonous lands and said that the poisonous gas was everywhere, so it was even dangerous and very difficult to run. The gas at the entrance did not affect the chemistry with the law. The spiritual energy felt discomfort, so they distributed an antidote. The girl said that Gary from the Bayoxing sect would be there, who knew about poison and had been there before, so he would be useful. I reviewed all the records, but the question still remained what they were up to. Michael called him and told him that he had made him very famous throughout Yan'an. But I was very happy to see him and decided to ask what brought him here. Since he is now a free alchemist, that comrade who used to be among the best alchemists of the sect. But even he won't be able to say how their duel ended. The man realizes that he hasn't forgotten about them yet and even starts laughing because what was in the past remains there. He hoped that their journey would be successful and told everyone he had information about the traders. Besides them, there was one more alchemist, the breath of the sun. There was nothing to worry about. He looked at Yegor, who had no facial hair at all, and hoped he was using some special alchemy. But I considered him a closed-minded person because I couldn't understand what he was thinking. So he decided to stand in line for the antidote. And the man also set Michael on fire so that he could take the antidote just in case. The man said that he would go first because during the reconnaissance he was going to gather herbs and hunt for no one. Michael noticed that he had become stronger since they had met. He was highly praised, but Sebastian made a remark and said that if he had stayed at full strength, the top would have lost too. Although Michael did not agree with this, the boy tried to convince him that it was the whole truth. But they were interrupted by the sounds of screaming. Something happened in the apartment, and his servant asked to see it so he could do something. He had to give an injection, and began to explain that this plant with red leaves was also a warrior, and its name was prickly grass, and if it hadn't tried to be without food, then it was actually poison there. This energy was obtained by the alchemist with the law of spiritual energy, so these were very dangerous and poisonous plants. She noticed that he hadn't changed at all and decided to take it with her to see if he had made a mistake. The former student said that it was very strange that he was poisoned, but he was immune to all poisons and knew a little about poisonous plants. I noticed black and red spots in the distance, and one of them shouted that everyone was on guard and preparing for battle. Everyone was very nervous and yelling to everyone to stay together because someone was approaching them and it turned out to be magic bugs. But Sebastian was serious. No kidding, they were very scared because there were so many targets there, a swarm. The students were waiting for an answer. They wanted to know what they should do now, fight back or just wait it out. The magic beetles always moved in swarms. There were so many of them that it was difficult to resist them, and I was amazed that they were so fast. The man decided to ask the guy if he knew anything about beetles, but it was the first time he had seen or encountered them. And he was sure that he could travel completely alone, but he definitely wouldn't get to the memoirs on his own, so he couldn't let these pathetic insects kill his group. The boy cast a spell so that everyone could hear him and began to speak so that they would follow his voice and get to a safe place. There he met Michael and his husband, and they were surprised by the thing and said that he had created it himself. So the guy replied that he was not only a good fighter, but also knew how to create techniques. He turned back and began to think because only 9 survived. Alchemists with by law spiritual energy and not thought, what will be so bad? Antonia approached him and said that he was constantly amazed by his abilities and thanked him because he understood that it would not be easy but wished to continue in that spirit. The guy thanked him and told him not to worry because he would do everything possible. Then he called his partner and asked how long he had spent on the poisonous lands, and the answer was about 3 months. And he was embarrassed to admit that this was the first time he had been in a similar situation and had never encountered anything like it. Antonio didn't know what to do, as it was still dark, and Michael asked if they would continue their journey. He wasn't sure it was worth it because if the keeper had been someone else instead of Bonnie, there wouldn't have been any problems, but the young man still didn't understand why he was doubting. He whispered in his ear that she was the daughter of the Baoxine sect, and Sebastian heard this too, which shocked him. Now he understood why she held such a high position at such a young age, even though she had not an ounce of talent. The man was happy when he saw that the gold of the locust's teeth was retreating and the technique was still working on them. Antonio called the guy over and explained that if something like this happened again, he would leave, and that Bonnie wouldn't even stop him. The man said if anyone wanted to leave, he wouldn't hold them because he couldn't guarantee that they would be able to get to the exit on their own. He held spiritual energy in his hand and was almost certain that it wasn't worth the candles. Antonio said that the journey would only be worthwhile if they found the treasures of the people of the Poison Lands. People also understood that he was right because she had been there for more than a month. And before that, 2 more alchemists of the law of spiritual energy had died, so there were 10 of them left. Sebastian secretly collects sacred herbs and spirit stones, but this was not enough and they never found any traces of the people of the poisonous lands that Bonnie spoke of. He was scared and conveyed that the hostess had said that only the local aborigines could be a problem for them. And the boy turned around when the man said that he knew him because he was different from other alchemists of the law of spiritual energy, and the boy wondered why he wanted to talk to him so suddenly. He informed him that they were looking for the people of the poisonous lands, descendants of the Valley of Secrets. He started to get angry that she wouldn't say where and how he found out about it, and since she didn't tell him, he decided not to either. Then a puzzle formed in the boy's head that the chance of getting to the memoirs was bad from the very beginning. But I started to think that if Antonio and Michael found out about this, they would be very angry because they had been deceived. He realized that Bonnie had sent him to tell him this, and the guy said that he would lead him to the main forces. He knew this forest very well, so he asked to go first and lead them through the fog. They were glad to have found a place to rest and left Uman, but it was not good for the guy because he had no time to spare. He wanted to go about his business, but Michael stopped him and asked where he was going. He used his compass to show them where there was a lot of spiritual energy, which meant that this place was very dangerous. But he found the best chrysanthemum, a beautiful flower filled with deadly poison. He sensed that someone was not wanting him, and it was a deer, so he decided to pull it up, but the animal intercepted it and ran away with him somewhere. The boy was angry with him because he was not even a sacred animal, so he let go of his strings and grabbed the deer. Sebastian was very surprised when he saw that he had suddenly turned into a beautiful girl. The boy didn't know if it was a human or a magical beast. He saw it as a threat, so he pointed his swords at it. She started crying and yelling at him because she had grown this flower with all her soul and he just picked it up. I was glad that I finally realized that you were her flower, since she had been raising her for more than 20 years. The girl stopped being very aggressive because he asked her if she lived on these lands and said that they wanted to steal her, so let him take her and leave. Leah became very aggressive when the guy asked if she was a resident of these lands and called him a thief like the others. They fought, and most of all, they did not use their tamed animals. Sebastian wanted to talk to her, but she wouldn't listen to him. She said he was a thief. Two people came to him and asked him what was going on here, so what if the girl turned into a deer? He explained to them that he was teaching him how to hunt and they could see it, and Wan immediately climbed onto Leah. When the man saw the flower, he said that it was very valuable and the boy decided to sell it for many spiritual stones. When asked why they were following him, he explained that they had to fulfill the sex task of finding the people of the Valley of Secrets. He said that the inhabitants look very primitive. They are skilled in household crafts. Their eyes give off a bluish glow, and their hair is purple. The guys said that he was originally a leopard, but during the fight he turned into one. They wanted to take the deer, and the bald man let out fire from his hand. The guy was very scared at first and started screaming and asking what they were doing. He said he wouldn't let them take the deer and used his techniques. He himself did not know whether it was a prisoner or a descendant of the secret valley, but he knew for sure that it was his, and he would not give it to anyone. The girl didn't have time, so she jumped back and turned into a human, hiding behind the boy. Gray knew that this guy was not easy. He was told that he managed to block and extinguish the flame. The guy was thinking about what to do next and how the letter came for the sake of the memoir and not for anything else. She told him that they had caught a leopard, which was her brother, and she wanted to ask him one question. Could I trust him? The man was no longer interested in anything else. He saw in him signs that she was a descendant of the secret valley. Then Gray wanted to give her a drug that would make her lose control of herself, so the interrogation would be easier. He asked her to choose medicine. He had a plan, although she was still worried about telling everything. The map should have been affected in 5 days, but he gave only 3 days, so man inserted her direct. Now their pill. Magical beasts were put in the cage, but it could not be broken so easily because it was made of a special material that absorbs spiritual energy. If the guy was worried about the future problems that might arise, the man didn't care and decided to solve them as they came. He thought she would tell him something because her condition satisfied him, but she just spat in his face. His main problem now was the flower. He remembered his master Brian, who told him how to get out of the cage at the level of the sun's breath. The man had already started to extract information from her and wanted to know where they lived. Sebastian appeared in time when the man wanted to demand her again, which was that she bit him and didn't say anything back. He explained that they were not friends at all, but simply met on the road to different goals. He remembered the master's words, saying that they are of the same type of energy and should interact like yin and yang. He managed to free the girl and asked her to trust him, because he would figure everything out, and took her in his arms. A man appeared opposite him and wanted to prevent him from taking the girl with the help of his fire, and he understood that other alchemists could break through if the battle dragged on. There were already 2 alchemists against him, and when he jumped up, he saw the fog and decided to get lost in it. They arrived at a house, and there the girl rested so well that she was able to stand up on her own after waking up. Even though she thanked him for saving her, she still insulted him. And the caption tried to explain that he wasn't the kind of person who would be lured into something else. She wanted to take her chrysanthemum and gave absurd arguments about it, even though he saved it. Leah said she just stumbled upon him and started looking after him. The girl was very happy that they had fixed their hands because hands are very valuable to a chemist, and they will not be able to cure them, but if they do so, it means they trust each other. I wasn't going to any particular place, but he had to be blindfolded, and there was a reliable technician there. When we got there, we saw a very beautiful place. He was shocked, but the girl asked him to wait until she brought her father and others, but she wasn't sure they would be happy to see him. Most people were very angry with him, but the girl's father was sincerely grateful that he had saved her. When he arrived in the village, he was given a choice on which his future depended. The first was to live in Manko, and he agreed to that decision, and the girl thought that he would get angry or try to run away, but the locals still didn't trust him. He wanted to say that she should go to the monarch herself with 1,000 topics, but since she had to constantly monitor him there, he would go with her. He understood that he had met the one who created the gold in the tooth of the locust that he had killed, and her brother could not forgive him, but he tried to get away because they had attacked him, and he could have died. After her brother's visit, they went to another city where red flags were hanging, and the girl explained that they were for strangers as a warning because the monarch's territory began further on. Grandpa found out that his barrier didn't work on the boy. It was from poisonous plants so that no one would get poisoned. The girl passed on a fat worm from her brother, and the old man thought he was shy, but then she remembered that they don't like light. The worm helped the chrysanthemum grow a lot, and it reached its age, so now it could make itself an acid poison. He wanted to celebrate some holidays, as before, but if he was not harmed, his grandfather explained that if the case was the strongest, he would receive very great pain, even worse than death. He had already taken 8 pills, He didn't want to stop because it was even worse for him and he could stand it. So he agreed to take the ninth one. A pill. He showed his impudence when he asked for a 10th pill and said that his courage would no longer help him and his skills that were there before he managed to cope with the other pills. The woman said that his shade only occurs with the help of a golden elixir, and he had previously taken it from a nameless killer, so he thought that he might be connected to them but he couldn't tell them anything. They met through a conversation with the vice-rector, but they left it for later, when they would get to know each other better. After a while, the girl was very happy because she managed to make acid poison. When I spilled the acid, he saw that he had broken the barrier and drew conclusions about it, so the word poison was superfluous. He called the meeting because he found out that their son was in the main sect and wanted to try to save him. They led the prisoners to the pit and tried to keep them from drowning, and how they could completely destroy them. But because they were their accomplices, they couldn't get to a safe place, and the boy and his father collapsed under the belts. Because I felt strangers in my residence, it was almost the entire family of their captive. Well, actually getting out of her house wasn't as easy as it seemed either. It had to be done unnoticed. So then she decided to contact the responsible alchemist. She was really looking forward to seeing Sebastian and didn't understand where he came from. The main thing is to avoid the guy. But she came across her father and realized that he was a descendant of the Secret Valley. She was very angry with them, but because there were too many of them, she couldn't handle them, so she had no choice but to run away. But the threads grabbed and wrapped her, landing her on the ground. She talked all sorts of nonsense as if she had gone crazy. And for the guy, it was a typical pre-alchemist mindset. She thought I wasn't their complaint. There was a mask that made the eyes glow in purple, but they had what was called the holy power of the Yangtze. She wanted to lure him to her side by offering him everything, and above all to write his heart and the memoirs he had been looking for a long time. Bonnie looked crazy and wanted to try their stuff, but she would be miserable if they just gave her a drink and she would die. The girl went and arranged everything so that they were allowed to drive without an inspection, as her mistress was very annoyed. In fact, she was the daughter of a letter and a man who transformed into her to get out of there. I didn't listen to anything as they wanted to deal with everyone in order to fulfill their mission, and she informed them that they had almost arrived. They arrived at the tall tower and asked that their family member hold out a little longer. Now they began to persuade the guard to let them into the territory and to allow them to meet with him at his personal request. They had come a long way and Sebastian was already at his place and asked how he was. He was even afraid to imagine that it was very difficult for him to survive. There were many herbs that had a bad effect on his health and emotional state. The guard said that I was asking for it too. When I saw it, I saw someone taking the prisoner away, and they had already started a mission to return him. There was a fight between the security guards and the boy's family to save him. They tried their best while their brother was in the care of another person, and they were safe until everything calmed down. Sebastian was shocked to see that the girl was at the yin and yang stage who recognized the secret people. The two leaders began to communicate with each other and discuss matters that concerned them. She proposed a marriage between their peoples so they would be under her care, but the man refused. They started a fight because she couldn't just let go, and the monarch milked the mask that was on Bonnie's mother's hand. The old man said that it was a bad deed and how the mask magnifies the level of strength to an unprecedented level, but the longer you wear it, the harder it is on the body. The guy says to save him somehow and help him. He also threw a flower that began to draw the cold into itself. And when a woman wanted to hit him, two men protected him because he saved their monarch at the risk of his life. And that a very fierce battle between them, each trying to destroy one side or the other. And although they suggested surrendering because he had an ancient flower, it was not critical for her. She did not know how to admit defeat. It was the most difficult thing for the man to experience that state of serenity when he used the mask and took it off, and the mother and daughter ran away. After a couple of months, they managed to return to the settlement to hide from the sect's spies. They are grateful to everyone who helped them then. Sebastian came to Morgana. She was very happy to see him. Then she prepared for the worst because she missed him very much. He explained to her that she should go again and buy what she wanted, that he would definitely come back to her again, and hugged her. He returned to the poisonous lands and decided to go to the Emerald Dragon because he needed to prepare for a large-scale war and also solve the riddle of the ring. He remembered his duty to fulfill before his masters and avenge them, and he promised to return even stronger, as he is a great alchemist.